the record on case number 23 CV 4943, Lana Oriani versus Melissa. We are scheduled today for full evidentiary hearing of Ms. Oriani's petition seeking a protection order to be issued in this matter. Ms. Oriani is present in the courtroom. Ms. is present via Zoom because she resides out of state. Ms. Oriani, are you ready to proceed on your petition today?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Ms. Are you ready to proceed?
I am.
Okay, all right. Previously, because Ms. is appearing remotely, I had ordered the parties to submit their exhibits to the court and to exchange them. What happened during the last scheduled hearings, Ms. Oriani, I think you represented that you were going to obtain counsel. You asked for continuance. I gave you the continuance. You're here today pro se, so I'm presuming that you did not obtain an attorney, correct?
Yeah, and I would like to be transparent with the court is I didn't realize that I had to put a different retainer down when I already had retained that firm. I had to put a different retainer down, so I thought I could just be paying on my hourly. And so that's why I don't have one here today. Okay. For the transparency purposes of that.
I understand, but I just want to make sure that
Absolutely.
you are proceeding pro se.
Correct, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. What I will say is when I previously ordered the exchange of exhibits, when Ms. Oriani asked for a continuance to obtain counsel, I think it was Ms. who brought up the fact that would that change the exhibits, and I thought that that was perceptive because I thought if Ms. Oriani did retain counsel that they may have new exhibits or different exhibits. So I did impose new deadlines if the parties wanted to submit exhibits. But Ms. Oriani didn't submit anything new, correct?
No, I did not, Your Honor.
Okay. And you have recently submitted new exhibits, but I will be honest, I only had asked for exhibits to be exchanged. I'd only impose those new deadlines if Ms. Oriani's attorney, had there been one, had redone her exhibits, then I was going to give you an opportunity to redo your exhibits. She didn't submit anything new. Okay?
But she introduced on record at our last hearing things that she was going to be bringing up. So.
Okay, and that's why you have additional exhibits you submitted, and Ms. Oriani's going to be going first, and she brings those things up, then you would probably, in fairness, be able to produce any evidence in response to that. Okay? But I don't know what she's going to put on the record today.
Right.
Okay. All right, so let's just get started because I do have numerous other cases set today. We'll see how, timing-wise, how it goes. I may have to take a break and squeeze in other hearings that could be quicker, but we'll just play it by ear, okay? All right, Ms. Oriani?
Really quick, Your Honor. Can I grab a pen from Mary Ann? My bag isn't up here yet, and I just want to thank you.
You're welcome. That should work.
Thank you so much.
All right, do you want to start by testifying?
Actually, I'm going to call her to the stand to lay the foundation of how we know each other and stuff like that.
So you're calling on cross-examination?
As a witness.
I understand, but you're calling her on cross. That's
Correct.
Just technically what it is.
Yes.
Okay, all right, Ms. The petitioner is calling you on cross-examination. Can you please raise your right hand for me?
I'm not going to be taking the stand.
Well, she's entitled to call you as an opposing party. The law allows for that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer to under God or under penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. for being here. Ms. Where do you reside?
New York.
Okay. And you know the petitioner, Ms. Oriani?
I do.
And how long have you known Ms. Oriani?
A little over 2 years.
So November, December 2020.
I couldn't give you the exact dates.
Okay. How do you know Miss Oriani?
YouTube.
Okay. Does Miss Oriani have a YouTube channel?
Yes, she does.
And is that how you knew her?
Not initially.
So you knew her before she had a YouTube channel?
That is correct.
So Miss Oriani had a YouTube channel March 26, 2021. So you're saying you knew Miss Oriani before March 26, 2021?
I don't know the exact dates that she created a channel. I know that.
Okay. Do you recall emailing Miss Oriani for the first time in April of 2021?
I do.
Okay. And that would be exhibit number 1 is the first PDF, and it's page 1. If you go ahead and turn to that, and it says, do you recall, I would ask if I could approach and show her this, Your Honor, but she has the exhibit there. So it's the first PDF, it's 100 pages, exhibit 1, page 1. Do you recall that email there, April 10th, 2021?
I do.
Okay, so you made contact with Miss Oriani for the first time April 10th, 2021.
That's correct.
So that would be after her launch of her YouTube channel.
Again, I don't know when your YouTube channel was created or when you first went live on your YouTube channel.
Well,
There's a difference between when it was created and when you first
Your
went
Honor, this
live
is
on it.
unresponsive. If you could ask the witness to answer the question.
She said she doesn't know when your YouTube channel was created. That's her response.
Okay, thank you. So if Miss Oriani told you that the YouTube channel was created March 26, 2021, does April 2021 come after that?
When I say created, I don't mean the physical channel versus when you started using it as a YouTube creator and going live from it.
Your Honor, we'll take care of that on my testimony. So it is your testimony that you think Miss Oriani's YouTube channel was created March 26th?
I answered that. I do not know when your YouTube channel was created.
Okay, and the question was, does April 2021 come after or before March of 2021?
After.
Thank you. And you said that you do recall emailing Miss Oriani on April 10th, 2021?
I do.
Okay. And the email states, I just want to reach out and let you know I'm here if you ever need help with anything. I think doing a true crime trivia would be an absolute awesome idea. Lord knows it would be a nice distraction with all the drama currently going on within the community. Look forward to your live on Friday and being on panel with you again. Spoke with you on K's. Wish you all the best, Melissa Jade Cooter's Mod. Is that you?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. How did you obtain Miss Oriani's email address?
Probably from advertising it. I'm pretty sure you were up on a panel and you literally told everybody you could reach out at this email address.
And you recall that from 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. So I advertise on a YouTube channel, not my own, to reach out to me via that email address.
I'm telling you that that's most likely what happened.
Okay, but you can't recall.
If I can refer back to it, going to the email,
Okay.
referring back to Kay's panel, that's most likely what happened.
And it's your testimony that Kay put up my email address?
No, you were on Kay's panel and I went on that panel with you.
And how would my email address come up from being on a panel?
You may have advertised it,
How would I be able to advertise that?
saying you could reach out to me at this email address.
So I gave out my personal email address on a live broadcast, a public live broadcast.
It's possible.
Okay. But you're not for sure, isn't that correct?
No, I'm not 100% sure.
Thank you. When you emailed Miss Oriani in April of 2021, did you have a YouTube true crime channel, Miss, that was monetized through Google?
I don't know the exact date that I would have just started a channel around that time. I don't know the exact month that I started it, and I don't know the exact month that it was monetized.
And can you explain to the courts, what does monetization mean through Google?
Monetization means that you became a partner with Google AdSense and that you could earn revenue.
You can earn money, isn't that correct?
That is what revenue is, yes.
So what line of work were you involved in when you emailed and first contacted Miss Oriani in April of 2021? Did you have a job?
Yes, I was working at a dental office.
You were currently employed in April of 2021 at a dental office.
Yes.
What was the name?
I'm not giving you details.
Your Honor,
What's the relevance?
the relevance is Miss, did you tell Miss Oriani that you in fact worked at this place when you met her or talked to her?
Worked at what place?
The place that we're trying to get you to talk about here, the dental hygienist place. You told Miss Oriani when you first started talking to her in April 2021 that you in fact worked at as a dental hygienist. Isn't that correct? That you were currently employed at that time, right?
Yes.
As you're stating right here, right now, April 2021, you were employed.
Yes.
Okay. Miss, when did you file your lawsuit against your current employer that you claim in 2021 for a slip and fall?
That wasn't a slip and fall.
What was it then, Miss? Did you file a lawsuit against your current employer?
It's not a current employer.
Back in 2021, you just said that you were employed in April and that you were working.
A different office.
Okay, so the question is what office were you working at in 2021?
I'm not giving you any details.
So it is your testimony that you were employed in 2021
Yes.
and you filed taxes in 2021 with that employer.
Correct.
And we're not able to find out the name of your employer.
I am not giving you any private details. No.
No problem. We're going to continue on. We'll come back to that. Again, on the record, in 2021 in April, it's your testimony that you were working.
Yes, we got
Okay.
over
An
that.
answer.
And Miss, are you still employed by that company?
No.
When was your last day of employment?
Not answering those questions.
Well, if you're objecting on the grounds of relevancy, what is the relevancy of her employment?
I'm laying foundation as to what Miss Jade went ahead and said is why we're here. When the relevancy is foundation.
No, but I don't understand where she worked in April of 2021. I don't understand what that has to do with whether she's menacing and stalking you. That's what I'm asking you.
It's to lay, it's for character. It's to show that what Miss Jade is going to be testifying to. It's to impeach her testimony of what she went ahead and claimed that Miss Oriani wanted nudes and was demanding nudes while she was working.
Okay, I don't think you need to
put
it on the name of her employer to get.
That's perfectly fine.
We've got it. She was working as a dental hygienist in April 2021.
Yes, that's what she claims. Yep, and then now she was rehired by a different employer, but now she's not employed by that person either, right? Okay, we can move on from that. After your initial contact with Miss Oriani in April of 2021, when did you contact her a second time?
I do not recall specifically.
Okay. Does Mother's Day in May of 2021 sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
After a live YouTube broadcast on Natasha Cooper's panel?
Probably sounds about right.
Okay. And who's Natasha Cooper?
Another YouTube creator.
Okay. And you were friends with Natasha Cooper, and you were on her panel in May of 2021, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
That's correct? Okay. Now, at that time, in April and May of 2021, do you recall what Ms. Oriani was working on with her YouTube channel?
No, I do not. Oh, Chris Watts. I'm sorry, the Watts.
The Watts case?
Yes.
And was Ms. Oriani having a mock trial?
I don't know at what specific date the mock trial started, but it was around that time, yes.
And were you part of that?
Yes.
When you, how did you contact Ms. Oriani that second time after that Mother's Day panel in May?
Facebook Messenger.
Okay, and what was the purpose for contacting Ms. Oriani a second time?
I wanted to reach out and discuss the case.
You wanted to discuss the Watts case?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in a relationship when you reached out to Ms. Oriani in May, Mother's Day, May of 2021?
Objection, relevancy.
What's the relevance?
The laying foundation.
For what, though?
She's fishing.
What was it?
She said you're fishing, but
This is
I know you're trying to lay foundation, but what I'm asking you is, what are you...
the relevancy goes to why her purpose was to contact Ms. Oriani the second time.
Okay, all right, you can answer the question.
No, I was not in a relationship.
You said you were not in a relationship?
That's what she said.
I couldn't hear. Okay. When you wanted to reach out to Ms. Oriani to talk about the Watts case, as you claim, is it regular practice for you to send sexually explicit images to females, other creators, for purposes to talk about the Watts case?
Well, when it transitions into that type of discussion, naturally, that's where it went. But it wasn't just a discussion about the Watts case.
So your testimony now is that you didn't reach out to Ms. Oriani about just the Watts case?
I didn't reach out with intentions for it to turn into that. I reached out with those intentions to discuss the Watts case, and then it evolved into what it evolved into.
So, Ms. in the middle of the night, you text message or private message on Facebook Ms. Oriani to say that you wanted to talk about the Watts case, and then the next morning, unsolicited, just woke up in the morning and sent Ms. Oriani a video that took your top off and said Hakuna Matata. That's how that transitioned.
What do you define as unsolicited?
Did Miss Oriani unsolicited means you just sent something to Miss Oriani unsolicited?
Was there flirtatious talking back and forth?
Please answer the questions. If you want to cross-examine.
Hold on. You're the one responding to questions. If you don't understand something, you can ask for clarification. I think what you can just respond that if you believe that there have been flirtatious discussions going back and forth, you can just tell me that. Okay?
There was flirtatious talking back and forth. It wasn't unsolicited.
Miss, are you a bisexual woman?
I wouldn't define myself as a bisexual woman.
Miss Caljord, are you a gay woman?
Objection. Relevancy.
What is the relevance?
The relevancy is that this is going to show what Miss purpose, her true actual purpose for messaging Miss Oriani. was to try to exploit Miss Oriani's sexuality that would take off into a plan of what I am trying to get to here and how Miss has gone about trying to humiliate me to meeting all the criterias of.
Okay, so where you're going with this is that you're saying that she was sending you
Her purpose for messaging me was not for what it
sexually
was.
suggestive messages that you thought was the goal was to try to set you up for something else.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. So I'll overrule. You can answer.
No, I am not gay.
Okay. So you're not bisexual and you're not gay. And after being in the DMs for less than 24 hours, you sent nude videos. Is that correct?
I would define it as bi-curious. But no, I wouldn't label it anyway.
Miss, you didn't know Miss Oriani from Adam, isn't that correct when you did that?
That is correct, but I am a sapiosexual, and you did, at the time, stimulate me with your knowledge on the Watts case, and it did intrigue me, and that is what initially drew me in.
At the time that you were a sapiosexual who was stimulated by my brains, and were you in any non-disclosure agreements at that time?
No, I was not.
Were you a part of a Patreon group on YouTube?
I do not know the exact month that I joined a Patreon. I may not have been at that point. I'm not exactly sure.
And that Patreon group would be Unmasked with Vanessa. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So prior to sending Miss Oriani unsolicited nudes, you were in a Patreon paying membership group with Vanessa. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And you also were contacted by James to join this group. Isn't that correct?
Me and James have a friendship.
That's
Yes.
not what I asked, Miss. Unresponsive. The question was,
Ask it again.
Mr. James asked you to join the Patreon group and sent you the link. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if he specifically sent me the link. We had a friendship, and it may have come up at one point in the friendship.
Okay, so you were friends with Mr. before April and May of 2021?
I don't know specific dates, but I had been friends with him and spoke to him like for a couple of months before that. That's what I know.
A couple months before that, isn't that correct? Okay.
I believe so.
And you weren't in a non-disclosure agreement with them yet?
No,
When did you get into that non-disclosure agreement?
I believe it was June.
June
Mm-hmm.
of 2021, isn't that correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'd have to go and check.
Okay. Now, Miss, isn't it true? Let me ask you this. In June of 2021, when you signed this NDA with James, how did he present himself to you? Why would you be getting into an NDA with a James? Ms.
Objection. Relevancy.
What's the relevance?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to show a prior relationship as to the purpose of what Ms. was reaching out to me in the beginning, which is, I'm just laying the relationship foundation.
No, this is a fishing expedition because you have a criminal case pending against you for charges with James, and you were trying to get
Your Honor,
information for that
now
case.
that is
Are you-
irrelevant.
Hold on. Are you going to tie in
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Miss with James?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. I mean, let's get there though, okay? So I'll overrule, go ahead.
You'll have to repeat the question.
Yes, why were you entering into an NDA with James?
Someone that you didn't know.
I did know him.
Okay, so you did know him. So was he presented himself as what to you as to why you would get into a non-disclosure agreement
I didn't
with him?
get into an NDA with James. I don't have an NDA with James.
Okay.
Okay, so you didn't have an NDA with James. Was this NDA presented to you by James for Unmasked?
I also do not feel I cannot talk about the NDA because it's an NDA and I can't get into those specifics because then I'm at a liability right now.
I believe that in a court setting, Your
bound
Honor,
by
would that be
what?
trumped?
It depends. I don't have the NDA in front of me. I don't know what it's
We're,
about.
I'm not asking about the. I'm not asking her to divulge information from the NDA. I'm asking for information on who presented her with
Yes,
the NDA
there's
to,
a lifetime
and the reason that
PPO
she
against
signed it.
you by the person with the NDA. I cannot get into these specifics. It puts me at a liability.
At some point, you entered into a non-disclosure agreement.
Correct.
With
That you can't talk about unmasked
Only
business?
only about cases that there cannot be. If we discuss cases that I cannot take information about cases and go live about it on my channel and
Okay.
steal information, anything like that.
Okay, so that's what the NDA was about, that you can't talk about their business on your channels?
Right.
Okay.
So like if we're discussing a case in private and they give me like information, like so it's like an inside information about a case, I then can't steal that information and use it on my own channel before they have a chance to use it on theirs or
Okay.
something like that.
All right, thank you.
and this NDA was presented to you by Rocket Lawyer. You got an email for it.
I'd have to check. It's been
We
years.
can
I
wait
don't
if you want to
know.
go ahead and refer to your notes.
No, I don't have it in my notes.
Do you
I'd have to pull it up.
Can you recall right now who presented
Off the
you
top-
with the NDA?
Who presented me with the NDA? It was emailed to me.
Through an email?
Yeah, it was through an email.
Do you know who
Through-
sent it? If you can't recall, just say you can't recall.
I can't recall.
Miss, were you under the impression that James was the business manager of Vanessa Walsh's YouTube channel?
Not officially.
Did Mr. present himself ever to you in communication with you that he was the business manager of Vanessa Walsh and Unmasked?
I can't recall.
Excuse me?
She said she can't
I can't recall.
You can't recall? Would it help for you to refresh your memory by looking at messages between you guys?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that this happened in June of 2021, isn't that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And did you consult with your friends here, Miss and Mr. as you were in contact with them a couple months before you signed this NDA, as you said? Did you consult with them before you contacted and sent that nude video to Miss Oriani?
I said I was in contact with James, first of all. And was I in contact? Repeat the question.
The question was, did you consult with your new friends, James and Vanessa, as you stated in testimony 15 minutes ago, that you were in contact with them a couple months prior to ever reaching out to Miss Oriani? So did you consult with them prior to sending messages to Miss Oriani that consisted of an unsolicited nude video?
Okay, so no, and I didn't say them. I said James. I said I had spoken to James.
Well, I guess
And
we'll let the record reflect that when
No,
we get the testimony.
we did not speak about you.
Okay, and that was in June of 2021. At the beginning or the end?
I do not recall the specific date.
Okay. Well, Miss, did Did you send James nude images of yourself, since that's what you do after you consult people with talking about cases?
Objection.
Okay, that's argumentative.
No problem. I'll strike that. Miss, what screen names does Mr. by?
I do not know.
Well, you had to communicate with him, so how would you guys communicate? Phone, text, email, Facebook Messenger app?
Facebook Messenger.
And what was the name that he communicated with you?
He goes by. Hold on one second. James.
James. And were there any other names, alt accounts that he would use to communicate with you?
No. Alt accounts he would use to communicate with me?
Yes.
No. I would speak to him under his Jmail account.
Were you aware that they had another channel called DTOS?
No.
Okay. Do you know who the owner of DTOS is?
No.
Okay. And how did you say that you communicated with Mr.
Facebook
Asked
Messenger.
and answered.
Facebook Messenger? Is that the only communication that you had through Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Okay. So no phone calls?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Now, do you recall May 22nd, 2021? Well, let me rephrase this. You and Miss Oriani had consensual texting. Is that what you call it? Sexting?
Correct.
For 11 days?
That is correct.
Okay. And now, did Miss Oriani send you any nude images of herself?
No.
And isn't it true when you sent Miss Oriani your nude video unsolicited that Miss Oriani said she could not do that in this place? That
Wait,
she
you said
could not
what?
partake in that type of exchanging and or like, what are you doing type of thing? Did she not caution you?
No, that is not what took place.
Okay, so then why would Miss Oriani suggest to you, are you familiar with the vanish mode of the app?
Yes.
And didn't Miss Oriani suggest that to you if you're going to be sending anything like that?
Oh, yes.
And so that was to protect, what is vanish mode? Is it when you send something, it then disappears after the person sees it, so therefore they cannot redistribute that?
So there's no evidence. Yep.
So there would be no evidence of you sending your news. Isn't that correct?
Or any evidence of your responses. Correct.
So if your testimony just a couple minutes ago was that Miss Oriani sent you no nude images, so Miss Oriani wasn't protecting her nudes, was she?
Or your responses.
The question was Miss Oriani protecting her nudes?
I already testified you never sent any news.
Okay, so she wasn't trying to protect herself. She was trying to protect you. Isn't that true, Miss Jade? Melissa Jade, Miss.
No. I don't.
Okay,
I don't
that's your
think so.
testimony is that she would just offer up vanish mode for her purposes of what, Miss Jade?
We would speak both vanish mode and regular. We would alternate between both. That's why you will see continuous messages in our Facebook. There are both stored messages and both vanish mode messages.
And what was the purpose that Miss Oriani introduced vanish mode?
I didn't even know vanish mode existed before you introduced it to me.
Exactly. So did she introduce it for herself or for you?
Well, at the time, I thought because you were more of a public figure. I thought you were just being smart about it, as anybody would who was talking sexually. But, you know, now
So Miss Oriani was protecting her never sent solicited nudes.
It wasn't just about nudes. You were talking in a very graphic sexual way. So you're protecting those messages no matter what. They don't just have to be nudes.
Okay, so your testimony here is that Miss Oriani never talked sexual in the regular DMs with you?
You did somewhat, yeah.
So then what was vanish mode for if Miss Oriani was talking to you sexually in the regular DMs? What would be vanish mode for, Miss?
The majority of it took place in vanish mode. The majority of the sexting took place.
We're going to move on. Now, after 11 days of speaking with you about nothing to do with case, Miss Oriani told you that she could no longer have any type of sexting type of talks with you. Isn't that true on Friday, May 21st of 2021?
After a sexting conversation, you ended it off with, and then I'd have to tell you that I could no longer engage with this because I found somebody that I'm really, really into, and I'd feel guilty if I continued this. And I told her I was really happy for her, and I'd support that decision, and I'd respect it.
So Miss Oriani told you that she could no longer be in a sexting and that texting relationship, and that you said you were really happy for her because she was choosing to be exclusive and needed to end that type of talk. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
And you just said that you were happy for her. Is that correct?
You didn't use the word exclusive. You said that you found somebody that you were really into and that you wanted to see where it could go. And I told you that I was happy for you because if you look at our messages, you were sending me photos
Your Honor,
of girls
unresponsive. The question did Miss Oriani say that she could no longer participate in sexting because she was moving on and needed to be in an exclusive relationship and she was choosing somebody else?
I think that's essentially what she's saying. She says she doesn't remember you using the word exclusive, but she does remember you conveying.
And that's all I needed her to answer was no, I don't recall that. Everything else was unresponsive. Who was the person that Miss Oriani told you that she was having an exclusive relationship or going forward to have an exclusive relationship with?
Alex.
Okay. And isn't it true that after Miss Oriani told you this on Friday, May 21st, 2021, that you immediately contacted Miss Alex in the DMs?
That's not exactly, you're missing a part, so no.
You'll have your opportunity to cross-examine yourself. So that is not your testimony? That you did not contact Miss Allie the same night in the DMs?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. You said immediately, and I said there's something that happened.
Okay, how much time lapsed?
You told me to ask her. You told me to go and ask her, right?
Again, Your Honor, the question, she's not asking me questions here.
The question was how much time elapsed from when the petitioner disclosed her new relationship and when you direct messaged Miss.
Okay. And then when you did...
In a couple hours?
A couple hours?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, within a
couple hours isn't immediate to you. How would you convey a couple hours just so we can know what you... Is it soon? What kind of language would you use? Okay. Moving on. Now, when you messaged Miss... Didn't you screenshot and send her every single message between me and you?
No.
Okay. And did Miss... I guess, let me ask you this. What was your purpose for messaging Miss...
One, you knew me and Allie were really good friends. So when you told me that you were in an exclusive relationship with Allie, yes, it was really messed up because you were messing around with me at the same time, and you
just admit right here that I said I was in an exclusive relationship
I'm
with her. Is
trying
that
to
correct?
answer, yet
Let
she's
her
not letting me
answer.
Okay.
answer.
Go on.
You literally told me to go. I didn't believe you, honestly. You told me to go and ask her. But then also, I felt obligated as her friend because you put me in a situation where I was essentially screwing her over because I didn't know that you guys were in a relationship and then I was messing around with you.
So who told you that me and Allie were in an exclusive relationship? That's not what Miss
You.
Oriani said to you. She said that she was going to
No.
be in.
You.
She was moving forward and wanted to be in an exclusive wanted to be in an exclusive relationship. So you felt it was your duty, right, Miss Jade, to contact Miss because you were a scorned woman. Isn't that correct? And you didn't want Miss Oriani to be happy. You wanted to ruin that relationship. Isn't that correct?
It's not correct.
Okay, perfect. Then what was the motive to go and tell this to Alex and share every single message between us that you could possibly screenshot that wasn't taken from Vanish Mode because it wasn't there? What was the motive? You just said you weren't a scorned woman, and I believe that. So what was the motive? There was an ulterior motive when you messaged Miss Oriani the first time, wasn't there, Miss Jade?
No.
Miss Jade. So you weren't upset that Miss Oriani ended things, yet you go straight to the person she is dating and wants to be in an exclusive relationship with, right? And not only do you send her every message, Miss asks you to please keep this private, did she not? Because not openly bisexual or gay, isn't that true?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking you to answer it. It's not hearsay. Objection, this is not hearsay.
I'll overrule, you can answer.
I don't recall what Allie said.
Allie told you that she was in love with Miss Oriani, didn't she?
No.
And that she was falling in love with Miss Oriani, didn't she?
No, that's what you said.
So Miss told you what? Then I just asked the question, what did Miss tell you? To keep this private? Do not put my business out on the street? I am not an openly gay woman. I am not an openly bisexual woman. Isn't that what she told you, Miss Jade?
No.
Then I'm asking you, what did she tell you, Miss Jade?
When? There is like so
when
many
you
conversations.
messaged her 2 hours after I told you this. Moving on. The court's can
Wow,
read between the lines.
messed up.
Your Honor, we're going to move on. I like to strike whatever she's saying. Now, you messaged Miss Erickson, and then that wasn't enough, Miss Jade. You then contacted Natasha Cooper. Isn't that correct?
Natasha Cooper was my friend, yeah.
Natasha Cooper is your friend or was your friend?
Was
your friend. And it didn't stop there with contacting Natasha Cooper, who has a true crime drama Jerry Springer channel. Isn't that correct?
At the time, she was true crime and dabbled in drama, yes.
She had like a Jerry Springer channel. Isn't that correct?
Well, yeah, she definitely evolved into Jerry Springer.
Okay. And so you went to her, you went to Kraft and Barnes. Isn't that correct? You went to Just Larry. Isn't that correct? You went to Seeking the Truth with Dave. Isn't that correct?
Are you saying yes?
She's not giving me a chance to say anything.
Right.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying. That's right. It's go ahead and speak.
She thought you're nodding yes, but I don't know what your response is.
I went to people that I was friends with and had communications because things were already getting public. So I spoke to people within the few days that things were getting leaked that I already spoke to privately. I'm allowed to have friends and I'm allowed to communicate what I'm going through.
What were you going through?
Really messed up time.
I thought you were just having fun, Miss Jade.
Oh, it was supposed to be just fun.
Oh.
And then I had somebody who was gaslighting and sharing my nudes. You want to know what
Your
Allie
Honor,
told me?
unresponsive.
Allie told me that you
asked her
shared
what
my
she was
nudes.
going through.
I asked her what she was going through.
That's
Yeah.
what she said. That's what she was going through. That's her response.
Okay. That's your response. Perfect. So 2 hours after Miss Oriani tells you that she wants to be exclusive with somebody else that she was talking to, you go to her, then you go to, like we said, Kraft and Barnes, Seeking the Truth with Dave, Natasha Cooper, Just Larry. These are all YouTube creators, are they not? Do they have YouTube channels?
Ones are YouTube creators, yes.
I couldn't hear you, what?
The ones you named are YouTube creators, yes.
Perfect. Thank you. And they have YouTube channels, right? And they're drama channels.
Larry and Dave are not drama channels, and Larry doesn't even exist anymore on YouTube. You're talking about years ago.
I'm laying foundation as to why you came for me, Miss Jade. So if it was years ago and it's still happening, you're absolutely right. I'm showing a pattern.
I found out you shared my nudes, and I confided in what were my friends.
Now, you said we were in vanish mode and that stuff disappears. Isn't that correct, Miss Jade?
Yeah, but luckily you shared them elsewhere, and I have that documented.
So you're saying, Miss Jade, that nudes that you shared in vanish mode were shared publicly?
Oh, no.
For the
you shared
purpose
it
to
with
humiliate
Allie.
you?
You shared it with Allie, and that's what Allie told me. Remember when you asked a moment ago, what did Allie say when I went to her? She said, it's not like I haven't seen your tits or anything. That's what her exact words were.
Objection, hearsay.
Oh.
Overruled. Let's keep going.
Okay. Miss, after you contacted Natasha Cooper on Monday, May 25th, Natasha Cooper was set to be on Miss Oriani's YouTube channel to partake in the mock trial. Isn't that correct?
Sounds right.
Mm-hmm. And you called up Natasha Cooper to tell her that you no longer had anything to do with Miss Oriani, and that's when you divulged all this stuff, and you put Allie and Miss Oriani's business and your own on blast to her. Isn't that correct?
That is not fully how that played out now.
Okay. And then at that time, Natasha Cooper had called Miss a bitch in May, didn't she? Vanessa?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that in April?
I have no idea years
Okay.
ago what month.
Not
Natasha
probably, you
may
don't
have
recall.
called.
You don't recall Mr. messaging Natasha Cooper and putting it out there that we're going to come for you if you try to. You don't recall this is your friend. You told us that Natasha Cooper is your friend. You're on her panel. You don't recall Natasha Cooper going live about being threatened by Mr.
Natasha would go live 3 times a day. No, I don't recall.
So you don't recall
what
that?
happened that day. No.
Okay, that's your testament that you don't recall. Now you just said there was a panel on May 27th, 2021, where you got up on panel and you told thousands of people that Miss Oriani was a sexual predator. Isn't that correct?
I never used the word sexual predator.
Do you want to be refresher? We'll play the clips of what you said on the panel.
Did you submit it?
I didn't realize that you were going to be lying here, Miss Jade. So, if Your Honor, I'm going to need a minute and fire this up to.
She can impeach you with it.
Has she submitted it into evidence?
She can use evidence, introduce evidence for impeachment purposes that wasn't previously submitted based on your response. So
I called you a sexual predator on that?
Yes, and that you said I had 16 or more victims.
I called you a sexual predator.
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that sex message.
This is not your time to ask me questions. But, ma'am, it's your testimony here. You said that you did not call me a sexual predator in front of
Other people
thousands
called you
live
sexual
on a
predator.
YouTube broadcast.
I
On
know
May
you
27th,
were-
2021, after sexting with me for 11 days, you felt the need to get on a panel and tell the world that I had sexually harassed over 16 people and that I was and that you were a victim of mine.
Hold on, Ms. Oriani. Do you recall this panel?
Oh, yes, I recall
Do
the
you
panel.
remember what you said about Ms. Oriani?
I said the truth that she shared my nudes, but there were multiple people on the panel, and I was being told other things as well. And so I don't know what the other people's
Objection, Your Honor. We're asking what
parts
she
were.
said, not what other people told her.
Right,
And,
I'm just asking
and my
what you
part,
said.
Here's
what
the
I said
objection.
was true, and
Hold
I do
on.
not ever recall calling you a sexual predator. I know other people called you a sexual predator.
Okay, so you deny using that term.
I don't ever recall using the term sexual predator, no.
Your Honor, then I'm going to ask for a recess to fire this up and the only way that I can impeach this material is to play these
You
clips.
can fire it up.
Oh, what's
But-
the relevance here?
Listen.
You know, like, where are we going with this?
Listen,
How is this
I know
proving
you're laying a
stalking?
foundation that she did these things to you, but you understand I can't give you a protection order. Even if I find she said something
Oh, I know that.
inappropriately, I hope you're getting to more recent
I am.
things,
I'm trying, Your
because
Honor.
the protection orders aren't issued to punish people for things they might have done to you in the past. It's whether she's continually contacting you, stalking you
Absolutely.
now. And that's what we need to move on, because I can't do this all day. Because you started with March and we've only gotten into May of 2021. Okay?
Yeah, this is
and
the
we've been almost going for an hour, and I've got 5 other cases set today. So I just want you to understand that I can't. You may prove that she slandered you, defamed you
Not slander.
2 years ago.
This isn't slander, Your Honor. This is humiliation.
I understand that.
Okay, and
I
that's what I'm
understand
trying to
that,
prove here
but-
with a menacing stalking shows, and I'm laying that foundation to show that it happened in 2021 with a purpose and a plan with other people,
Okay.
and it's been continued to this
that
day.
she's doing it.
100%.
So does she contact you?
Yes.
When?
She contacts me all the time because after this whole ordeal happens, this panel, she then is back in contact with me to apologize and to
Right,
say
but
that, oh my God.
when's the last time she contacted you?
When's the last time that she contacted me? She was contacting me by making these videos with people and teaching them how to do this plausible
I
deniability.
know. When was the last time?
That she contacted me? She contacted people that I worked with.
When?
No.
Just 2 months ago.
Okay, because those
What?
are the things you need.
Yes,
to do.
I'm trying to lay
Not
a-
that she's talking to other people about you behind your
No,
back.
that's not it. I
can't
don't care
issue
about
a
that.
protection order to stop that, because
I'm not trying to
she has
protect-
to be contacting you directly, doing things directly to you. That's what I think you're missing. Is that
I'm about to show that, Your Honor. I just
Okay,
have to lay a
you said
foundation
that.
as to why this woman would do it. That's what I'm trying to
I
show.
understand that, but I can't have 5 hours of that.
Okay, then we get the point of why she would do something so that we can move on to something more recent. Did I lay enough foundation to show that this woman clearly
Well, you haven't testified yet, but I understand these things happened back in 2021. I'm trying to understand as a court why I need to issue a protection order today.
and it was because of who she was doing this with and currently still does this with because they won't stop and she's directly involved 100%. And I'm getting there. I have everything. I'm going in my order. If you want me to skip to, the stuff that just happened where I have a protection order against Felicia Berry and she directly worked with Felicia Berry so that Felicia Berry would be plausible deniability. I can show you how it all laid out. I have the documentation. That's what we're getting into, what happened recently, which was in 2023. We are in 2023. This has not stopped, Your Honor. And it's not going to stop until they try to put me in jail. And that, I'm trying to show that.
I understand that, but that's a different kind of lawsuit.
But no, what I'm showing, I need protection from this woman because she goes and they work with other people. Then they try to use other people because, hey, guess what? My hands are
We
tied.
spent nearly an hour on
That's-
things that happened 2 years ago, okay? And I'm telling you.
And I'm laying a pattern. That's what it says for me to do. Lay a pattern. I'm laying a pattern, Your Honor.
All right, you know what? If you want to take a break to find your video, I'm going to do another case in between, okay?
That sounds perfect. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take like a half-hour break, okay? Thank you.
Your Honor, how do I get on your guys' Wi-Fi?
It's AT&T Wi-Fi.
Okay, just making sure. All right. I think this will pick up.
Okay, so for purposes of record, we are now back on the record. Where we left off, you were talking about the panel, about whether Ms. Calderon had called you, actually used the term sexual predator. She denied that, so you were looking for an audio clip to play.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
Yep, and I went ahead and I'm going to just pull this up from the actual panel she was on. And I'm just trying to disconnect from my Wi-Fi to get onto your guys' Wi-Fi. And you said it was just the AT&T, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. As that is loading up, I should have taken this with me, actually. All right, it says that I'm connected. And now, are you going to need to, is it okay just to hear it? Do you need to see it?
Hear it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. You can just play the audio.
Okay.
That's what's
Handed down
important.
a guilty.
Okay, here we go. Now, this is straight from, for the record purpose, my YouTube channel, what I did is I did a mock trial of Melissa Jade, and I played it so that we could hear her whole clips straight from the panel that she was on May 27th, because I actually, me and Melissa Jade talked again and were...
Okay, well, hold on.
Should I use that for my testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Why don't you just
Just
you're
play it?
playing
Okay.
Tell her what you're playing.
Okay.
Is this the original?
Yeah, it's straight from the original, yes.
It's playing on your channel? Can I have a copy of this, please? Is this...
Sure, absolutely.
Ooh,
You've actually seen it.
Play it though, okay?
Yeah, I'm good. That's what I'm going to.
Okay.
All right. Come on. I'm almost there. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the original. There we go.
Testing.
Sorry. There we go. Okay.
Welcome.
Couldn't come back from, and that's people need to realize that's how serious this stuff goes.
I'm going to put it right when she gets on panel. Okay. All right. And this is just for the purposes of the record. This is a live video, and it's at the 7-minute and 17-second mark, and it begins then.
I just want to know the truth behind the sex scandal panel. The truth is that this was
Never talked or spoken about anything that's ever been said about me by any channel, anywhere, ever. I don't engage in behavior like this. I don't talk bad about people. I don't swear on my channel.
Okay, Miss Jade, whose voice is that?
Can you play it again?
Absolutely.
I mean, so please, I hope people do take this seriously. And then I know that there's a lot of people that have been affected.
Kaufman, I believe.
I'm sorry?
Kim Kaufman, I believe.
Kim Kaufman. Okay, so when you took the sex panel, there was Natasha Cooper was on panel, Kimberly was on panel, and Kim Kaufman was on panel. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, and then you came up on panel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the voice that we're hearing right now is Kim Kaufman's. Isn't that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, Melissa, I take you for your word. I don't think that you're doing this for just a view, or I don't think this is...
No, if anybody knows me, they know I am very much against the drama.
This had nothing to do with that. And as far as her saying that this is a setup and all that bullshit, like I said, she ain't relevant enough for somebody to set her ass up. I mean, come on.
All right, there's your first part. Natasha Cooper, she ain't relevant enough for anybody to set her ass up.
And then who was that speaking?
I actually do not know.
Natasha Cooper was sitting in a chair saying, I was not relevant enough to set up, wasn't it?
That was Natasha. I didn't know the second part. Yeah,
Okay,
Natasha Cooper.
just making-
Initially.
Okay, perfect.
Well, it's November 29, 2021. And I think...
So this is a live broadcast that I do, November 29th, 2021, where I replay for everybody to hear the live broadcast that you said about me. Isn't that correct?
I don't know. I've never listened to the sex panel.
You've never listened to the sex panel that you were on?
No, it's very traumatic for me. This is going to be the first time I've ever heard it.
This is very traumatic for you?
All right, let's,
Yes.
Okay, just...
Everybody knows Lana was set up. But who was Lana set up by?
Gives a shit about her to set her up. Like,
Exactly, Natasha. Who gives a shit about me to set me up? Natasha, you bring up a great point. So, well, let's find out who gives a shit about me.
Seriously, bitch, you set yourself up. You set yourself up. And now you're trying to get out from under it.
No, that ain't gonna happen.
Okay. After the sex panel, Natasha Cooper made 30 straight days of videos about you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
About your vagina?
Including my vagina, yep.
Okay.
This is like the freaking Wizard of Oz. That damn house has landed on you. Your feet's under here doing this.
Stop it.
What did Lana make 30 straight videos about you in your vagina?
Not straight, but yes.
Okay. Miss Jade, after the sex panel, the day after, you didn't want to go on another broadcast. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Natasha Cooper made 30 straight days of videos about your vagina and yourself. Is that correct?
Asked and answered.
So that's correct? Miss Oriani and you spoke those 30 days, and Miss Oriani had your back, did she not?
I spoke to you after.
Did
and
Miss
we
Oriani
initially-
have your back? Yes or no?
I don't know what you mean by had my
Did she
back.
support that you were not involved in this sex scandal and that you were actually lied to? Because that's what you told her.
So it's not as black and white as that. There was a period of time where you said you did, and then there was another period of time where you completely flipped. So it's not a straight yes or no answer.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Maybe that's the soul that Elaine's talking to.
So this is the live sex panel, though, correct? Here we go.
I don't know. I'm just saying. This is some mess right here. And I'm going to tell y'all, I had no idea the depths of this when I went live to say why I didn't go and do this.
Exactly, Natasha Cooper. You didn't know the depths of this because everybody uses you. Wow!
And that's me commentating on this, correct?
That sounds
Yep.
like you.
Yes, they do. Everybody uses you, Natasha Cooper.
So isn't it true that you use Natasha Cooper's platform of thousands and thousands of people to push your narrative that Lana Oriani was a sexual predator?
That is absolutely not true.
Okay, here we go.
Because you don't check receipts. You go with anything, just like I did a couple episodes ago about, thanks to Delaney bringing it, the goods on a platter for me, about the NK Amp channel. We'll get to that, though. You get used. But who, what, where, why, when, how? Why?
In a part of her channel. I had no idea that when I said, if anybody else is out there,
Yeah, woo.
come forward. I had no idea that I was going to be talking to 16 people.
Woo! Woohoo! You talked to 16 people? You talked to 16 people? So in the courtroom, when we get to ask this question to you, Ms. Cooper, it says here that you talked to 16 people. Who were they? Who messaged you? Alts? Were they alts?
What is an alt account?
An alternative account.
What does that mean?
An account other than your main one.
So it belongs to somebody?
Somebody has to create the account. It's an alternative account.
Do they say this is my name, or do they make up a name?
It could be both.
Explain how it can be both.
An alternative account can be a backup account. You could have multiple accounts, or it could be an account that you could make anonymously. It's all, both can be true. It depends on what you create it for.
What you use it for. What's your motive behind making it? Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
I mean, if you just had something to say, why wouldn't you just write your whoever as Melissa Jade or Lana Oriani? Why wouldn't you just write somebody as that account? Why would you need to create a fake account? Isn't that what an alt account is? It's a pretending, my name is Mrs. Smith, my name is Mr. Jones, right?
I don't really understand the question you're asking.
My question is what is an alt account? You said it's both. How can an alt account be both your real account and your fake account?
I never said fake account. It's an alternative account.
Well, what does the word alternative mean to you, Miss Jade?
It's an account that's alternate to your main account. Now, if you use that to be anonymous or you use it as a backup,
so people know what your alt account is? Is that what you were saying? People know, like, do you have alt accounts, Miss Jade?
I don't personally have alt accounts, so I don't understand what you're asking.
Well,
I have alt.
That was all I needed you to say. So you don't know what they are.
I have my secondary account. You could consider that an alternative account. Like, I don't understand exactly the question. That
I don't know. Asking. Why do people need alt accounts, Miss Jade? To remain anonymous. Is that correct?
That can be one of the reasons.
What's the others?
I just answered that. You're asking me to answer a question for different people. I can't answer.
No, I'm asking you what you know. What's your personal knowledge of what an alt account means?
An alternative account. It could be used to keep anonymous. It could be used as a backup account. It could be used for I don't know what the list of reasons could be used for.
Okay, thank you.
It's an alternative account.
Okay, thank you. And you just said that you have one, is that correct?
I have my Jade Coven's account. Yeah, my Jaded Coven.
Okay, thank you.
And make that 17.
No. That was
well, Natasha, like I said, I appreciate you letting me come on here and just talk to you guys. Like I said, I've never talked to you before. I'd be happy to speak with you offline. But if there, like I said, anybody else out there, if you're in that situation where you do feel like you're backed into a corner by her, please reach out to Natasha.
Who is Kim Kaufman soliciting for victims to come forward from?
Could you play it again?
Absolutely.
No idea that when I said, if anybody else is out there, come forward. I had no idea that I was going to be talking to 16 people.
Woo! Woohoo! You talked to 16 people? So in the courtroom, when we get to ask this question to you, Ms. Cooper, it says here that you talked to 16 people. Who were they? Who messaged you? Alts? Were they alts?
And make that 17.
No. That was
well, Natasha, like I said, I appreciate you letting me come on here and just talk to you guys. Like I said, I've never talked to you before. I'd be happy to speak with you offline. But if there, like I said, anybody else out there, if you're in that situation where you do feel like you're backed into a corner by her, please reach out to Natasha, to this other Kimberly on here, Melissa probably, I'm sure, and me.
Any of us.
Because it's terrifying, and it's traumatizing, and it can affect your life. And the last thing we need is something really bad to happen, and for someone not to be able to emotionally handle it and do something that they potentially.
How do you think it would affect somebody, Miss Jade, when you would be called a sexual predator?
I can't answer.
That would be speculation, right?
Yes, that would be speculation.
If it happened to you and you were called a sexual predator, Miss Jade, do you know how you would respond? You would try to probably prove them wrong, wouldn't you, Miss Jade? Would you try to prove people wrong if they called you a sexual predator, Miss Jade?
I guess that would depend on my actions.
Come back from, because I've spoken to people that it's so overwhelming and so scary that they could have a night of drinking or being so scared they would do something to stop it themselves. that they couldn't come back from. And that's, you need to realize that's how serious this stuff goes. I mean, I get that it's online and it's social media and there's a certain amount of harassment when it comes to this case, but you guys, this really, really goes deep with people. And
It does.
And I challenge you guys. I mean, I get that when we talk about the Chris Watts case, there's a lot of emotion and there's a lot of, about that, but
Victimizing all of these people. I mean, there are so many things going on right now that are just like,
Can you drop the link for Kim because she got dropped off?
Oh, yeah.
Her energy brings me zen.
yes.
Right there, you said that Kimberly brings you zen. For you to be on this panel, right?
Yeah.
Kimberly brings you zen, right? Okay.
Right.
And you need her to come back on panel.
It's just, it's crazy.
Thank you, Dr. Two Sips. Yeah, and thank you for everyone who is talking about my channel. I appreciate it. You know,
Right there, Miss Jade. Everybody is in live chat, isn't that correct? And you are thanking them for talking about your channel while you are calling Miss Oriani a sexual predator, isn't that correct?
Did you play the part where I?
We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that, Miss Jade. I want you to hear your comments here. If you need me to replay it, I will.
But she's denying that she called you that.
I'm getting to
I
that.
don't
I'm just trying to play it in
recall
sequence.
Again, I have not heard this.
Okay.
So the last time
You haven't heard this. You said
this
it,
was
Miss Jade. It doesn't
over-
matter if you heard it.
it was over. This is 2020, May of 2021. Okay, correct. So you could play it, but you just stated that at the same time that I was calling you I was talking about my channel, right?
No. Yeah, on May 27th, you were on this panel. May 27th. When you were on this panel, you are now thanking people about your channel. And I want you to hear this again out of your own words.
I'm clearly acknowledging whatever
It's
people are
crazy.
saying in the chat.
thank you, Dr. Two Sips. Yeah, and thank you for everyone who is talking about my channel. I appreciate it. You know, that's a no drama zone, and I guess that's what I fear too, is that this is gonna bring the drama. But what? Thank you for everyone who's been supportive. And just because, you know, the other people haven't stepped forward, pray for them too, because trust me when I say they're going through just as much. And it is, you know,
Other people. Melissa, who are the other people? Who are these other people that are going through so much, Melissa? Question number one from Melissa.
if you talked to me 20 minutes ago, I was one of the people who didn't come forward yet, you know, but they're struggling too. And it's seriously like, I've never experienced anything like this in my life. I really haven't, but it's terrifying.
What has Melissa experienced?
And right now, it's all about the backlash. You know, we're all waiting for how is she going to respond? What is she going to do? And, you know,
We're all waiting. We're all waiting. Who in the fuck? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What Melissa Jade is saying here is that we're all waiting. Who is we are all waiting for what Lana is going to do?
how embarrassing is it going to be? Because that's what I'm scared of, and I know that's what another person's scared of.
I think that's what everyone's scared of with her when it comes to that.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you know,
none of us are going anywhere, hon. We're with you all the way through this. We're not going anywhere.
and not people. If you don't,
Wait, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here with you all the way through, Melissa. That's from Kimberly here. Okay. Sounds good, Kimberly. Sounds perfect.
I'm still coming forward publicly. Feel free to reach out still privately to any of us. Because,
Yes.
I mean, not everyone is built or suited to go public with this kind of stuff. But that doesn't mean you don't have to. It's not for most people, and I don't honestly recommend it, to be honest.
On the screen here, at this point, when I told this story on November 29, 2021, you were actually in my live broadcast, and on the screen, Melissa Jade pops up, and it says, the story Ludovica told was insane regarding the backlash. Can you explain what that means? You remember how do I get on your guys' Wi-Fi?
It's AT&T Wi-Fi.
Okay, just making sure. All right, I think this will pick up.
Okay, so for purposes of record, we are now back on the record. Where we left off, you were talking about the panel, about whether Ms. Calderon had called you, actually used the term sexual predator. She denied that, so you were looking for an audio clip to play.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
Yep, and I went ahead and I'm going to just pull this up from the actual panel she was on. And I'm just trying to disconnect from my Wi-Fi to get onto your guys' Wi-Fi. And you said it was just the AT&T, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. As that is loading up, I should have taken this with me, actually. All right, it says that I'm connected. And now, are you going to need to, is it okay just to hear it? Do you need to see it?
Hear it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. You can just play the audio.
Okay.
That's what's
Handed
important.
down a guilty.
Okay, here we go. This is straight from, for the record purpose, my YouTube channel, what I did is I did a mock trial of Melissa Jade, and I played it so that we could hear her whole clips straight from the panel that she was on May 27th, because I actually, me and Melissa Jade talked again and were...
Okay, well, hold on.
Should I use that for my testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Why don't you just
Just play it?
Okay.
Okay.
Tell her what you're playing.
Okay.
Is this the original?
Yeah, it's straight from the original, yes.
It's playing on your channel? Can I have a copy of this, please? Is this...
Sure, absolutely.
Ooh,
You've actually seen it.
Play it though, okay?
Yeah, I'm good. That's what I'm going to.
Okay.
All right. Come on. I'm almost there. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the original. There we go.
Testing.
Sorry. There we go. Okay.
Welcome.
Going to come back from, and that's people need to realize that's how serious this stuff goes.
I'm going to put it right when she gets on panel. Okay. All right. And this is just for the purposes of the record. This is a live video, and it's at the 7-minute and 17-second mark, and it begins then.
You guys want to know the truth behind the sex scandal panel? The truth is that this was
Never talked or spoken about anything that's ever been said about me by any channel, anywhere, ever. I don't engage in behavior like this. I don't talk bad about people. I don't swear on my channel.
Okay, Miss Jade, whose voice is that?
Can you play it again?
Absolutely.
I mean, so please, I hope people do take this seriously. And then I know that there's a lot of people that have been
Kaufman, I believe.
I'm sorry?
Kim Kaufman, I believe.
Kim Kaufman. Okay, so when you took the sex panel, there was Natasha Cooper was on panel, Kimberly was on panel, and Kim Kaufman was on panel. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, and then you came up on panel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the voice that we're hearing right now is Kim Kaufman's. Isn't that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, Melissa, I take you for your word. I don't think that you're doing this for just a view, or I don't think this is.
No, if anybody knows me, they know I am very much against the drama.
This had nothing to do with that. And as far as her saying that this is a setup and all that bullshit, like I said, she ain't relevant enough for somebody to set her ass up. I mean, come on.
all right. There's your first part. Natasha Cooper. She ain't relevant enough for anybody to set her ass up.
And then who was that speaking?
I actually do not know.
Natasha Cooper was sitting in a chair saying, I was not relevant enough to set up. Wasn't it?
That was Natasha. I didn't know the second part. Yeah, Natasha Cooper.
Just making
initially.
Okay, perfect.
Well, it's November 29, 2021. And I think
so this is a live broadcast that I do November 29, 2021. Where I replay for everybody to hear the live broadcast that you said about me. Isn't that correct?
I don't know. I've never listened to the sex panel.
You've never listened to the sex panel that you were on?
No, it's very traumatic for me. This is going to be the first time I've ever heard it.
This is very traumatic for you?
All right, let's.
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody knows Lana was set up. But who was Lana set up by?
Gives a shit about her to set her up. Like,
exactly, Natasha. Who gives a shit about me to set me up? Natasha, you bring up a great point. So, well, let's find out who gives a shit about me.
seriously, bitch, you set yourself up. You set yourself up. And now you're trying to get out from under it.
No, that ain't gonna happen.
Okay. After the sex panel, Natasha Cooper made 30 straight days of videos about you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
About your vagina?
Including my vagina, yep.
Okay.
This is like the freaking Wizard of Oz. That damn house has landed on you. Your feet's under here doing this.
Stop it.
What did Lana make 30 straight videos about you in your vagina?
Not straight, but yes.
Okay. Miss Jade, after the sex panel, the day after, you didn't want to go on another broadcast. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Natasha Cooper made 30 straight days of videos about your vagina and yourself. Is that correct?
Asked and answered.
So that's correct? Miss Oriani and you spoke those 30 days, and Miss Oriani had your back, did she not?
I spoke to you after.
Did
and
Miss
we
Oriani
initially-
have your back? Yes or no?
I don't know what you mean by had my
Did she
back.
support that you were not involved in this sex scandal and that you were actually lied to? Because that's what you told her.
So it's not as black and white as that. There was a period of time where you said you did, and then there was another period of time where you completely flipped. So it's not a straight yes or no answer.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Maybe that's the soul that Elaine's talking to.
So this is the live sex panel, though, we're correct? Here we go.
I don't know. I'm just saying. This is some mess right here. And I'm going to tell y'all, I had no idea the depths of this when I went live to say why I didn't go and do this.
Exactly, Natasha Cooper. You didn't know the depths of this because everybody uses you. Wow!
And that's me commentating on this, correct?
That sounds like you.
Yes, they do. Everybody uses you, Natasha Cooper.
So isn't it true that you use Natasha Cooper's platform of thousands and thousands of people to push your narrative that Lana Oriani was a sexual predator?
That is absolutely not true.
Okay, here we go.
Because you don't check receipts. You go with anything, just like I did a couple episodes ago about, thanks to Delaney bringing it, the goods on a platter for me, about the NK Amp channel. We'll get to that, though. You get used. But who, what, where, why, when, how? Why?
In a part of her channel. I had no idea that when I said, if anybody else is out there,
Yeah, woo.
come forward. I had no idea that I was going to be talking to 16 people.
Woo! Woohoo! You talked to 16 people? So in the courtroom, when we get to ask this question to you, Ms. Cooper, it says here that you talked to 16 people. Who were they? Who messaged you? Alts? Were they alts?
What is an alt account?
An alternative account.
What does that mean?
An account other than your main one.
So it belongs to somebody?
Somebody has to create the account. It's an alternative account.
Do they say this is my name, or do they make up a name?
It could be both.
Explain how it can be both.
An alternative account can be a backup account. You could have multiple accounts, or it could be an account that you could make anonymously. Both can be true. It depends on what you create it for.
What you use it for. What's your motive behind making it? Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
I mean, if you just had something to say, why wouldn't you just write your whoever as Melissa Jade or Lana Oriani? Why wouldn't you just write somebody as that account? Why would you need to create a fake account? Isn't that what an alt account is? It's a pretending, my name is Mrs. Smith, my name is Mr. Jones, right?
I don't really understand the question you're asking.
My question is what is an alt account? You said it's both. How can an alt account be both your real account and your fake account?
I never said fake account. It's an alternative account.
Well, what does the word alternative mean to you, Miss Jade?
It's an account that's alternate to your main account. Now, if you use that to be anonymous or you use it as a backup,
so people know
really
what your
understand what
alt
you're
account
asking.
is? Is that what you're saying? People know, like, do you have alt accounts, Miss Jade?
I don't personally have alt accounts, so I don't understand what you're asking.
Well,
I have alt.
That was all I needed you to say. So you don't know what they are.
I have my secondary account. You could consider that an alternative account. Like, I don't understand exactly the question that
I don't
you're
know.
asking.
Why do people need alt accounts, Miss Jade? To remain anonymous. Is that correct?
That can be one of the reasons.
What's
yes.
the others?
I just answered that. You're asking me to answer a question for different people. I can't answer.
I'm asking you what you know. What's your personal knowledge of what an alt account means?
An alternative account. It could be used to keep anonymous. It could be used as a backup account. It could be used for I don't know what the list of reasons could be used for.
Okay, thank you.
It's an alternative account.
Okay, thank you. And you just said that you have one, is that correct?
I have my Jade Coven's account. Yeah, my Jade Coven.
Okay, thank you.
And make that 17.
That was
Well, Natasha, like I said, I appreciate you letting me come on here and just talk to you guys. Like I said, I've never talked to you before. I'd be happy to speak with you offline. But if there, like I said, anybody else out there, if you're in that situation where you do feel like you're backed into a corner by her, please, please, please reach out to Natasha.
Who is Kim Kaufman soliciting for victims to come forward from?
Could you play it again?
Absolutely.
No idea that when I said, if anybody else is out there,
Yeah, woo.
come forward. I had no idea that I was going to be talking to 16 people.
Woo! Woohoo! You talked to 16 people? You talked to 16 people? So in the courtroom, when we get to ask this question to you, Ms. Cooper, it says here that you talked to 16 people. Who were they? Who messaged you? Alts? Were they alts?
And make that 17.
No. That was
Well, Natasha, like I said, I appreciate you letting me come on here and just talk to you guys. Like I said, I've never talked to you before. I'd be happy to speak with you offline. But if there, like I said, anybody else out there, if you're in that situation where you do feel like you're backed into a corner by her, please, please, please reach out to Natasha, to this other Kimberly on here, Melissa probably, I'm sure, and me.
Any of us.
Because it's terrifying and it's traumatizing and it can affect your life. And the last thing we need is something really bad to happen and for someone not to be able to emotionally handle it and do something that they potentially.
How do you think it would affect somebody, Miss Jade, when you would be called a sexual predator?
I can't answer.
That would be speculation, right?
Yes, that would be
If it happened to you and you were called a sexual predator, Miss Jade, do you know how you would respond? You would try to probably prove them wrong, wouldn't you, Miss Jade? Would you try to prove people wrong if they called you a sexual predator, Miss Jade?
I guess that would depend on my actions.
Come back from, because I've spoken to people that it's so overwhelming and so scary that they could have a night of drinking or being so scared they would do something to stop it themselves that they couldn't come back from. And you need to realize that's how serious this stuff goes. I mean, I get that it's online and it's social media and there's a certain amount of harassment when it comes to this case, but you guys, this really, really goes deep with people. and
It does.
And I challenge you guys. I mean, I get that when we talk about the Chris Watts case, there's a lot of emotion and there's a lot of about that, but
Victimizing all of these people. I mean, there are so many things going on right now that are just like,
Can you drop the link for Kim because she got dropped off?
Oh, yeah.
Her energy brings me zen.
yes.
Right there, you said that Kimberly brings you zen. For you to be on this panel, right?
Yeah.
Kimberly brings you zen, right? Okay.
Right.
And you need her to come back on panel.
It's just, it's crazy.
Thank you, Dr. Two Sips. Yeah, and thank you for everyone who is talking about my channel. I appreciate it. You know,
Right there, Miss Jade. Everybody is in live chat, isn't that correct? And you are thanking them for talking about your channel while you are calling Miss Oriani a sexual predator, isn't that correct?
Did you play the part where I?
We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that, Miss Jade. I want you to hear your comments here. If you need me to replay it, I will.
But she's denying that she called you that.
I'm getting to
I
that.
don't
I'm just trying to play in
recall it.
sequence.
Again, I have not heard this.
Okay.
So the last time
You haven't heard this. You said
this
it,
was
Miss Jade. It doesn't
over-
matter if you heard it.
it was over. This is 2020, May of 2021. Okay, correct. So you could play it, but you just stated that at the same time that I was calling you I was talking about my channel, right?
No. Yeah, on May 27th, you were on this panel. May 27th. When you were on this panel, you are now thanking people about your channel. And I want you to hear this again out of your own words.
I'm clearly acknowledging whatever
It's
people are
crazy.
saying in the chat.
thank you, Dr. Two Sips. Yeah, and thank you for everyone who is talking about my channel. I appreciate it. You know, that's a no drama zone, and I guess that's what I fear too, is that this is gonna bring the drama. But
What?
thank you for everyone who's been supportive. And just because, you know, the other people haven't stepped forward, pray for them too, because trust me when I say they're going through just as much, and it is, you know,
Other people. Melissa, who are the other people? Who are these other people that are going through so much, Melissa? Question number one from Melissa.
if you talked to me 20 minutes ago, I was one of the people who didn't come forward yet, you know, but they're struggling too, and it's seriously, like, I've never experienced anything like this in my life. I really haven't, but it's terrifying.
What has Melissa experienced?
And right now, it's all about the backlash. You know, we're all waiting for how is she going to respond? What is she going to do? And, you know,
We're all waiting. We're all waiting. Who in the fuck? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What Melissa Jade's saying here is that we're all waiting. Who is we are all waiting for what Lana is going to do?
how embarrassing is it going to be? Because that's what I'm scared of, and I know that's what another person's scared of.
And that's what everyone's scared of with her when it comes to that.
Yeah.
And
Well,
none of us are going anywhere, hon. We're with you all the way through this. We're not
I
going
ain't
anywhere.
scared.
And not people, if you don't look,
Wait, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here with you all the way through, Melissa. That's from Kimberly here. Okay. Sounds good, Kimberly. Sounds perfect.
comfortable coming forward publicly, feel free to reach out still privately to any of us. Because,
Yes.
I mean, not everyone is built or suited to go public with this kind of stuff, but that doesn't mean you don't have to. It's not for most people, and I don't honestly recommend it, to be honest.
On the screen here, at this point, when I told this story on November 29th, 2021, you were actually in my live broadcast, and on the screen, Melissa Jade pops up, and it says, the story Ludovica told was insane regarding the backlash. Can you explain what that means?
At Ludovica Bibiani 9426.
Okay, and did you submit that into evidence?
Not that screenshot.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. All right, now, so you knew about this and that it was uploaded to YouTube prior to May 27th? Isn't that correct? You knew about this account?
No.
Well, you just said you had it on May 26th. Where did it come from?
I heard. What do you mean, where did it come from? Ludovica recorded your call with her.
Ma'am, what I just asked you, let me rephrase this in case you are unaware of the question. What I just asked you, which is, where was this posted? And you said it was uploaded by Ludovica Bibiani on her @Ludovica946 account.
Maybe she
On May
created the account
26th,
on the
which would be
26th.
Wednesday.
The account was created on Wednesday. Maybe she created just the account on Wednesday and she didn't post the video till the next day. I know I heard the call on the day before the sex panel though.
100% you did, ma'am. You did. You heard it on Wednesday because that's when the call was recorded before Miss Oriani went to her doctor's appointment. Isn't that correct?
I don't know when you went to the doctor's appointment.
I'm
but
asking you.
That Lud account is created on the 26th.
Thank you. Thank you. So Ludovica Bibiani created a YouTube channel on May 26, 2021. Isn't that correct?
That's what the create date shows.
Thank you. That's all I need you to say. Thank you. It has nothing to do with you. You didn't create the account. Now, are you telling us here today that on May 26th and 27th, well, you had a phone call with Ludovica Bibiani on 26th, right?
I didn't have a phone call with her. I had a phone call with Natasha. It was played for me.
You weren't on a three-way phone call with Ludovica Bibiani on the 26th.
I was on a phone call with Natasha, and Natasha was on a phone call with Lud. You know this already, but
Miss,
I was on a phone call with Natasha.
And you were
was on a phone call
included?
with Lud.
I'm sorry, what was
And
it? You said
Natasha had 2 devices, and she had it playing for me.
you used
From
2
one
devices,
phone.
isn't that correct?
I didn't. Natasha did.
Natasha used 2 devices.
Yes.
Okay, so she was on a phone call with you, and then she called Ludovica Bibiani, who is unmasked Chris Watt's source.
I don't
She
know
doesn't
if
know
she's.
that.
Okay. But Lindsay, okay, perfect. Now, you were privy, so she played a phone call. Where do you live?
You asked me this in the beginning.
New York, isn't that correct? New York? Okay. Is it a one-party state?
It's a 2-part. No, it's a 1-party state.
Are you sure
And I
about
didn't
that?
record it.
Is
Yes,
Florida
I
a
didn't
one-party
record
state
it.
as well?
I don't know, and I
Okay,
didn't
I'm just
record it.
curious. We'll get to that. At the end of the day, you were privy to this phone call that y'all had together on Wednesday the 26th prior to going live on this broadcast. Isn't that correct? Were you guys conspired?
I didn't conspire.
Okay.
Repeat the question, though.
You had this conversation on the 26th before you went live on the 27th.
The call was played for me prior to the sex panel, yes.
And what you told Miss Oriani is, oh my God, I was told that all of these things were happening to all these women, and I just thought I'd just jump in line with them. I was totally set up.
All right, Miss Oriani.
Isn't that what you said to Miss Oriani?
Hold on. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, you're right. You're right. I apologize. I like to strike my own question. Miss Jade.
We're not getting anywhere.
Well,
because
we're
I
about
think you're
to.
using this. We're not on your YouTube show, okay? This isn't your moment to put her on the hot seat. I'm just trying to gather facts, okay?
Well, hopefully you're paying attention to the timeline, because it's just laying out for us that what the motives were and who people knew each other and why Miss Oriani is.
Paying attention.
Thank you.
But we haven't moved much past May of 2021.
Well, because we jumped right from May of 2027 to right into 2023.
Okay.
Okay. So we're just laying this to show the people that were involved. Then I go and show that me and you had communication because you apologized to Miss Oriani, did you not? For coming on this panel.
Yeah.
And what was the date of that conversation?
June 1st, isn't that correct?
2021?
That sounds right. I don't know
2021.
the exact-
Miss Jade apologized and she said, I had been set up. This is not okay. Miss Cooper set me, Allie, all of us up. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah.
Yes. Okay. And so on June 1st, you said, I am so sorry. I was set up, blah, 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 blah. And Miss Oriani said, I accept your apology. I want to get to the bottom of who was behind setting me up for this sex panel. Isn't that correct?
Something like that, yes.
And I said, please, will you please be part of helping us figure out who did this to us, because there is no place for people to be called horribly wrong titles, things, all of those things. Like, this should not take place.
Yeah.
Would you agree that what Miss Cooper did on this panel was wrong?
I
asked you,
She's trying to formulate a response. Let her answer, please. Go ahead.
I'm not going to speak for anybody but myself, and although everything I stated on that panel was 100% fact, I still wish I did not get on that panel, but everything I stated on that panel was truthful.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Now I have to go back to the panel, Your Honor, because now she is saying that she didn't remember it before because she had not listened to it, and now she is saying that everything that she said on this panel was fact.
I don't have to remember it to know I was being honest. I know I told the truth.
Okay, perfect. Then we're going to play it.
Okay, but this case is not about whether
this is
she
getting good.
said untruths to you then, okay? You've laid the foundation that she participated in a panel.
Okay, well, I need to fast forward to where she says how many victims I have and what happened. So let me fast forward.
What does this have to do with stalking and menacing?
Yeah, it's
now?
about to, because you're menacing and stalking me, because you just admitted that you were on a conversation with somebody that recorded a conversation with me, Miss Jade.
I can't control that a call was played to me on a phone call in 2021.
Okay.
How does that's not me stalking and menacing you in 2023.
Well, we're gonna get there, Miss Jade. We're laying the foundation as to why you have motive, Miss Jade, because you don't want to see criminal charges be pressed against you, Miss Jade. Okay. Here we go. So now we're gonna go to these exhibits. If you guys can turn to exhibit number 1. As you guys know, this video was produced on November 29, 2021, which would be literally the month going into when Valicia Berry and Father Snuffle started a YouTube channel. Isn't that correct, Miss Jade?
Wait, repeat the question. Wait, are you referring to an exhibit right now?
I'm asking you about dates, yep, and it's exhibit number 1.
Which page?
Page 1.
Oh, okay, the very first page. Of
Yep. So that was you. I'm sorry, it's page 2. My apologies. Page 2.
Page 2 of exhibit 1.
Yep, page 2. So I was referencing the date on this broadcast, which was November 29th. You came in here and you were still spraying your Natasha set us up. Now, here we go. What happened on January 17th, 2022, Miss Jade, Miss Caldrone? What happened? Do you recall?
Is this the exhibit that starts with Andrea is cool?
This is the exhibit that starts with Melissa Caldrone email, page 1. Page 2 is Andrea is cool. But you have to read from the bottom up on these downloaded versions from Dell.
I have the message of her saying you hacked her and stuff.
Wait, did I hack her?
No, she's just reading
That's
the
the
bottom
bottom
of page
message.
2. That's
Oh,
what it
yeah.
says.
So you have to read up. Yes, Miss Jade, that's correct. Thank you.
All right, so I'm here. So what's the question?
Okay, so thank you. So on January 17th, 2022, what happened on that day, if you can recall?
I don't know. These are from January 19th.
No, I'm asking you if you can recall from your memory.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Did you witness Miss Oriani's house being knocked on the door?
I didn't witness that live stream happen in real
Okay,
time.
so Mr. Father Snuffles, James Angelo Rosakis, was not on your channel on January 17th, 2022.
That's not what you asked me.
You said you did not recall Miss Oriani being approached on that day on a live broadcast. So I said, okay, do you recall that you had James Angelo on your panel on January 17th, 2022?
I may have, I don't recall.
Okay, perfect. Did James Angelo on your channel on January 17th, 2022 tell the world that he had the audio recording of the process server?
Are you referring to him being in my chat?
I am referring
Comments?
to the question.
I need to know. are these comments in the
His
chat?
YouTube channel?
James Angelo Rosakis was on your channel and in your live chat.
In the chat, making comments.
Correct. And then you had him on your live panel.
I had him on my okay, so this is January 17th?
2022. Make sure that you ask the people in your ear.
Your Honor, objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Miss Jade, do you recall
Just
this?
for purposes of the record, I have no evidence before me that she isn't doing anything but trying to look at the exhibits and answer your questions.
Thank you.
okay?
Do you recall that? If not, it's okay.
I don't recall that,
Okay,
but I was
perfect.
also trying to get clarification.
Okay. So we don't recall that. Perfect. Moving on. Now, you were introduced to a three-way chat on January 29th, 2022, where Felicia and Andrea Powers and you were brought together into a three-way chat. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if that's the exact date, but yes, that's probably
Okay,
right.
well, it says it right here, January 19th.
Then yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, now, here we go. Here is our relevant material. So, you write on page 3, January 19th, yeah, Lana told me that you had access to her account at one point, and you took down all her videos and even have access during the sex panel or something. Do you see that on page 3?
I do.
Okay, that was Andrea Powers writing to you on January 19th, 2022, correct?
No, that was me. That was my comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, you writing that to Andrea Powers, that's correct, yes. On that date, correct?
Well, it was me writing in the group chat
Okay, to Andrea Powers?
to Andrea or Lala. Like, it's a three-way chat.
Okay,
So not specifically one, you know.
okay, so who are you writing that to?
I'm saying it's not like just to Andrea. It's to Andrea and Lala. It's a three-way chat.
Yeah, but who were you directing? Did you think Lala had Lana's chat?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Okay, yes, it was to Andrea like that.
Yes. Okay, exactly. Perfect. And isn't it true that Miss Oriani provided you with a bunch of information in 2021 that showed that Andrea Powers, in fact, was trolling you and Miss Oriani, and she wanted to provide you that information?
Yes.
And she gave you that information after you apologized to her.
Yes.
And she said, oh my gosh, here you go. Look at this. These are the people that have been after me. Here you go. They're after you as well.
Yeah, that's actually why this chat was created, because Andrea wanted to apologize to me.
So this chat was created because Andrea wanted to apologize to you?
Yeah.
She couldn't just message you on her own? Okay. Now, moving on. So, after Miss Oriani gave you those messages, and you guys are having, because you have to work upwards, she said, Andrea Power said, she's sick. I have you tagged in the video. I can remove it if I'm about to make it public. Do you see that on page 3?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So you see that, okay. Then, on page 4, you say, you can leave me tagged. It'll help the algorithm. Do you see that, Miss Jade?
Hold on one second. Are we moving up?
Yeah, you gotta look, yeah, upwards. Like down and then up. So go all the way to the bottom of page 4.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. So can you explain to the judge here what algorithm means in your opinion?
Algorithm is like when you go onto YouTube and the recommended feed that will come up for viewers. So if
if you were to write Melissa Jade and I was atting it with the at, like the at symbol or the hashtag symbol, and you were to write in the search bar Melissa Jade, it's going to reference anything that's hashtagged or at Melissa Jade, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct.
And now the courts have deemed that when you use the at symbol, it is contact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So here, January 19th, you were in a 3-way chat with Felicia Berry, who is well on her way to a PPO. You can leave me tagged. It'll help with the algorithm. Okay, it's going up. It's published. You say, awesome. You are so ecstatic, aren't you, Miss Jade?
I said awesome.
Okay, so what does the word awesome mean to you? Pumped? Woo! Okay.
The response, Lana.
And then Felicia says, I am sharing it. Okay? Right there. Now, moving on to page... you referenced the sex panel, correct? So you know what the sex panel is at that time as well. Isn't that correct?
I've always known what the sex panel is.
You reference it on page 3. You said, even you had access during the sex panel or something. You're referencing the sex panel, correct? So a whole year later, you're referencing the sex panel still, right?
Oh, right, because there are lives constantly being made about it.
Yeah, because Miss Oriani's trying to clear her name, isn't she? About having victims, Miss Jade. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, page 5. It says, I'm at the bottom of the page, Felicia Berry says, I'm going to make my video for your approval. I need a clean copy. Send it to me in Messenger. Okay. Maybe, if you're comfortable, you can give me a short and sweet synopsis of how you are involved with Lana. I don't need you to explain anything to me, but it may help me understand a bit better with everything that has gone on, right? You don't need to also, like you're like, oh God, I'm not trying to be too pushy, right? Okay. Now, this is about Andrea Powers apologizing to you. I have yet to see an apology, Miss Jade, in this messages. Have you?
Well, the apology was already done, and then it was already...
So the apology was done before the 3-way?
Communication was established, and it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
I think it does. So communication was
really
established before the 3-way. Thank you.
No. Okay.
That's what you just said. We'll move on, though. Now, I would like you to go to page 7. Okay? You say, I'm sorry, page 6. Andrea Powers asks you, did I do this right at Melissa Jade? And you say, okay, not really. Yes, that is good, but you also need to ... Go into the description and hashtag names. Hashtag the Denver Post. Hashtag, now go to page 7, fight for a family. That's what you gotta do in the descriptions. Miss Jade, why are you coaching and teaching these trolls how to make videos, algorithm, so that it affects Miss Oriani's life?
Okay, so first of all, that's already an established video, and she already had that there. She came to me privately, and she's like, "Did I do
Unresponsive,
this
Your
right?"
Honor.
As a fellow, I'm answering. As a fellow creator, if I see a mistake, I'm just gonna say, "Well, all right, not really. This is what you got to do," and I simply told her how to fix it. I'm not telling her what to do. It was already there, and I told her how to fix it.
She said, okay, did I do that right? You said, okay, no, not really. LOL, so you know how to effectively mess with people's livelihoods, isn't that correct?
No, I know how to effectively make a YouTube channel and tag. I am a YouTube creator.
Let me ask you this, Ms. What was wrong with the way she done it? She asked, did I do it right? You said no. What had she done wrong?
I'm honestly not sure because this is back in 2022, but if I had to guess, the hashtags probably weren't right to where it wasn't like actually tagging. There's a specific way that you have to do it. So she might not have added the correct way to where it doesn't turn blue or something.
Okay, perfect. So she didn't effectively tag the algorithm so it then could be circulated amongst months of people that were to Google the Denver Post, right? If you were to Google the Denver Post, the more viewed videos get seen, correct? So she didn't effectively hit the algorithm.
I'm not the one tagging you. She's asking for help.
Okay, we'll get to that.
You're not doing it right.
We'll get to that. You mentioned, though, hashtag fight for a family. What is fight for a family, Miss Jade?
As far as I know, the nonprofit you were associated with.
The nonprofit I started in 2021 in March. Isn't that correct? The reason for my channel, isn't that correct? So you were trying to hashtag humiliating
I did not hashtag anything. It was already there, and she asked me if she did.
No, Miss Jade, you said you didn't do it right.
Hold on. She's just taking issue because you said you were trying to hashtag. She's saying she wasn't trying to do that.
No,
okay?
yeah, no, you were trying to have Andrea Powers include these hashtags that were not included.
They were already there, but she didn't do it properly.
Okay,
that's what she was asking.
That's fine. That's fine. That's good enough. You needed to make sure that it was there, right? You're saying it wasn't done properly? You need to go into the description and hashtag names is January 19th. Then you go even as further as to say how to do it, right? Right? You're showing her how to effectively ruin Miss Oriani's livelihood.
No.
Okay. Now moving on. Miss Jade, then please turn to page. Okay, this is in a group chat with Valicia. Okay, then you say on page 8, your video is already making its rounds. Then you say, did you get a tag? Andrea Powers says that to you. You say, I don't get notified when someone hashtags. She said, did you get a tag? Though you say, I don't get notified when someone hashtags. You have to use the @ symbol. Do you see that on page 8, Miss Melissa Jade?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now, LOL, it's a lot that goes into it apparently. Emoji face laughy, so funny. Now, page 9. Aunt Lala says, I'm going to fly to Colorado for the court date. You say, after that, LOL, I was trying to promote it and get more views, laughy face emoji. Right? For plausible deniability that you didn't create it, you're just sharing it, right, Miss Jade?
Can't really deny it if I was sharing it, right?
Well, no, I'm asking you, so you just shared the video, you didn't make it, right? You didn't help make the video and how it would circulate so many views, right? How does it get so many views, Miss Jade? By hashtagging it appropriately. So, because Miss Oriani is that popular that if you use her nonprofit name and you use her name and you use certain names, it's going to then infiltrate Miss Oriani's popularity. Isn't that true, Miss Jade? Yes, thank you. Now, moving on. Now, Valicia says to you on January 21st that she went to the police. I went to the police on page 11. But they didn't want to do shit with my stuff. So I made videos coming at her, meaning Miss Oriani, correct? And fuck a cease and desist. What can I do to help y'all? You see that?
No, give me a second.
Okay, it's page 11.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Okay. Now, right before that on page 10, you say, oh, awesome. Again, you're so ecstatic on page 10 to say, oh, awesome, so you're good with promoting it? I understand she is absolutely vile. You see that on page 10?
Are we at 10 or 11? Hold on. I'm getting confused because it's
I
going up.
wanted to make sure that you saw that, Felicia Berry's telling you that she went to the police. But right before that, this conversation happens, which is, oh, awesome. So you were good with me promoting it. So you were sharing the video. Isn't that correct, Miss Jade?
Hold on 1 second. No idea.
On the YouTube channel that you built off my back on a sexual predator claim.
Excuse me?
I'm asking you a question.
Your Honor, objection, argumentative. You could do without those comments.
That's fine. It's argumentative. That's great.
Well,
Okay.
no, it's not. I'm asking you to stop being argumentative.
I will stop.
Your extraneous comments, all it's proving is you don't like her, okay? That doesn't help me make a decision.
You're absolutely right, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, now moving on to page 12 and 13, okay? You say on page 13, bitch, it's a simply PPO. What does PPO stand for on page 13?
Permanent protection order.
Okay, perfect. So, bitch, it's a simply PPO. You can't expect to weaponize people's health information, sexual videos, accuse people of murder, harass, and not have them protect themselves. And isn't this in reference to Vanessa going and filing a restraining order against Miss Oriani?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Now, Miss Valicia tells you on page 12, if you go back, she says that she is going to contact Jane Fisher, who Miss Oriani contacted, to pay $5,000 to represent her in Colorado. Isn't that true?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
It's on 12.
Yeah, page 12, go from the bottom, and it says, the first time ended so well with the nail emoji.
Be a bitch, what else? Oh my god.
And then you see, she says, to be a bitch, why else?
Right.
Okay,
so
and
what
then
are we
you
looking
say,
at?
oh my god, LOL, Jane Fisher. Do you see that?
Right.
Who's Jane Fisher?
If you tell me, I'll know, but like, I just...
Okay, so do you recall that Jane Fisher was the attorney that Miss Oriani got for Mr. Watts' parents, and that she was the same attorney that Miss Oriani got for her civil PPO, and that you were saying on page 13, bitch, it's a simply PPO, why would you need an attorney like Jane Fisher?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, like why would anybody need an attorney for something like this, right, Miss Jade? It's a simply PPO.
No, not why would you need an attorney? Kind of like, it's a simple PPO and it's simple to follow. All you need to do is stop.
Stop what, Miss
Simple as
Jade?
that.
Stop what?
Everything.
We're
you're
gonna
doing,
get to what you think a PPO is about. So the next page 14 and 15, Valicia shows you guys. Look at, I am on the phone currently with Jane Fisher. Look at that. And you're in the little circle comment over there on page 14. That's your face, and that's Andrea Powers, and that's because you guys are messaging during this call. You see that? That's what happens on those messaging apps. And Valicia is such a smart woman that she took a screenshot while showing your guys' little three-way chat going on at the same time. And that's on page 14. And you, in real time, knew that she is calling my attorney.
Hey, where does it say she's calling your attorney, though? Hold on, wait.
On page 14, it's a huge, big
It looks like a
But where does it
screenshot.
say? Where does it say that it's Jane Fisher though?
Oh,
Like,
oh, Miss, you know what? Can we call the number right now to see if it's Jane Fisher's number?
no,
Okay.
but where in the group is she clarifying?
You can ask her, do you recognize
We
that
will get there.
Hold on, do you recognize that phone number on that screenshot?
I don't off the top, but that's why I'm asking.
Okay,
Like,
so then here we go. Miss says it to you. You say
Okay, that's
business
what I'm
simply PPO. She says, and you said, "Oh my God, Jane Fisher." You call it out that it's Jane Fisher.
but that is there a previous message? Because I wouldn't know the number. That's why I'm asking. Is there another message?
That's what I'm asking you. Were you in another text message with somebody?
No, but you didn't include all the messages. You
No,
cherry-picked these.
ma'am. Please answer the question. Were you in another group message with Felicia Berry? A personal one? No, you weren't.
No, we have a personal message, but we didn't
Thank you.
talk
So you were.
alongside this. Everybody has a private, you know that
Okay.
answer, but we
We'll
weren't
get there.
talking alongside this
All
group
right.
message.
On page 17, Your Honor, the lawyers referred her to someone else. On the bottom of the page, the lawyers referred her to someone else. Stein implode. Next, and the X. And then Melissa says, "Oh wait, what happened? You need to remember that I don't watch her. So tell me Cliff Notes."
Right.
Yeah.
Don't
And
stop
then,
and watch
Felicia says mission accomplished, and Melissa Jade says laughy emoji underneath it.
What
If you don't
page
know
are
what the
you
mission
on?
is, then why are you laughing about it?
What page are you on?
Page 18.
Okay. Lawyers referred her to someone else. Stein and Platt next. Oh, and next. Right. I'm asking what happened. I don't watch you. I don't keep up with you.
Okay, perfect.
I
Then we'll let it-
literally don't watch your channel.
Okay.
And I'm also not accountable for anything that Aunt Lala said or has done. I'm only
Okay, well, we'll
accountable
get
for
to
what
that.
I do.
Miss Jade, we're going to get to what you can and can't say that Miss Jade, or I'm sorry, Miss Valencia, and I would like you to hyphenate, or like, bold what she just said, Your Honor, that she is not responsible for what Miss does, because we're about to get to what
For myself.
made you do. Now, moving on, if we can go to page 19. There is a screenshot, and up top on page 19 it says Felicia and Melissa. Do you see that up to the left, Felicia and Melissa?
On 19?
Yeah, page 19.
It's very tiny at the top.
The one that says, "Oh fuck, let me watch right now."
No.
No, page 19.
There's that,
Oh, the Generosity Network?
Yes. Up there it says Felicia and Melissa. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Your name's Melissa, right? Her name's Felicia.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now, do you see that picture of that beautiful boy right there?
Mm-hmm.
Who is that?
Your son.
My son. Okay, perfect. Do you know what the Generosity Network is?
I believe it's through PayPal, right?
PayPal, correct. PayPal, okay. Now, at anywhere on there, do you see anything about that screenshot that says that this is run through, you see how it says LO, Lana Oriani?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and do you see how it says family support?
Yes.
Okay, and that is in fact for Miss Oriani's $5,000 retainer on Miss Jane Fisher, isn't that correct? That's what it was publicized for, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you see anywhere on here where it says Fight for a Family nonprofit organization?
No, but I also can't see the description. This is just a screenshot of the...
Okay, well, it shows the owner of the account, which is LO, which is Lana Oriani, family support. If it was Fight for a Family, it would have to be from that account, Miss Jade. Isn't that correct?
Correct, but there's
Okay,
also...
so what account set this up, Miss Jade?
That would be
Me,
Lana
personally.
Oriani.
So, Miss Oriani set up an account for, and she said Justice for, isn't that correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
Now, when you apologized to Miss Oriani, and she felt horribly about what had happened because she thought you were a victim of Miss Natasha Cooper, that she said she knew that you had a daughter and Miss Oriani had vouchers to Disney. Did you want to take your daughter to Disney and go to Disney? Isn't that correct? Free paid trip to take your daughter to Disney.
I don't recall.
You don't recall that, Miss Jade? You don't recall the generosity of Miss Oriani for your daughter?
I don't recall the specifics.
I'm asking you if you recall the generosity of Miss Oriani extending an invitation for your daughter to go to Disney free and clear of any payments due to what you went through, Miss Jade.
Asked and answered.
So you don't recall?
I don't recall the specifics.
So you don't recall when people are kind to you, Miss Jade?
This was years ago.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. Did you suffer when you could not have a laptop and you did not have a cell phone? Did DTOS promote your generosity PayPal because you were trying to raise funds for your laptop and phone to be restored and buy new ones?
Objection. Relevance.
Okay,
where
well,
are we going with this?
The relevance is for me to try to show, is her kid important or is her phone important?
Excuse me?
Okay, well, I'm just trying to show what's important in Miss Jade's life.
What the relevance of
The
that
relevancy
would be.
is just like, can we recall what she remembers? Does she have amnesia?
Let's move on. I'm going to sustain.
Okay, that's fine. Moving on. We're going to move on. Now on page 21, Aunt Lala says, I know, I tried to trigger her with my video, though. You see that? I tried to trigger her with my video. So the purpose of what Miss Felicia is doing is trying to trigger Miss Oriani after being served with a temporary protection order. Isn't that correct?
I don't know what the date is that she was served with.
It's right.
protection.
I was served on January 17th. You don't recall that? We just went through that on January 19th. Now, on page 21, Felicia, I know, I am trying to trigger her. Do you see the word trigger, Miss Jade?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So you see trigger. Now, Andrea Powers says the @ symbol. Do you see that? The @ symbol. At Melissa Jade. Do you see that? Okay. We'll go back to page 20,
Yep, I
Miss
see it.
Jade. We'll help you out. We're going to go
Andrea
back to page 20.
tagging me. I see it. I see
Okay.
it.
And now let's go back to page 20. Just maybe you're going to refresh your memory now here. And you say at January 23rd, 2022 at 11:46 a.m., literally all she has to do is stop talking in order for Vanessa to just what? Recant her lies?
No.
You think a simply
Oh, yeah.
PPO is for people to stop talking?
Are you asking a question you want me to answer? Or are you
I would
just
like you to
being
answer what literally all she has to do is stop talking means.
All you have to do is stop talking and harassing people. That's literally all you have to do.
So you don't
It's
believe in
that
the First
simple.
Amendment, Miss Jade?
There's a difference between the First Amendment and literally harassing people.
Well, we'll get to that, Miss Jade. Thank you, though, for
I
clarifying
know,
what it
we're
means.
going to get to everything. We'll
Thank
get
you.
to it. We'll get to it.
All right, here we go. So now on page 21, if she saw any of my videos, she will definitely address the comment I made. If she sees it later, then she will go live again. I, too, will recognize the PPO and dismiss it. Do you see that? Like, it's giving you a blueprint of what is going on and why they are doing it. Do you see that?
If she saw my video, she will definitely address it.
Okay. Now, moving on.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, perfect. So you're getting the blueprint. Thank you. Now, you say to Felicia Berry, now this is very important, so please pay attention. On page 22,
Okay.
I reported I can't donate anything until, or otherwise I will get in trouble by Andrea Powers. Do you see that? I reported it. You see that?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Yes.
And right before that, it says, phase 1 completed, LOL, 2 more to go today. So she took out Jane Fisher from being my attorney.
I don't know what she did.
Well, it said mission accomplished, and you laughy face emoji did. Mission accomplished.
But do you see her explaining the missions in here?
You just already admitted the course you have a private message with her, correct?
No. You're making assumptions there.
Your Honor,
Why didn't you include the full group chat messages? Why'd you cherry pick?
Of strike.
Okay.
Now,
Sure.
I reported I can't donate anything. That's what Andrea Power says. Then you say, I hate unsent messages. Do you see that?
I do hate unsent messages.
I asked if you saw the message. I didn't ask if you hated him. Now, the question was you saw it. Perfect. Now, page 23. Aunt Lala says, I thought about it and I sent it to Andrea because they were in a private message. Then she says, Aunt Lala says, I filled out something for the FBI for child exploiting to online bullying to harassment to revenge porn, like everything, all. Do you see that?
I do see it.
Okay, perfect. And then you say, oh, okay, where is there an electronic tip form?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so you're ready to just gang on and get in on this tip form, aren't you, ma'am?
I never filled anything out.
You didn't? Okay, well, we'll get to that. So then go ahead and turn the page. So either you're lying to your friends, ma'am, or here we go.
No.
She said on page 25, I'm sorry, on page 24, I'll start you off in order. On page 24, Elise, phew, I was afraid Melissa would think I went too far, and I quickly deleted it.
Because I'm the person who doesn't like doing any
Okay,
of that
perfect.
type of
Thank you
stuff,
for saying
right?
that. And you also, so since she shares the link, and then you say on page 25, right here, I don't consider giving a tip going too far, correct?
If it's the truth,
Okay,
then
so
no.
child exploiting. How is Miss Oriani child exploiting?
It wasn't my tip. I don't know what she's reporting.
So you
I'm
don't
not the one
understand-
reporting
so,
it.
Hold on, Miss. So, I was saying that she was reporting Miss Oriani for child exploitation.
That's what that
That
message
was your
says.
understanding of what Felicia Berry was doing.
Right. That's what
Okay.
that message
Okay,
says. She said she
okay.
already
So then
had
when
done
she
it.
says, you then say dragging kids, family, real life shit, I don't want no part of it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay,
I want
perfect.
no part
You
of
want
it.
no part of that. That's your claim,
Correct.
right?
No, that's
perfect.
my words.
Awesome. Thank you for putting that on the record on January 23rd, 2022. You want no part of dragging kids, families, real life shit.
She's answered
I
that.
don't like
That's-
Perfect. I'm just
yeah,
making
so-
sure. Here we go. Then on the 26th, no, I don't do anything like that. Everything I say in lives and on my videos is exactly what I do. Well, except for this one time, what happened was she was being really shitty to you, me, and shit happens. So being the pathetic, petty bitch that I am, and you hearted it, and she showed you nothing but the dick glitter bomb that she sent me.
Wait. Hold
On
on.
page
Cut off.
26.
Where does it continue?
26.
But where does it continue? Because it cut off.
No, that's what she does. She goes ... She's showing you, and then she shows you picture after picture within seconds. You have to read upwards. So after you just say that you don't do petty ass shit, you don't do anything like that, Felicia tells you how petty she was, and you love it. You heart the message.
Where are the pictures? Can you tell me, am I scrolling up to see them or scrolling down to see them?
They're
You're
on
going
page
so
26.
fast.
She's asking you, isn't it true that after you just said you don't like petty shit, that when Felicia goes on to show you pictures of the glitter dick bomb that she sent to Miss Oriani, that you hearted the message? Is that
What
true?
I'm asking is, for me, and you have to understand, my exhibits are not labeled. They are upside down, and I have to
No,
tap
they're not
it.
upside down. They're in order.
Hold on.
They're in reverse. Like they're down to bottom
Okay,
to top.
listen. So on page 26, do you see that where Felicia sent you pictures that Miss Oriani is saying are pictures of a glitter dick bomb? Do you see those pictures?
I see the nah, I don't do anything like that. And then the message, there's the picture above which looks like that. The
Okay.
girl
And Ms.
with getting
Oriani-
confetti.
Thank you. And Ms. Oriani
And then-
is pointing out that you hearted the message.
But those are gifts.
You're hearting the physical words. You're hearting the physical words of her saying, I don't do anything like that. Everything I say in lies, well, except for this one time when happened was you're hearting her telling you how petty she was that she sent my son and me a glitter dick bomb to open around his birthday.
Where are those words I'm saying? Where's the glitter dick bomb words?
Okay.
I'm asking you where.
I'm asking you, the words are, well, except for I was this one time, what happened is she was being a really shitbag to
real
me.
shit to you and shit.
Let me ask you this. Do you even remember why you hearted the message?
No, this is a long time ago, and this was a group chat message. I don't,
You've
but
made
it.
your point.
Yeah, I know I
Ms.
did.
Oriani, you've made your point.
Thank you. So let's move on. So on page 28, is it normal? You were vaping during this event here today. Is there weed in your vape pen?
No.
Okay, I was just curious because Miss Valicia Berry says, I realized on page 28, I took one hit of my pen and I'm high as fuck, so I was just curious.
Miss, you're not under the influence of any substances while you're testifying, are you?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. Now, page 29, we're gonna, I mean, there's nothing relevant other than just to say, like, you're going live to make me squirm, which is gonna go ahead and show that why we're doing something, which is going to the
Not
whole
me.
point of-
I didn't say
Okay,
that.
hold on. That's fair.
Okay.
Because you did say, you're saying that. Did she say that? Who said
Yeah.
that?
Andrea Power
Andrea
says,
said that.
going live this week, I can't wait. Lana is going to squirm. Do you see that?
Andrea said, going live this week, I can't wait. Lana's gonna squirm.
Okay, perfect. So you admit that you saw that, right?
Yes, but you said.
No, I said that that's what was said. I was moving on from the page, but it actually is relevant, so I'm going to go ahead and point it out. So then to show here, Andrea Powers on page 30 shows a screenshot of her talking to Unmasked, a true crime syndicate. Isn't that correct? Right there in your guys' screenshots.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. Yes, I see that.
Okay, but she's showing you that she's in contact. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what the purpose was, right?
Purpose of what?
Okay, because on page 31, have you spoke to Vanessa?
Yeah, okay, I see it.
Okay, so you say, have you spoke to Vanessa? Who engaged the ask about Vanessa? What's the date on there? January what? 24th, right?
For the have you spoke to Vanessa? Yeah, January 24th.
Okay, perfect. So then the Unmasked, the True Crime Syndicate, she showed you that screenshot, and Andrea Powers added you at the symbol to show you that she did that, right? That she had contacted Vanessa. You asked her a question. Have you spoken to Vanessa? Did you not?
Have you spoke to Vanessa? Then she responded and showed
you
me.
were trying to get
that,
her in contact with Vanessa Walsh. Is that not correct?
Clearly, yeah, there was something that had happened that I had asked
I'm
Andrea.
asking you,
Hey, have you
if
spoken to
can
Vanessa?
recall.
Yes.
She's trying to answer.
Well, okay.
She said something had happened. Go
Okay,
on.
perfect. So then here we go. Moving on. Now, you remember the sex panel, who KK is, right? She was on the sex panel. And KK claimed to have a sexual relationship with me, but I've never met her. Is that correct?
I don't know if you guys ever met or
Did
what,
she
but
claim to
yes.
have a sexual relationship with me?
Not physically, but
Thank you.
you guys, yes.
So another Melissa Jade. Isn't that correct?
Again, objection,
Sexting.
argumentative.
All right, let's move on. Ask another question.
How many
I'll
times?
sustain.
Mm-hmm.
How many times? Are
Now
we
on page 33, you say, I am ready for this clappy emoji. Then you say, can you send me the link? She sends you the link. She said, Please like and share. I need 25 more community posts. Do you see that, Miss Jade?
I need 25 more for a community post.
Yeah, do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And you said, oh, damn, I'll bounce between both. And then you say, well, then Andrea Power says, at Melissa, KK is coming too.
Okay.
To the live, that back on the page where she says, going live this week, I can't wait. Lana is going to squirm. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So just like the sex panel, when you were on and KK was on, right? Now KK's coming back through, isn't it true?
I wasn't going on this panel.
That's not what I asked, Miss Jade. I asked you.
It said just like the sex panel.
It says, right, was KK on the sex panel?
Yes.
And the purpose that Miss Andrea Powers says that she's going live is to make Lana squirm. Is that not what she said?
The purpose of the sex panel was not.
No, I asked you right here on January 24th, what was Andrea Powers' language to you? The purpose. Motive. Squirm. Moving on. She asked for the link so that you could do what? You say, oh shit. Right? Like you excited, right? Now, Andrea Powers shares with you on page 34 that she is in contact with none other than Ludovica Bibiani, who accused you of lying and being the culprit of this setup, right? And vice versa, correct? Of the sex panel.
Mm-hmm.
So what is your actual question?
So my question is do you see that Andrea Powers shares with you that she's in contact with Ludovica Bibiani on page 34?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, were you not like, why are you talking to this person?
I didn't.
Okay.
Not really my business, you know.
Okay. So, okay. Next here, right here on page 25, I was looking for it earlier. I'm sorry, on page 35. Sorry, I'm delayed. Page 35, you say at the top, I think it went very well. Good job, clappy emoji. Need a part 2 for more KK and Lana messages, LOL. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, that's what I was trying to impeach you with back, and I said we'll get
I
to it.
understand now.
So I just wanted to point that out for the judge.
Now I understand.
Okay, perfect. So there you go. You were clappy emoji. You wanted more KK Lana messages, right? To what? Try to humiliate Miss Oriani, isn't that correct?
No.
Well, then what was it for?
Lana, you go live all of the time. When people finally get a chance to defend themselves, it's a good day. It's a good day.
I thought you don't watch Miss Oriani, Miss Jade. So how do you know that she goes live often?
You tag me, and I've submitted it. We'll see it. We'll see it. I don't ever watch you because I've tried to cut you off, and here I am.
Your Honor,
almost
based on
3 years
her
later.
admissions here of saying that she never watches me, is this grounds to have her media now searched and see if she actually watches me? Okay, I'm just curious. Thank you.
You'd be
Now,
disappointed even if it was.
Moving on. Now you can wonder why I wanted it. I'm glad this is funny to you, Miss Jade. Just like it was funny to
Because you really
Miss
think you're gonna fire
Valisha
me?
Berry.
Knock it off. You two, don't start arguing back and forth. Just stick to
Now,
question
on page
and answer.
36, Miss Valisha says, any opportunity I have to talk shit to Lana, it's a great moment. And then you say, you did very good. Isn't that right? On page 36?
Yeah, hold on.
And this is January 25th. I mean, Jesus, how often did y'all talk?
A year ago, yeah.
Lana must consume the fuck out of
A year
y'all.
ago. Any opportunity I have to talk shit to Lana, it's a great moment.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Oriani, It's okay to use swear words if you're quoting something.
You're
but
right.
you don't-
I do apologize. That was uncalled for.
All right.
I apologize. No disrespect to you, Magistrate Griffin. I do appreciate your time. Moving on to page 39. Validity makes it known finally on January 26th. Fuck in quotes, not mod chat. LOL. You see that?
What page?
39, please.
What's the message?
At the bottom of 39, it says, in quotes, fuck, not mod chat, LOL. So she makes you aware of mod chat, isn't that correct?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, no problem. Miss,
Yes.
while you're
I
looking
see
for
it.
that, isn't it all possible that you were misled by Miss Vanessa, Mr. James, at any point in time in your relationship, that you're like re-looking at this to say to yourself, wow, that I was
Starting
lied
what?
to. That I was totally lied to. I mean, Miss, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you an opportunity here to see, like, holy crap, you keep talking about hearsay. You keep talking about all these people saying all these things. Do you think at any point in time that you were misled by the people that you possibly believed in?
In regards to you,
Correct.
if I eliminate every interaction and relationship I had with them and I base my judgments off of you solely off of your actions alone,
Correct.
everything would still remain the same.
Then we're going to continue, Your Honor. I would like the
This is
record
a
to reflect
fishing
that I am
expedition?
trying to...
Hold on. What?
You are using this as a fishing expedition for your criminal charges against you with James.
Listen, what is your point? That if she was willing to admit that maybe she was lied to
I
about
was
you,
going to
then
say-
then you would just stop this case?
Absolutely. If she could come to the conclusion that
wants me to
her
hand over
actions
information.
were based off of...
Well, this is
Negligence.
the thing. Do you believe that that could be the case?
I'm asking her to be... what the thing about me, Your Honor, is I don't play the lawyer game. I give people the opportunity. I could sit here and keep roasting Miss Jade, okay? I am giving Miss Jade, who I believe is a single parent, I am giving her the same grace that I would want somebody to give me, Your Honor. And I am simply asking, we can continue on this, and what it's going to lead to is her... Literally, she participated here in 2013 with knowing once Validity, she knew that you, Your
I
Honor...
know, and that's what I'm hoping we get to.
I'm
whatever she's
trying.
doing.
I am
know.
trying.
Oh, I don't. Honestly, I've given you plenty of time.
I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. Your Honor, but you know, it's... Somebody says, Lana gets the point. This is every single day of my
No,
life.
but you're picking apart things that somebody said about you that you don't like.
No, it's not about things I don't like.
Over
It's about reporting to the
2 years
FBI.
ago, and they may all be full of lies, but I'm trying to get to what she's doing now that warrants a protection order. Why should this court step in today? That's what we need to be
Okay,
focusing on.
so we'll get there, and I'm going to fast forward this. Miss Jade, this conversation, this whole, she can take all these papers, and she's going to have a time to review all of the documents that you stipulated to, that this is your conversation with Miss. Isn't that correct?
The group chat is with
This is your
Lala and Andrea.
conversations with Andrea Powers and Miss. You guys had a three-way chat, isn't that correct? And then you guys
Some of it.
stopped talking on, the date was 2022 in May, isn't that correct? This had never been utilized, isn't that correct? Perfect. Now,
Wait, I didn't answer.
okay, go ahead. We'll get there.
Yes, the last message in this group chat was sent in May of 2022.
Thank you. So May 2022. So Miss Oriani was accurate, right? She's got that photographic memory, I swear. So moving on then to Exhibit 2. Ready? Okay. Exhibit 2 is that you've admitted that you know Jade and Vanessa, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And that you were speaking to them prior to ever speaking to Miss Oriani, correct?
No, I admitted to speaking to James prior to you.
Because why would you speak to an unknown male? How did he approach himself?
Am I not allowed to have male friends?
I'm asking how you developed.
How did your initial contact with James come about?
He had reached out to me via Messenger about seeing me on Natasha's panel, and we had talked about true crime and aliens.
Okay, thank you.
And what was the date on that, since you have your phone available?
I'm not going to pull up any
Okay, Your
messages
Honor,
between me
she's
and
been
James because there is a
referencing her
pending
phone
criminal
throughout this.
case.
I'm asking for the
There
date
is a
on this.
pending criminal case, and you are not
This
supposed
is
to be
not about a
talking
criminal
about it.
case.
This is not about Mr. Rosales' criminal case, okay? If anything,
Not supposed to be asking about
Ms.
it.
Oriani is the one that has a Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate herself, not Mr. Okay?
Who's not
Right,
here?
but what does me and James and the first message we ever had have to do with me stalking Lana?
Well, clearly a lot, since you don't want to talk about it.
No, there's no problem with it, but you want me to scroll back to the very first message?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you. We'd already started this hearing initially with that line of questioning. My recollection is that she said it was a couple months before she spoke to you. So I have the time frame down, okay? I don't need the exact date, all right?
Okay, but the issue for me is that how Mr. presented himself, and he presented
You're not
himself.
asking
I'm
for that.
trying to. That's why I need her to answer the question.
Well, you don't need her to say the exact date.
I don't need the date. Did Mr. present himself as the business manager of Unmasked? Yes or no?
I don't. You've asked me this already, and I don't
could
know
not
if he's
recall.
ever.
And I'm
used
asking
that
her to go to her notes like she's been.
She's asking me
doesn't
to go to
recall.
my.
Okay, perfect.
Because the way to refresh her memory is if you showed her something, okay?
Okay, so then I can do that. So if I play a clip where you say that you were putting up a facade the whole time that you were messaging Miss Oriani that I am so glad the facade is over, would you recollect that? You said in a live broadcast, Miss Jade, did you not, that thank God that I can stop the facade now that it's out of the bag?
Is that in reference to James? I'm Googling.
No, in reference of why you reached out to me, Miss Jade.
I'm not understanding.
Okay.
I'm not understanding what.
Okay,
you're
let me be
talking
clear. You referenced on a live broadcast to thousands of viewers that thank God I can stop the facade of acting like I liked Lana. She's disgusting to me. It was a facade. Do you recall that?
about. I don't recall you.
Okay, then Your Honor, I'm gonna have to pull it up.
Okay. This is good breaking point anyways, because I have one last case left. I told them to come back at 1 o'clock. I was going to give you folks your lunch break then. Okay, so
Thank you.
we'll break for roughly an hour.
Thank you. Let's take a break here. Thank you. I appreciate.
Hold on. You know, it's going on 12:50. We'll break till around 2 o'clock, okay?
Okay.
And then, but I need you to have whatever you want to pull up.
I'm gonna take my laptop with me.
Okay, just have that ready to be fired up next time. And
Okay.
so we're leaving off with whether she made a comment about dropping the facade on
Thank
her
you.
broadcast.
Okay.
That's where we'll pick up.
Is there gonna be a time limit though at all? Like, is this gonna be cut off at a certain point?
Well, no. If we can't finish today, we'll have to pick a new date, okay? It's a court case, all right? She still has to testify. I mean, yeah, I can probably, I don't think we'll finish today. I'll probably give you one more day.
Being honest helps. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to close the record.
So
And
we're
then I'm gonna put
returning
my stuff over here, Your Honor. Is that okay?
at 2 Eastern.
What?
We're returning at 2 Eastern.
At 1.
Yes. No, at 2 Eastern.
At 2 Eastern. I'm sorry. We're leaving at 1. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the question was, Ms. was, did you make reference to the fact that this was all a facade? And if we were to roll back, it said that no, you did not say those words. And I said I needed a recess so I could present that, and we took our lunch recess. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. But, Your Honor, may I say something on record before we proceed?
Go ahead.
So Miss Oriani
So is this off
is
record then?
Hold on. No, I'm going to leave the record running. Go ahead.
Okay.
If you pull up Miss Oriani's YouTube channel right now, she is actively posting about this case on her community tab.
Got it. Thank you.
So yeah, it's being sent to me.
Thank you.
So this is what she does with these cases, and she uses it as a tactic, and it's an opportunity to just further harass. It is not appropriate whatsoever, and there's absolutely no reason why this should be happening.
I would like to respond to that.
Go ahead.
Perfect. So, Miss Jade, when we started this proceeding, you said that you do not watch me or my channel. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. And you got sent this information. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, who sent you this information?
Probably about 3 people.
Okay,
Do
go
you
ahead
think
and read for
people...
the record who sent you that information.
But what were you sent? Could you tell me that, please?
The community post she made. Would you like me to read it to you?
Yes.
And I could send it to you also. Hey, TNT community. You remember Melissa Jade saying to the community, "Hey, I'm so glad I can stop this facade." When she claimed to only be liking me because it was part of her plan, she had to keep up the facade. Name my live broadcast. Trivia question of the day. And people in the comments saying, fuck her. It's just...
We didn't ask what other people said. What was the post, Miss Jade?
I just read it.
And then,
Hold on. We're getting a little derailed here. I understand your argument, and that's a valid argument you can make, is that what you're telling me is that she's posting this, that she's using this case.
This is what it's
as
truly
part
about.
Of her YouTube channel content, and that she shouldn't be able to use this court case to create content for her channel, and that that's an argument you can make that I can consider in determining whether this court should step in and issue a protection order, okay?
I just want to bring focus that this is why we're here, and this is what she's using it for. Not only is it a fishing expedition, but she's using it for content and to further harass me. I may be the respondent here, but in reality, I am the victim in this situation, and I am on the harassing end of this.
Okay, and I understand that.
thank you.
Okay.
So,
all right.
so Miss Jade, you wanted to interrupt and announce this when we were on a lunch break. Isn't that correct? That this was posted. Isn't that correct?
She just
I just
did.
know if I
Yes,
can-
that's-
Who sent you this?
Does not matter.
Your Honor?
well, you brought it up. So who sent it to you?
I've gotten it from 3 different people. She doesn't know the people.
Who sent you the material, Miss Jade?
You don't know the people.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like you to ask the witness to answer the question.
I'm going to move on, okay?
Okay.
Because you're not denying. Are you going to deny that you posted it?
Oh, no, absolutely I posted it.
Okay, well,
okay.
that's what's relevant, not
Okay.
who sent it to her. But
No, she says that she doesn't watch me,
Listen.
Miss Jade.
I don't.
She doesn't watch
Okay.
you.
Well, we're asking, but she...
Is your YouTube channel not public?
It's a public channel.
Okay, so even if she was watching it, that's not surveillance. Even if she was
No,
watching it.
100%. I'm asking, Your Honor...
Let's move on.
Okay,
Let's
we're
move
going
on
to play
with
what we
the
needed to. Your Honor, we posted that for a reason, for Miss Jade to announce that people send her stuff because they surveil me for her.
They know we're in court, Lana. You announced it publicly. We're in court.
When was that, Miss Jade?
Listen.
I submitted it.
Stop, both of you.
4 months
I'm
ago.
asking you to pick back up where we left
Okay.
off, okay?
Well, you allowed her to continue on
And
this.
I told her that her point was made.
Okay,
That's an
well, here we
argument
go.
you can make later.
Oh wait, no, here it is. Insert drama here. This is it. Battering yourself. Like, people in the chat, let me reiterate. 10 fucking days from the moment I first spoke to her to win this all.
Is this your voice, Miss Jade?
Yes, but what are we
Thank
listening
you.
to?
We're talking about your facade.
What is this?
10 days. And this girl acts like I was head over fucking heels. That's another conspiracy sitting on your whiteboard. If you believe for a second that I was actually fucking jealous. Jealous of what?
Objection,
I
Your Honor.
was
Rollins, what is being
thankful.
playing right now?
Stop that for a second.
What is being played right now?
I am playing from a live from April. Let me get you the actual exact date. You told the courts that you never said that this was a facade. April 8th, 2022.
No,
I am playing.
You said, do I recall? You asked me if I recalled saying that.
I'm playing.
Okay, now that she's played that, has that refreshed your recollection that you might have said something like that?
We haven't gotten there.
Absolutely, yeah. Wait,
What?
okay, so can you play it again now that you're... All right, so you're playing my live stream?
Yes, ma'am.
From what was the date?
This is your voice, is it not?
She asked what the date was.
April 8th, 2022.
Okay, so you could go ahead. Play.
So after Miss Oriani was given a protection order on March 7th, 2022, this was the live.
Thankful when you told me you were talking to somebody. You want to know why? Because that meant I no longer had to keep up with this facade. Because
Exactly, it was a facade, you sick son of a bitch. It was a facade. You can't.
Now, we're going to re-ask the question. Why did you reach out to Miss Oriani in 2022 in April 12th, and then again in May? This was a facade, so please explain to me what it was about.
That's not what I meant when I said facade. The answer is going to say the same that I gave you in the beginning. I reached out originally to talk to you about the Watts case.
Then let us continue. Miss Jade. Let us continue on this facade. Now, that was spoken by you, that you were so thankful that I told you that I was talking to somebody else and going to pursue a relationship, that you could know that you were so thankful that you did not have to keep up the facade of acting like you liked me. Okay? And that was because James and you had an NDA prior to you doing this, correct?
I don't have an NDA with James. I already stated that on record.
Who did you have the NDA with?
Unmasked.
I thought you didn't know Vanessa yet.
Hold on. Who did you have the NDA with?
Unmasked.
Okay.
Who is unmasked?
He said that
Vanessa?
she didn't did you not say you had the NDA in June?
No,
It's
it was
June.
before that. We're trying to get to
Hold
that.
on.
No, it's not. It's June.
June is when she...
You said that it was with Unmasked. Who sent you the email, Miss Jade?
I do not
Your
recall.
Honor,
We've
put
been
it to
through this. It's been years ago.
It's okay. Well, then we'll get to the more recent stuff then of your inactions with. Okay, so on June 29th, 30th, 30 days passed when you, on June 1st, apologized to Miss Oriani in 2021 for all this. Oh my God, we were all set up. Who was on your panel on June 30th, 2021?
Can you refresh my memory?
I think it was Vanessa in the Conjuring episode.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure,
Was
yeah.
that part of your NDA? That if you go ahead and claim that Natasha Cooper and Miss Oriani and you start all this mumble jumble bullshit, in 30 days she will come on your panel? You said you didn't talk to her, so how did she come on your panel?
The NDA did not come till after that panel, so no.
You talked to James, the only person before the panel? How did you know him?
I already answered this on record.
She did already answer that.
And it's now coming up to say that, so a woman randomly who you never talked to just shows up on your panel, Vanessa.
No.
How did that happen?
Are we talking about James or are we talking about Vanessa?
We're
Because
talking
you
about
are
the question, which is
making
how did
both.
Vanessa end up on your panel on June 30th?
I was a Patreon member of Unmasked, number one. And then it was only after the sex panel that me and Vanessa started speaking. And then we arranged for her to come on my panel to cover the Conjuring case.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Now, we're going to go ahead and look at these. Now, you were in a group chat again with Miss Felicia and Andrea Powers, isn't that correct? Okay, I'm going to have you turn to, let's see here. I believe it is March 8th. I want to get to the right date here in the page. It's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Right. And it is. Yeah, what page is that? Thank you. I just want to get to the right page number here. We're going to go to, oh gosh. Do you recall Miss Felicia telling you that Vanessa was going to send her subs and interview her on Patreon in March of 2022 after Miss Oriani got her protection order against her?
No, I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Well, I guess
Can
we got to
point
point it out
me?
to you here. All right, so. Let's see. What was it?
That might be PDF 42, so page 42.
Okay, 42. So let's go to 42 here. Okay, yeah, here we go. So,
You wanted to turn to page 42
yes.
on Exhibit 1. Just give her a minute to get there.
Okay, thank you.
I got it.
Okay. Do you see where Aunt Lala on page 41 says, going live tomorrow with Vanessa's peeps, and Yanka and Grimm?
Yes.
Okay. And you heart the message, is that correct?
Yes.
And who is Aunt Yanka? Is that Laura?
Yes.
And then
As far as
Grimm isn't that correct?
As far as I know.
Okay. And you put Miss Oriani in a three-way chat with Grimm as a alt account name.
I believe so. It was years ago. I
Okay.
believe.
Okay. And you told Miss Oriani in 2021, here, I want to put you in a three-way message, again, after Miss Oriani accepted your apology that summer of 2021, that you wanted Miss Oriani to be in a three-way chat with, originally her name was the Grim Reaper, is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, but you do recall that the Grim Truther?
Yeah, I believe so.
And then her name was on Facebook Messenger.
It sounds about right.
Okay, and that you're the one that wanted Miss Oriani in that conversation and in a three-way, isn't that correct?
I think there was a reason to reach out to you, and I was the middle person.
Exactly, Miss Jade. You are always the middle person. We're getting to that. Thank you for announcing that to the tribunal. Now, if we can go to page 43, you say, yes, so Rocket Man came into Natasha's chat and said something about dropping a video on page 43.
Right.
And was Rocket Man an account?
Yes.
On YouTube, is that correct?
That is correct.
And And why? What is the significance that you told the community of who Rocket Man was on May 27th, 2021?
That I told the community?
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Rocket Man came in, and Rocket Man was an account that posted Ludovica's sexual videos.
Yeah, and who did you tell 10,000 people who that account belonged to?
Ludovica
Who
specifically
did
said
you, Your Honor, in unresponsive, who did you tell 10,000 people that account belonged to?
1,000 people?
Yeah, would you like to see it? It says it's been seen by 10,964 people.
Where are you getting that number from? The original live isn't even
From
up.
the broadcast. It's probably up to 20,000 now, but this is just a screen recording.
Channel's gone.
You got on a panel on May 27th, 2021, isn't that correct? And you told the world on a public broadcast that Miss Oriani was responsible for the account Rocket Man, did you not?
There's only two people
Did
who have
you not?
Ludovica's sexual video, you and Ludovica.
That is hearsay. What did you tell the community, Miss?
That's what I was told by Ludovica, so.
I'm asking you what you told the community on a live broadcast.
I'm telling you what happened.
Which was what?
Ludovica explained.
Ludovica wasn't on the panel, was she?
Ludovica explained that she was being
Ludovica
blackmailed.
on the panel?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to start asking yes and no answers. So, moving on, you accused Rocket Man account of being Miss Oriani, did you not?
That's what we were told.
So yes or no, did you say that? 'Cause you're
The
still gonna
assumption
have a
was made
chance
that
to
it was Lana.
testify. Just if it's a yes or no, just answer yes or no.
I don't remember what my specific words were on panel, and it doesn't seem like that's acceptable. And so I'm not sure exactly how to say, because I don't remember what my exact words were.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Miss
So
Jade.
what is the relevance
Miss
of
Jade.
that? Let me ask you this, Ms. Oriani. What's the point? Let's just say that she did say that you were Rocket Man. What's the problem?
The point is that you then continued on with your path of, did you not, saying, if we came forward, this is exactly what was going to happen to us. Our porn was going to be released.
Yes.
So my question is, Miss Oriani blackmailed you that if you came forward to talk about a relationship that she said to you, I'm going to release your porn?
That is what was literally happening leading up to that panel, is Ludovica said.
Miss Jade, the question is, did Miss Oriani say to you, if you come forward and say that we had some sexting relationship for 10 days, I will put out your non-existent vanish mode porn?
The reason why I stated that is because Ludovica had said she was being blackmailed and she was terrified of her video getting out, and then she spoke up and her video got out. So that is why I had stated that.
What does that have to do with you, Miss Jade? Do you believe everything that's told you? Do you believe in Santa Claus?
At that time.
We're going to move on to Exhibit 2, Your Honor. After Miss Oriani was given a permanent protection order that you were part of, seeing that videos are being made about you, where you said, again, I'm going to play it.
Came in my DMs, fucking blazing naked pics. I mean, can you imagine Allie listening to this and hearing wait, so you ruined my relationship with Lana? This facade that you did, and that you went, why would you go and tell Natasha Cooper about it if you were so happy to get rid of me? You were so full of...
Why would you go and tell Natasha Cooper about this if you were so happy to get rid of Miss Oriani and this facade?
And the facade was in reference. When I went to Natasha Cooper, it was to talk to her about what I was going through with you and what you put me through.
But it was a facade. You said it yourself. This was a facade. You didn't like me, right? This was a facade. So what could you possibly have been going through, Miss Jade, other than Miss Oriani calling you out on your bullshit?
The facade was in reference to initially feeling an attraction to you. And then about midway through, that shifted. And so when I referenced a facade...
Your Honor, she's impeaching herself.
That was...
Let her respond.
Oh my God.
Okay, so you pick up, but you said when you referenced a facade.
So when I was referencing a facade, I no longer felt that way, but I didn't know how. I wanted to maintain a friendship and I wanted to maintain that relationship, like as far as the cases, but I didn't know how to take that step back and no longer engage a sexual relationship and like the flirtatious, and it had advanced so quickly. So when you had came to me and you told me that, hey, I want to still talk and be friends, but I can't engage with this sexual relationship anymore, it was a huge relief because that is exactly what I wanted also, and I didn't know how to do it. So I no longer needed to keep up with the facade. That didn't mean that all of a sudden the initial reason why I reached out was no longer because of the Watts. It wasn't because, no, that's all still true. But midway through, things shifted, and I no longer wanted to keep engaging in that contact, and so it was a relief. But me reaching out to Natasha was about the fact that you played multiple of us, and then I found out you shared my nudes, and then you lied and you doubled down. That is what I had reached out to Natasha about.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Now,
you're welcome.
With that clarification, we're going to go ahead. And you were so happy to get rid of Miss Oriani that she was so on your mind that, do you recall James writing and saying, we kind of took MJ in as a fuck you to Natasha, ended up causing us all kinds of drama, mistake on my part. I don't want to take in everyone with an issue and make all of their issues our issues.
Hearsay.
I'm asking if you recall this.
Messages.
I'm asking.
Those aren't my messages.
Excuse me?
Those are not my messages.
I'm asking if you recall seeing this.
From where? Are they my? Are they?
This is
my
in
messages?
And on page 63 of Exhibit 2.
Yeah, those are not my within my
I didn't ask you if they were your messages. They were on a live broadcast. I'm asking if you recall it.
No.
So is your initials MJ Melissa Jade?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's all. So you're MJ. Thank you. Now, Exhibit 2 here, you wanted nothing to do with Miss Oriani, so much so that you were in a group chat.
I wanted nothing to do with you. Please, that is not what I said.
I know, you're just adding extraneous comments, okay? Just ask questions.
Well, that's what she just said. She wanted nothing to do. I'm asking.
Oh, that's not. I said I no longer wanted to engage in the sexual relationship, but I wanted to continue the friendship and talk about cases. That is what I said.
Okay, that is what you said. Perfect. So then you said that when to Miss Oriani?
No, I said midway through, that is what I was feeling, and I didn't know how to take a step back. Please listen to what I'm saying.
Okay, so then here we go. So you wanted to maintain just like, hey, I don't want this to be sexual, but I still want to be cool with Miss Oriani, even though I'm about to go on a live panel and call her a sexual predator?
That hadn't happened yet. It was right before that.
When? What do you went on a live panel on May of 2021.
It was about the time that you talked about pulling out a speculum. I was turned off.
Excuse me?
All right, listen.
It was about that time.
I'm over here trying to understand what she's saying.
Listen, here's the deal.
We're talking about a 10-day period.
We keep going back to the sex panel and all that. I don't feel like we're getting anywhere.
Okay, well, April 13th, 2022, after the Miss Oriani gets a protection order against her, right? Do you recall April 2013?
Well, did something significant happen on that day?
Absolutely. Miss tells you that she is seeking to have Miss Oriani arrested on April. This is page 1 of Exhibit 2. All right.
Okay.
Do you recall that?
I see it, yeah.
Okay. And you said, first off, I can only promise you that I have zero intentions of repeating anything, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, in March of 2022, Miss Oriani gets a protection order. Is that correct?
Against you or the one
Yeah,
who
against me.
Okay. I don't know the specific date, but okay.
Okay, you don't? Okay, this is going to be great. So March 7th, 2022, there is a court hearing that you don't remember jumping up and down for and having a live about? You don't recall
I
that?
had a live about?
Yeah, you don't recall
my
that?
channel?
You don't recall that? Then you don't recall it. Moving on. March 8th. Again, we're going to have to go back to exhibit number 1 to go back to March to show that to show what Miss Jade participated in. And I'm going to ask you guys to go ahead and turn to page 69, I believe it is. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. It is or exhibit number 1. It's page 60. Number in here. All right. Page 61. Yes. Here we go. March 7th. That was the date of the hearing. You guys were in a live chat.
Wait, hold on.
March 7th, page 61, exhibit 1.
Okay.
You say, I'm just returning to life. Like you see that there at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now, that was page 61. Now, page 62. All right. We have contempt pics. It says, here's a fun visual, Melissa. Zoom in the back of that hair. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. And then there's a picture put in there, reaction by Alicia Berry, and then you say on page 63, where was it at here? Let's see. I'm trying to have these all in order here. These fell. It's 63 through 70. You start talking about, oh, you were allowed to record the audio. Oh, wait, here's this picture of Miss Oriani. And then you say things like, say what? In Lana's voice. Which parts? The audio, if it's here by then, they're going to play it on their live broadcast. Isn't that correct?
I see the Schwab part, and then what was the second one you said?
Andrea Powers on 65 says, I think everyone needs to hear it. Vanessa knows we are playing it. Lala says, LOL, oh, Vanessa knows I'm foaming at the mouth for it. Andrea Powers on 65 says, you and me both.
Okay.
Okay. Here, she wants to interview me on Patreon. She said she wants to send me some subs. Does that ring a bell of what she did for you in June of 2021 when she was on your panel sending you subs after what you just did for her?
No.
Okay. Now, next we see here on page 66, Vanessa just wrote the courts again, sending me screenshots. She also gave me some new material to add for captivity. I'm going to tag you in the title for being a reaction video. Sound good? You recall any of this?
I see it.
And
Yeah,
then
I
on
see where you're going.
67, did she really think this was about a sex panel trial? You see that?
Hold on. 1 second. Yep, I see it.
Everything's still about the sex panel, where it originated, right?
Kind of like this right now. You're making us go through a sex panel trial, right?
Because that's where it started with you, Melissa. I didn't know you before then, right?
Not a stalking, harassing. We're doing a sex panel trial.
Sounds good. Melissa, on 69, Aunt Lala says, Melissa, you are a victim of this bitch. Do you want to watch a segment as well? How about I get you right, says your name, and I'll tag you, and then the way you can be on panel for it. Do you see that on 69?
I do.
Okay. And then Aunt Lala says, we are triggering her with the fact that we have the audio, LOL, that we don't technically have all of it. You see that?
I see it.
So on March 10th, they're admitting to you that they have audio, that they don't technically have all of it. Isn't that correct? And she sent you a...
I'm not me.
I'm not asking you if it was you. I'm asking if you were aware of the fact that contempt...
Yes, I see the messages. Contempt?
Were you in possession of the picture that Lala sent you at the back of my head?
Did Lala send a picture in this group chat without me having any control over it? Yes, she did.
We're about to find out what control you had over it, Miss Jade. Hang tight. Now, she just admitted to the fact that, yes, Lala sent that. And that was sent in 2022, isn't that correct?
Do I have any control?
Isn't that correct?
Hold on.
What was
She's
your
just
question?
asking you that Lala sent this picture in 2022,
But she isn't just
correct?
asking, she's also getting digs in and making accusations
No,
while
all
asking.
she's asking you is, did Lala send the picture? Okay? I know you're not Lala. So yes, you're aware Lala sent the picture, right?
Yes.
And you said, oh my fucking God, in quotes, right?
Which page are we on? Hold on.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Which page are we on? Hold on. You have a page? Which page?
Oh yeah, I'll give you a page number. Hold on tight. Okay. If you go to page Exhibit 2, page number... If you go to page number 43 of Exhibit 2. Exhibit 2, page 43. Do you see that?
Or 43 of Exhibit 2?
Yes, ma'am. Page 43, Exhibit 2.
Okay. Yes.
Perfect. So, at 3:32 a.m., were you sober?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, for purposes of, to give the courts, I would like to submit it, I would like to publish, Miss Jade acknowledging that that's the picture that she received, and exhibit number 1 being submitted for the courts.
Thank you.
And that's the same picture that you're looking at in, I was just trying to give her a bigger picture. Let me make sure that was the right one. And I'm listing that as, there's back-to-back pictures, actually, Your Honor, so I would like to admit there's 3. And it's right here, it says contempt pics. So there's that from there, and there's that from there. And those are all yours. Okay. So that is on March 10th at 3:39 a.m. And Aunt Lala, Felicia Berry says, here's you a fun visual, Melissa. Zoom into the back of that hair. Okay. And on page 43, can you see Miss Oriani? Is she sitting at a very similar table as this is right here?
Hold on, it's on the judge. Yep, appears to be.
Okay, so do you look at that photo and would you say that that is Miss Oriani in Denver? Is that what Miss Lala is claiming, that that's Miss Oriani in Denver sitting there and Miss is taking a picture when there is supposed to be no cameras or video recordings?
I don't know if there's allowed to be. If I'm
Okay.
pretty sure you even.
I'm
see my
asking you if
messages
that is Miss
today.
Oriani in Denver, as far as you're aware of. How was
I
this
don't know
portrayed
where
to
you
you?
Hold on.
That you're in the courtroom. I don't know where specifically.
Okay.
Okay. Where was Miss Oriani on March 7th?
I
She
don't
said this
know.
is a courtroom picture, okay? I don't think she's
Okay.
denying that this was taken in court.
Was this taken in Denver, to your recollection?
I don't know.
Okay, perfect. We're going to move on. Now, going to page 44, then there was another one. And then Melissa Jade says at 12:36 a.m., oh my fucking God. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yep, that's your response, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, just making sure. So you obtained that video, you obtained those two pictures, did you not?
I didn't obtain. They were sent.
Did
in
you
the group
obtain
chat.
them? Were they in your possession?
They were,
They were
sent
sent
to
in the
her.
group
Thank
chat.
you. They were in her possession. You could access those, could you not? Could you not?
They were in that. They were sent in that group chat.
Okay, perfect.
Unsolicited.
Unsolicited. Absolutely. Thank you. I'm not disputing that they were unsolicited, Miss Jade. Thank you so much. Now, were you aware on March 2nd, 2023, that Miss was given a protection order against, I got a protection order against her?
I'm aware that you got a protection order. I don't know the specific date.
Okay, well, we're going to get there. So you don't recall the date, though, right?
She
No,
said no.
I'm
Okay,
not giving
perfect.
a specific date.
Now, I want you to turn to the last page of exhibit number 1. And on the last page, you will see that the last time that this chat was accessed was in May of 2022. Okay? That's the last time that anybody wrote in this chat, which has a lot of damage, but last dates that y'all wrote in that, May 20, whatever, 2022. Okay?
Wait, hold on. Can you
Go
slow down
ahead.
for 1 second, please? You said the last page of Exhibit 1?
Of exhibit 1, the last date that you and Andrea Powers wrote in there was May of 2022, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, you hadn't wrote in there for, we got June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Right? Almost a year. Right? And then all of a sudden, on March 31st, 2023, almost a year, you and had some type of contact to the point of Felicia Berry made you an admin of that chat, did she not?
I don't remember specifically when she made me that.
All right, well, let's talk about what chats are about. In order to be in a chat, somebody has to bring you into one, do they not? A three-way chat. Somebody has to make it, right?
Yeah, or it could be made on like a call, like if you.
Somebody has to be the originator, right, Miss Jade?
Yeah.
Those are the rules, right, of Facebook? So isn't it true that on January 19th of 2022, Miss chat with you and Andrea Powers and her, just you three, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now, started the chat, so she is the administrator of the chat. Is that not correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as
I'm
the
not
administrator of the chat, you are allowed to bring people into the chat, right?
Anybody could bring anybody in or out.
Actually, that is not
unless
correct, Your Honor. And if I have to have a Facebook expert come in here, that's not true. I will.
Unless.
Let's move on.
Okay, we'll move on from that. So your testimony is that you think anybody could be...
If you let me finish my sentence, unless you have member approval on or off, it's like an option you could have, as far as I know.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. We're going to go ahead and have you flip to page... Well, sorry, Your Honor, this was the May 29, 2022 end date of when they last spoke. The January 19th is when it was started. Okay? And then what I'm going to be introducing to help the process here is that Miss Jade, these are the, whoopsies. This is the testimony from the judge to say what is allowed to happen in court and what can't. So taking photos and stuff, that puts her in contempt of the court, saying you can't do that.
Okay, but how are you tying it back to her?
I know, I just wanted to give that to you
Okay.
because I'm going to be announcing it. Okay, so, Miss Jade, let's see here. Let me back up. On March 31st, 2023, were you contacted by anybody that you can recall?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Were you contacted by a...
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Did you watch content on her channel to show that was given a protection order so that she could not contact a minor child and Miss Oriani?
What do you mean specifically watch?
Okay, you were in contact with this human being morning and night.
In contact with her morning, noon, and night.
Okay, well, it looks that way, but you can discuss that on your own personal time. So, do you watch channel, Aunt Lala?
I had sometimes at that point in time.
Okay, so awesome. Were you aware that the was handed in this courtroom a protection order to say that you cannot contact Miss Oriani?
Yes, I was
Thank
aware.
you.
I'm just not sure how.
Thank you. That's all I asked. Now, Miss, okay, you stated earlier that you wanted to make it relevant that Jade has a criminal case against me. Is that correct?
No, the state of Ohio does.
You wanted to state that Jade had a criminal case against me. Isn't that correct? You wanted to bring relevance to that.
Okay,
Means
hold
it's
on.
the victim.
So, yes, she mentioned that.
Okay. Thank you.
I heard her. Okay.
Thank you. Now,
But it's the state of Ohio.
That is true.
we're going to get there. We're going to get
Okay,
there.
let's stop saying we're gonna get there and just get there. Okay?
In March of 2021, March 31st, were you not given admin access to that chat?
I don't know if it was that specific date, but I was given admin access to the chat.
So prior to that date of March 31st, 2023, you did not have admin access. Isn't that correct?
I had admin access whenever.
No.
If I don't,
You just said you were given admin access. I'm just...
right. You're asking the same question.
So you didn't have it before is my question, because she just gave it to you. Gave you admin access March 31st. Would you like to see the screenshots?
No, I had admin access whenever it was given.
No. When somebody starts a chat with you, you're not given access as an admin to add people, Melissa Jade. Do you understand that?
I'm literally answering your question. You're just asking it in multiple different ways.
Okay, let me ask you this
I'm
then.
given admin access is when I was given admin access.
When were you given admin access to add people to chats?
Whenever the date says.
Okay, March 31st, thank you. Now, why, after almost a year, would you be given from just literally weeks after she was given a protection order in this courtroom? Why would she give you access to allow other people to enter in a private chat that had your most dire secrets?
Didn't have most dire secrets in it, number one. Number two, Andrea had already given you the entire chat and you started posting all of it on your channel and weaponizing it. So I added James. Because
You added
I
who? James. Thank you. You added James. Isn't that correct?
It is. I'm allowed to add anybody I want. You're
exactly,
not part of
you
that
can.
chat.
And now we're going to get to the motive behind why you did it.
Are you in
So you were participating in third-party harassment for because she couldn't do it because she would get what? Hit on the wrist.
Third-party harassment for who?
listen,
Are you
that's
in that
not
chat?
really a question. I don't think she's going to admit to it. So
Well, she might. That's
why
how
did you
that's how
add
brainless she
James-
is.
Why did you add James as a party to the chat?
And it will be proven when it's time to submit my exhibits, but the same day, hours before, Andrea Powers had already given Lana all that group chat, the entire group chat, and you started posting all of the messages on your channel. And truth bombs this, and oh, I caught MJ doing this, and unmasked, and this and that. And you started weaponizing it and making it appear like something it wasn't. And so I was getting pissed off because that is not what was taking place in the chat. So I had initially dropped James in there to see what exactly you were doing, that there was nothing in there that you were trying to make it appear, and you were cropping and cherry picking messages and dropping screenshots on your channel to make it seem like something it wasn't. So initially I had dropped James in there to look at it and see what you were doing. And then that's it. I'm allowed to put anybody I want in a chat. But to say it was third-party harassment, you're not even in the chat.
I guess you don't understand what third party is. We'll get to that. Okay, so is James BFF?
No.
Then why would you add James to it? Why wouldn't you just put out the truth, Miss Jade? What you just said here to the magistrate is that Miss Oriani was cherry picking. So why wouldn't you take your own chat, Miss Jade, and put it out there for the world to see if Miss Oriani is cherry picking through the chat? Why didn't you just put it out there? Do you need your online muscle?
One, I never said I was going to put it out, post it publicly. I never said that. Number two, I would not want to put things out because I don't like the drama and I don't want to associate it. Three, if I want to drop him in, I'm allowed to drop him in.
Okay.
And
then I'm going to ask you, what was your motive for putting him in the chat then, if it wasn't for the purpose of it getting out publicly?
Her making body gestures the way that she's doing is highly inappropriate.
What type of gestures?
You get a little animated. It is distracting.
I'm Italian. I do apologize.
I understand, okay? But
Yep.
it is a little distracting. It's a little
I think it's hard to listen to the lies. It gets distracting.
See, again, those extraneous comments don't help your case. Okay?
You're right. They don't help my case, but you know what? It's just that it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yeah, it has been.
The question is, I think what she's getting at is, were you dropping James in the chat so that he would then publicly display the information?
No, not at that time. At that time, I was fuming that Lana had weaponized. She had the whole group chat already, and she was leaking out all these messages. So it was already getting out publicly. I was mad, and I was like, look what the hell she's doing. Sorry. But look what she's doing. And I dropped him in so he could see the full context and see that it wasn't like she was portraying. At that point, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I wanted to see that, I wanted him to see because I was just mad. And I wanted somebody to, vent to and somebody to see, she was manipulating and she was cherry picking. And then nothing happened. He didn't put out the messages and nothing
Your
ever
Honor,
came
thank
from
you.
it.
I would like to admit it. Exhibit number 4 or 5. Here we go. He didn't put out the exhibits. Grim Truther.
All right. but
Exhibit
this is
number
Hannah.
7.
I can't hold her responsible.
Oh, we're going to get to it because these are all going to be exhibits that were in the live chat.
What is
Here we
it?
go. She said that those never made it out publicly, and this is what ended up happening.
These are different channels. I have no association. Like, what are you? Can't hold me accountable for
Again,
that.
Melissa Jade, this is about you having why you have plausible deniability, isn't it true, Melissa Jade? This is why you enter James'
Prove
chat.
that? Can you prove it, Lana? Are you gonna?
I'm
eventually
about to
get
if you give me the opportunity.
You keep saying you're about to.
Yep. I'm about to. I'm trying to be classy for you, Miss Jade. All right, now, here we go. You just said on the record that the reason that you gave James this is because you were mad, right? You just said it. You're mad. What were you mad about? Miss Oriani has the protection order. What were you mad about? Miss Oriani has a protection order for life. What are you mad about?
You were posting the group chat publicly on your channel while cherry picking messages to push your narrative.
So then you wanted James to put out messages that made it not
I never said that.
What was it?
She never.
I never said
She
that.
didn't say she wanted. Her words were she doesn't know what she wanted at the time.
She didn't know what she wanted at the time. She's just, yep. There you go. She just never knows,
All
right?
I know is that you
All right,
were
so then here
lying
we go.
and pushing a narrative.
Again, Exhibit 1 there, or whatever you want to label it, Your Honor, Exhibit 3 or 4, because we already have 1 and 2 in.
Listen, hold on, because you had 1 and 2.
Correct.
Then you kept handing me things. I marked your pictures from the court as Exhibit 3.
Yep.
Then when you handed me Belisa Berry's protection order,
4.
first page, I called that 4. Then you handed me when James added, that's 5.
Oh, actually, you know what? I needed
But
I
you
didn't.
handed it to me, so I marked it.
Okay, 5. Thank you. I was just going to show the date on there.
I know,
But you have it?
yes, I have it.
Okay.
And then 6 was, you handed me the page to show that May 29th, 2022 is the last time it was, the group chat was accessed, so I marked that 6.
Perfect.
Then you gave me the transcript, a partial transcript from the Colorado proceedings. I marked that Exhibit 7.
Perfect.
So now we're up to 8.
Okay. And then you don't have anything for 8 though, right?
No.
Okay.
Well, I'm calling 8 what you just handed me.
Thank you. We're going to go back to that, which is on Exhibit 43, or page 43 of Exhibit 2. If we go ahead and we look, we see that the picture from Exhibit 2 of page 43 is the picture of, it's the same picture. It's the only picture that there is of that. It's the picture of this is the only place that you can get it. And is it not true, Miss Jade, that you already admitted that you knew that had a protection order, I had a protection order against her, so that you then had an opportunity when she says to you at some point and makes you a mod of the chat to say, what are you doing? If I give something to somebody else and for the purpose to harass them, annoy them, intimidate them, threaten them, humiliate them, you are actively participating in third-party harassment. Because once we made you an
To threaten
admin of the chat, it gave you, did you add James or did you?
I added him.
Thank you. So you were actively
and harass
participating in the harassment and humiliation, run down the list, intimidation of Miss
No.
Oriani.
How is adding James into our private chat?
What did you think the purpose was again? Why did you add him?
Listen, that's been asked and answered.
Yeah.
She explained.
I hope that they can see through it, right? All right, moving on.
Like, private communications are privilege, and that it has nothing to do
Nothing's
with you.
privileged. What the hell are you talking about? Is he
Yeah.
your lawyer? Is James your lawyer? I didn't think so. Moving on. Now, on August 6, 2021, you contact and you call Miss Oriani and you say, hey, can you please talk to Vanessa? She really needs your help. Do you recall that?
What page are we on?
You don't recall it off the top of your head that you contacted me and called me and begged me to help Vanessa?
What year was this?
Did you do it multiple times?
She said
No.
August 6th, 2021.
So no, I don't recall what.
Okay,
the
well then I
reason
guess
for
we'll
that
take you
was.
back there. August 6, 2000. I'll get you the page.
I think it's 58.
Oh, you found it? Okay, good. Do you recall now?
I can see it.
Okay. Why would you ever think that Miss Oriani would help Vanessa, who Vanessa hates Miss Oriani?
Well, you said I talked to her, so clearly you helped her.
No,
Clearly
no.
guys
You
were
asked
fine.
me. You called me to say, will you help Miss? Will you help Miss? And it's out there publicly that Miss hates Miss Oriani. So why are you contacting me thinking that I would ever help Miss?
This is before all that, and it says, can you check your messages? Vanessa tried to message you. She needs your help.
You tried to call me before that.
Yeah, there's a call, and
So
I
you-
message you.
So why are you contacting me thinking that I would ever help?
This is before all that, and it says, can you check your messages? Vanessa tried to message you. She needs your help. And you said, I talked to her.
Wait, did you try to call me? Does it say that you tried to call me before that?
Yeah, there's a call. And
So
then
you
can
tried
check
to
your
call me, is that correct?
Yeah.
It was that important for you after you called me a sexual predator for you to come and eat and message me within 2 months to say, will you help Vanessa?
Did you ever even play the part where I called you a
Well,
sexual predator?
yeah, we're gonna get there. We can keep playing it all day.
Listen.
I'm asking her to answer the question, Your Honor.
Okay, but now we're going back to 2021.
Well, because I have to go back because she wants to keep playing games, and then turn to page
I'm not
59.
playing
Listen, I
You're
need to get through it. Hold on. I need to at least get through your case today. I don't know if we're going to get there, but
Yes.
I'm going to give you till 3:30. You need to tighten up your cross-examination of her.
All right, well then let's go to 59. Page 59. Can you turn there? You send me a screenshot, do you not?
Yeah.
And you say, KK's channel is terminated. The same person that had your back on the sex panel, is that not the same person?
Right.
Right. And I say, who is KK?
Right.
Like that person doesn't mean shit to Miss Oriani, is that correct?
Right.
And you make a laughy face and you say dick, is that not correct?
Yes.
Yep. And then, so you say something though, like you had part of it. Did you have part in taking KK's channel down?
No, I did not.
Well, you brought it to Miss Oriani, did you not? Now let's back up. On page 57, you say, can you check your messages? Vanessa tried to message you, and she is very upset. She needs your help, right?
We just went through this.
Okay, I'm just making sure that was before that, though, right? So right before you let me know that, I guess, KK's channel was terminated, Vanessa needed my help, right?
The date isn't included for the KK's terminated.
Well,
so
I'm kind of going in
know.
order here, but I guess I can zoom in to make sure that that happens.
There is no date.
Well, it's August 6th. It's all relevant. It's all going to be there. I'm sure you can cross it up. Now, can you please scroll back to right where you say, let's see, number 45.
What page is it?
45. Like, we're being cordial, right? We're helping each other out. You're asking me questions. I'm asking you. We're totally cordial, right? And you tell me on July 15th I heard they were talking to your ex, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Miss Jade, have you filled out an FBI tip form against Miss Oriani?
No, I have not.
So you were lying when you told Andrea Powers and Felicia Berry that you did that?
I don't think I said I did it. I asked them for the form, and I think I said I would, but I never did.
And that's your guys' MO. You guys act like you do stuff so that other people do stuff for you. Isn't that true?
No.
No? That's not what you and Miss Vanessa do? You tell people that you contact the police, you contact the Attorney General, you contact
Let me be
the
very
FBI.
clear. You are absolutely entitled to contact the police if crimes are committed against you, and that's the right thing to do.
What crimes were committed against you?
Dissemination of pornographic material.
Did you go to the police about that?
Harassment.
Is
Yes,
is your statute of limitations up on that?
I guess we'll find out.
Is that a threat?
No.
Thank you.
Already. Okay.
Oh, Miss Jade. Let's continue on. We're going to close out because I have 23 more minutes. This is all off the cuff for Miss Jade. Have you ever had sex with a female?
Objection. Relevance.
The relevance is why did you send nude images to a male or a female named Miss Oriani? What was your purpose?
She testified to that earlier.
Okay, and you said that you weren't in a relationship when you sent that? Who's Echo? Who's Echo?
Objection. Relevance.
Who is Echo?
She's asking what the relevance is.
Her boyfriend during the time this is to impeach the witness.
He was not my boyfriend.
All right, well then we're going to have another date, so am I allowed to bring him in to impeach that?
I guess you can bring him rebuttal, but
yeah,
I don't
rebuttal.
really get what the point is, because...
The point is to show how much she's lying, Your Honor. That's the point. The point is to show that my life is worth more than white-collar crimes being committed, okay? Because the last
you
time...
subpoena him and can get him here, great.
Yeah.
But let's move
I can
on.
call him right now.
Okay, she offers to call him right now. Can you call him?
We're not doing that. That's just not how court works, ladies.
I know. That was just funny, though.
Ask another
This is a
question.
game to her.
So let's go back to you sending this to James. So you gave James access, and then he started to go at Miss Oriani online. Isn't that true? In March?
No.
It's not?
No. First of all,
Okay, well then I guess I have more evidence.
You guys have your own thing back and forth with one another.
How would James get the information of pictures to do that to Miss Oriani to have meme contests? What was the purpose?
What pictures? What? You can't just jump around and expect me to
I
know
already showed
what
them to
the
you.
context is.
What pictures are you talking about?
Exhibit 7 and 6.
The court...
5, 6, 7.
Hold on. The Colorado court pictures? Or these memes?
Yeah, then he made them into memes that he put online and got paid $50, and he gave away $50 who could ever make the best memes of Miss Oriani to humiliate her online.
Well, listen.
What does that have to do with me?
Did you ever provide James Rosakis with
No.
pictures to use?
No,
harass Miss
the
Oriani?
ones of her in court? The ones of her in court?
Yes.
No, I didn't provide James with those.
You provided him with access to them, Miss. Did you not?
Oh, no, he didn't. You already were posting.
Those
that
were not online,
guy.
were they, Miss Caldrone?
I don't know.
The same person who you had an NDA with prior to being ever introduced to
I
Miss
don't
Oriani.
have an NDA
This is the same
with
person
James.
that used an account that you said, hey, come over here and like his channel so that he can get more subscribers.
I don't have an NDA with James. Please stop stating misinformation on the record.
Oh, wait, even better. With Vanessa Unmasked, is that who you had the NDA with? Who presented you with the NDA? You don't recall. So therefore, until you provide that information, I'm going to go with what you told the public.
What did I tell the public?
On your live broadcast that you were in an NDA with James.
When did I state I was in an NDA with James directly?
Yes.
When?
So you're
What
so
live
you're
chat?
not. So therefore you're not, right? Who sent you the email? Please pull up Rocket Lawyer. It'll be right there.
And answered.
No, I'm asking you, can you pull up your evidence in your little handy dandy phone to show who sent you the email? Why would Vanessa Walsh, who does not know you, send you an NDA to get into an NDA before she ever knows you? Does that make any sense, Miss Caldrone?
Objection, relevance. This has
Okay, well, I'm
absolutely
just impeaching
nothing
you is what
to
I'm
do.
doing. That's the relevance.
We've been gone round and round on this, okay?
Okay, the purpose is everything I've showed here. No more further questions for this witness.
Okay.
I would like to have a rebuttal, though. And
Let me
because...
ask you this, Miss. You added James to the chat, correct? Okay.
Right.
If he then had access to the chat, access to pictures, access to information, and he used it to create memes or to mock Ms. Ryan online, to harass her, did you act in concert with him, participate with him, direct him, ask him to do those things?
Not at all. I stay as far away from everything as I can, and I try to avoid any drama.
Now she's
And
jumping up and down because her point then is, then why would you add somebody like this to the chat? Why was it so important for him to be added? Him of all people. Why him?
so there's a few people who I talk to who are going through similar things with Lana, and James is one of the people that I do talk to. So it's not like I could have vented to anybody or who would I would have trusted to even communicate this with. So it's not like, well, why didn't you just add anybody? I don't know. Like, James is one of the few people who would understand like what I was going through. And so I just opted to go to him because he would be able to relate to the experience. And I was, that's just who I went to.
So your position is that having access to it, the things he chose to do with it, he acted on his own volition. And
As far as I know, he didn't do anything with the chat.
Okay.
Lana did. Yeah, Lana had the full chat at that point.
Okay.
And she had already, and I'm going to show that with my evidence, she had already been leaking it and manipulating.
Okay, you've answered my question.
I have a follow-up to that,
Go
please.
ahead.
Okay, so why did you leave the chat immediately after you added James when he said, I run this bitches?
Because I saw that comment, and at the same time, I was like, oh, crap. And I don't want anything to do with the drama at the same time. And so I just left. Because my point was...
So after you gave access to somebody that Miss Oriani has been trying to serve since 2022, that you've known about, I've been trying to serve since 2022, you gave access to this chat where you knew material was available because Miss couldn't give it to him, otherwise it would be directly... So they used you, as they always do, to infiltrate this sexual harassment, this harassment, period. You have been the fucking middleman.
Let her respond. Her point is that she thinks that because Miss Baker could no longer engage in certain activity, then you became the conduit. Is that true?
No, it's not true. And again... all of these messages were already handed over to Lana. They were already being posted publicly. They were already...
And this is for plausible deniability, isn't that correct, Miss Jade?
She's asking you are you acting as a cover for Miss or anybody else?
No, I'm not even close to
So then it's just your actions. Thank you. Your Honor, I would like you to see that it is her actions on her own and why she's harassing me. Thank you. I've given her multiple opportunities to speak that she did not know this was going to happen, and she is the direct cause from back in 2021, after only messaging with this broad for 10 days, that she came after me because I did not want to be in any type of sexual relationship, and then we heard it on...
You're just giving legal argument right now. You're not under
Okay,
oath.
well, let her object to that.
No, you're not under oath, so I don't know what you're doing. Are you ready to call another witness?
Well, yeah, I would like this to be continued then, so that we can have our other witnesses because of what Miss.
Your other witness? No,
I have Crafton Barnes myself, and that's it.
No, where's Mr. Barnes? Is he here today?
Well, I was calling myself, and he was her rebuttal.
All right. Well, you can call yourself.
All right. Well, if we have time for that, that's perfectly fine.
Well, it's 3:15. We might as well just do what we can.
That's perfectly fine with me.
But there's also, like, if she's planning, there's been no witnesses presented, so I
I
have not been
rested with
prepared
you.
for crafted.
All right.
Did she want to cross herself?
I think it's better, actually, it's more efficient instead of her giving testimony now, to have you give your testimony. That way she can address anything that you've asked her and also address anything you raised. So it doesn't make any sense to do it piecemeal, okay?
All right.
So who's your next witness?
Myself.
Okay, I'm gonna place you under oath. You can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer to under God or under penalties of perjury?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, in 2021, I was approached by a woman named Melissa Jade. I did not know at the time that her name was Melissa. That was 2021. When she had reached out to me in April, it was through an email. She said that she had been on a panel with me for like a couple seconds, couple minutes. I was a guest on a show. I was very cordial, thanked her for her support, and we saw that in Exhibits 1, page 1. Then I was on Natasha Cooper's panel in May of 2021, Mother's Day. During the time of March 26th, 2021, when that was my first live, Ms. Keldron testified that she didn't know when my channel was started. That was the first live that I ever had on YouTube, was March 26th, 2021. So she had reached out to me within weeks. I was not on Kay's panel until April 4th or 5th. So she reached out to me well over a week afterwards. This was well after she had been in contact with James and Vanessa from Unmasked. Again, unknowns to me at that time, I included anybody and everybody that wanted to be part of a mock trial to have different roles. Miss Jade was present. Miss Jade had roles. Miss Jade, she once used the term slid into my DMs, contacted me, and in no way, shape, or form was there any sexual talks at all. Miss Jade, when I woke up the next morning, within 24 hours of ever speaking to this woman, she sent me I don't know if it was 5 seconds, 6 seconds of a video. I guess, have a wonderful day. I'm not a fan of the Disney movies. I don't know what she told me what that meant. At the time that this happened, I was speaking to a woman named Allie, and because of my relationship with Allie Erickson, I said this person had sent me this unsolicited to protect my relationship with Miss Erickson. And that way it could not be used against me down the road to say that I did not notify her. We were not in an exclusive relationship. And in fact, Ms. and I chose to be, as public figures, very quiet about our relationship. One, because that's what we chose to do, but two, because it was a same-sex relationship, which is unfortunately not seen the same way as other relationships. Unfortunately, that's the truth of the matter and how the community sees it. I embraced his position on that, and I respected that. When I told her about this, she said, "Oh my God, I know her. She is a mod for my channel. I don't know her well at all, but I cannot believe that she's being such an explicit word." She never once said that she was good friends with this person at all. And in fact, it was just, she was a mod and felt like she was being flat out a hoe. Now, fast forward, me and Allie, I decide, okay, I'm going to give this relationship with Miss Erickson my complete attention moving forward, and told that to Miss Jade. Immediately upon me telling that to Miss Jade, she went to Miss and screenshotted every single message that we had ever had, which I was perfectly fine with. I told her, if you don't believe that I'm going to be talking to this person, message her yourself. She did just that. Now, At the time, I have no idea who Vanessa, who James is, who any of these people are. None of them. I had no idea that they were in NDAs, weren't in NDAs. I don't care. I'm running and deciding to have a nonprofit, which I decided to use a YouTube channel to promote a nonprofit organization. Now, I thought Miss Jade was very respectful. I thought Miss Jade had her own opinions, and I liked that in people. Like, you should have your own opinions. You should feel what you want, believe in what you want. Awesome. And I was just being honest with Miss Jade. Again, this was 10 days. I did not ever take any of the videos because, quite frankly, none of them were able to be gotten in that manner other than me simply telling the person that I was talking to, hey, this person sent me something, and it was just to let them know, like, this is what was unsolicited sent to me, which I'm allowed to do. That is not against the law. Against the law is to disseminate and to humiliate somebody for sending somebody something. This was unsolicited, and I was making it known that I did not ask for this. I sent the screenshot showing that I did not ask for this. And in fact, it was a screenshot. Now, besides all of that, what transpired, I was trying to get to the bottom of who was behind this sex panel because I did not believe that Melissa Jade did this on her own accord when she went on a panel and started spraying these lies because I knew I didn't blackmail her. I knew that none of this was true. So who was Melissa Jade in cahoots with? And I made it my personal to see who was out to ruin my livelihood. She most certainly said that I was a sexual predator and had over 16 victims. She most certainly was the only reason that this panel ever existed because she went to Natasha Cooper. Because Natasha Cooper wouldn't go forward with just Ludovica Bibiani's words. She did somebody else's words. And so here it is. Melissa Jade was that echo chamber. I could not believe what I heard. And you're absolutely right. What do? Like any normal person would do, I was defending myself against such salacious words. I could not believe that somebody who had sought me out, who had contacted me, had the audacity to lie about my sexuality, to lie about my character. I am a single mother, and this woman who claims to be now a sapiosexual, which I had to Google when we had to have a recess, she had a boyfriend. Her boyfriend didn't even know that she did this. Okay? She did not reach out to me for the reasons that she claims, Your Honor. This woman had an agenda from the beginning. And I did not know that. If I had known that, I would have been here a couple years ago. When everybody wants to say, why are you talking about something that's so long ago? I had to collect all of this. I got 10, 20, 30 people coming at me trying to take me down because I was different than other people. I was resonating with the community and I was a business competitor of these people. I had no idea. I was just simply trying to promote a nonprofit. I didn't realize that I was a target because, oh my God, Lana's going to take our money. I didn't even know that people made money like that on YouTube, like in a capacity that you could have a lifestyle, okay? Once I realized that, oh my gosh, like these people were, like this was out to destroy me. They're talking, like I forgave this person. I forgave them after they got on a panel and told tens of thousands of people the most horrible things you could ever imagine. It cringed me to listen to that. And I tried to laugh it off, but it was that, I mean, the only reason I had to play it on my channel again is to show people how sick this was, how connected this was to all the groups of people. Why do you think Vanessa came for me? It was to protect this girl who was in cahoots with them from the beginning, because that's what they do. Here, it's my turn now to go ahead and do this because you did this for me. I got to do this for you and because you did this for me. And that's all they did. I didn't know that at the time. Now, I can tell you exactly what A to B to C to D to E was. So how do I come to court and say, hey, I need to be protected by somebody? I didn't realize that it was still ongoing. It was still ongoing to the point that after I even got my restraining order, Vanessa lying and doing all the stuff that she did, this woman did not stop. She felt the need to go and contact the FBI. Or claimed that she did so that other people would. She claimed that I blackmailed her. She claimed that I was Rocket Man and put out videos of other people. None of this, in fact, it's been proven false. You don't have weeks to do a criminal trial. This woman used my back to create her new livelihood, like Kim Kardashian and Ray J sex tape, okay? She used the sex scandal to create her livelihood and to ruin mine. And that's why the relevance was to talk about her history of unemployment, was to show that she doesn't care who she ruins when she makes allegations against people. Now, Melissa Jade, if she felt the need that I did all these things, she had the opportunity to go to the police and do all these things, and she didn't. You can only ask her why she didn't do those things. I can only tell you that it's because I didn't do those things. I chose to not contact with this person anymore. I blocked this person. And this was 10 days. 10 days, and this is where we are when somebody wants to say, why are we here? Well, because somebody took 10 days to the most extreme level that you could ever imagine. Okay? But before those 10 days commenced and finished, there was already a plan in place, and it backfired. It backfired because I would not stop until I got to the truth on who was involved with the sex scandal against me. And it wasn't just Miss Jade. It was James. It was Vanessa. Period.
A plan for what?
To take me down so that I could not have... You can't publicly be out in the public and people labeling you a sexual predator and having sexually harassed women. In these 16, then it went to 17, then it went to 36 women. Meanwhile, nobody has ever come forward on any level to say any of these things. That's criminal.
Because you were a competitor of Unmasked?
Yes, I was a competitor. And they wanted Natasha Cooper down. And so what they sought is go on her channel. Lana will go after Natasha Cooper because Natasha Cooper started the sex panel. But what Natasha Cooper realized, and that's why I asked, how many days did Natasha Cooper do 30 videos of you? 30 days in a row, Natasha Cooper went for you. I thought you were her friend. Well, the reason that Natasha Cooper went for her is because Natasha Cooper realized that she lied to her. And literally, Natasha Cooper realized, oh my God, Lana is going to sue me. I'm saying all of these things. She's the one that's telling me all of these things. And that's exactly what I did. I started suing people. I sued Lynn, and that's what Melissa Jade wanted me to do. I sued Jay for Justice. I was starting to bring all of these lawsuits, and all they cared about was that they weren't being sued and Unmasked wasn't being sued. They wanted me to sue Crafton and Kim Barnes. It was all about suing these people because, oh my God, we were lied to. This is why we did this. Come to realize that all the dates, when you put them all in order, no. Melissa Jade put this in motion with the help of others. That's what happened. And why I'm here today is because it didn't stop in 2021. In 2021, it escalated to 2022, which was, you clearly saw in 2022, all of the messages nonstop, morning and night with these people, which is who I got a restraining order against because she is that batshit. Then she's continuing on it saying, what's our game plan? It's all there. How are we going to do this? We're going to trigger her. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to contact. I had the Attorney General calling me, Your Honor, because they were reporting my nonprofit for illegally using funds. And they're the ones that are talking about the Attorney General. Nobody else but these people. Claiming that I'm starting PayPal pools in the name of Fight for a Family. No, it's right there in black and white. Lana Oriani started pay pool fundraisers so that I could afford an attorney to fight these claims of this crap in Colorado. Then it wasn't enough that I had a protection order against me. They continued in April of 2022, all the way that the contact stopped in May. I was appealing it in May. Then it went to me poisoning a dog. Then it went to me saying that I was going, Vanessa went as far as to say that I was trying to kill her, murder her. She put in documentation with the police department. Then you fast forward all the way to 2023 when Miss Jade reinserts herself because guess who needs help? None other than James. Which, Your Honor, I would like to play on the record, which is James speaking to detectives in Columbus.
Your Honor, this has not been submitted. She missed her deadline. If this was going to be used, I had the right to prepare my defense, and it has not been submitted.
She is right about that. We did do an exchange of discovery.
Well, Your Honor, everything that she is trying to distance herself from James. She's the one that brought up this whole criminal investigation. And what I'm trying to show you is that I'm not. You did.
You did the last hearing.
You
said you were going to submit this as new evidence.
You did bring up that you had this other case pending and you discovered information and you
yes, that I wanted to look over the discovery, and which is very valid for what Miss Jade is claiming.
Why didn't you submit it? You said you were going to submit this recording and you didn't.
Hold on.
Your Honor.
This is James talking. Is he going to be a witness? Because this is hearsay.
Actually, it's not hearsay. It's in discovery. I don't think it's hearsay. It's discovery.
No, she didn't provide it to you, so it is hearsay.
The state of Columbus, the state of Ohio.
That's discovery for a totally different case. That's not discovery.
No, it's just discovery. Period. I didn't have it at that time to submit it. I did not have this.
I'm not talking about production. I'm talking about the fact that it's hearsay.
So James speaking to a detective is hearsay.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Now moving on. So
I mean, is he going to be here? Is the detective going to be here to talk about what was?
Well, I've been asked. I said that I thought we were going to have a second date. So yeah, I mean, I want to have rebuttals. Everything that she said here, she was not truthful.
Tell me.
I thought this was me testifying.
What do you think that Mr. and her have been doing together? How are you tying?
She just admitted the fact that she entered James into a chat for the purpose to harass me.
No, she didn't admit to that. She did admit to.
She admitted to him entering, and she wants to claim that she has no idea why she did these things. That she had no idea that this guy who has been ongoing harassing me would ever take material out of there. Why didn't just Lala enter him? She was the admin of the chat. She had because Lala had the protection order, and they knew that. They're not idiots. These are criminals.
Listen, so you think James got added on purpose
100%.
because they knew that he would then start harassing you?
Well, what I'm trying to introduce is the date of it. James tells the detective, do not close this. Let me do a couple things to put things in motion so that I can trigger Miss Oriani. That is what he says to a detective. And I have it here on record, and during this, him saying this is before the date that this transpires.
When was the date?
It was in March
of 2023.
And on March 31st, 2023, she enters James into a chat for the purpose to pull this material out for him to be able to harass me, trigger me into trying for me to telecommunications harass him. And Your Honor, this is what proves what she put in motion led to all of this. And this is their plan all along. And I need for some grace to be given, for some leniency here, for me to allow this to be entered in to show.
What does he specifically say?
Yes.
No, you don't even know what I'm going to say.
I know what you're going to say.
What did he say on that recording? Did he say Melissa Jade or Melissa is behind all this? And
No, he's asking. He knows. The detective says, James, we do not have jurisdiction. None of this happened here. I'm sorry, we can't do anything for you. This is going to be closed. And he says, no, you can't do this. Please give me a little bit more time. Let me do a couple things, and then we can make it happen.
Okay, so he says that on the recording. All right, and you think what he then did was get her to access the chat
so that he could then access it onto his Facebook or on his YouTube channel, because the dates, it's all circumstantial, Your Honor, but the dates all can coincide with each other. to show that they didn't have anything until until the detective let him harass me to the point of I'm calling them the detective to say, this man is telling me I'm about to be arrested. Can you please tell me what's going on here? Why is he...
I don't understand how that would then...
Because I'm calling because she had already called me. And I'm calling to say, because of the things that he said, you need to listen to what this man is saying.
No, because he's not here.
I understand that, but because of what she provided him with, he then went on to do all of these things on his Facebook or on his YouTube channel for the purpose to try to trigger me, which they've been trying to do since 2021. They don't let up, Your Honor. They all pass the bill. So,
bottom line, you're blaming her because she gave him access.
It's third-party harassment, Your Honor, yes.
I understand that. That's what you're claiming.
I'm blaming it on... She violated a protection order. She was the third-party harasser. When let her be a mod of that chat, she should have been like, what are you doing? She was told. Do you understand? We went to get metadata. Within seconds, he was added. If this is a mod chat that had not been registered for a year, okay?
So your point is that once he got...
You would have to have communication.
That once he got access, then he had access to the picture that Lisa posted, and then he made memes of you because he wanted to trigger you to do what?
He was trying to trigger me to write on my YouTube channel about him for them. That's what he did. He took it then to the detective to say, she's online harassing me. And I said to...
Because you saw what he said about you, it triggered you to say something about him, and then he was able to...
And then he used that, and that's what I said to the detective.
I have that testimony then. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And then, okay, he got paid for it, Your Honor, and he was paying for the information. Exhibit number 8 is the $50 contestant fee. It was a contest. Who could ever make fun of me the worst got paid $50.
Okay, and I understand that.
Okay, which all stemmed from, again, Your Honor, why didn't... Let me back up. If you want to go...
I understand your point.
No, but I'm gonna...
No, I get your point. You think that because she's the one that gave him access, then she's...
I'm saying that they had to have private communication before it, Your Honor, because you know how hard it is to have a private chat pop up that you haven't been access to in a year? For you to even see that somebody had been added as an admin, you wouldn't even know that, Your Honor.
Okay, these memes that he was creating, how did you see them?
How did I see them? Because that was the whole part of the beginning. Algorithm, hashtagging Lana Oriani, hashtagging truth and transparency. You have to use fight for a family.
I'm just asking a question.
Oh, yeah, but I think the part that we're missing here is Miss Jade wouldn't have even known that she became an admin of that chat unless she was told, Your Honor, because that's the only way that you know that.
And believe me, to talk to her.
100%. 100. That's what I'm trying to say is it was on her own accord, and she's nodding her head, that she made it her own decision to add James and to make it so that, yeah, I can't do it because that's third-party harassment. I'm going to be susceptible to that. But if James does it, like, and that is it. That is what I want to say with what has happened since then. This is 2023. If this woman wanted nothing to do with me, why is she doing this? Why is she still in the mix of the MJ insert? She's an inserter. The girl can't make it on her own. She has to ride people's backs. And she's rode my back to this point and continues to ride my back. She didn't have a YouTube channel before. Now she doesn't have a job anymore because she's made it as a YouTuber because she's rode my back. And I'm just sick and tired of her riding my back for the purposes of humiliating me, trying to mentally distress me. I'm done, Your Honor. I cannot do this. I need her to have no contact with me and with the people that are told not to contact me. To the point that she's allowing other people, that she thinks that she's a STEM, that she's above the law. She's not above the law. She used my sexuality back in 2021. I gave her grace. I forgave her. I didn't think that she had anything to do with it. Then come to find out she was the one. And this is sick, and I just want it to stop. And you know what the only thing that makes it stop is when I'm actually in litigation. Then all these scared people like her, they be quiet. And so I want to continue it's literally till I'm 90 because then they stop. They don't do this. And I posted online during my recess break for a purpose, to show that she would do exactly what she does. When she wants to say that she does not watch me and that these people don't notify her of my every move, they are monitoring me non-stop.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have to understand when you have a public YouTube channel, there's not a lot I can do about that because you can't have it both ways. Say, I don't want people looking at my YouTube channel, but I have it public. There's not a lot I can do about that.
Not for the purposes of harassing me.
I get that.
That's all I want.
But you're saying that you don't even want her watching.
No, she can watch me not to harass me.
Okay.
That's all she wants to breathe me. She wants to use her rainbow dildo that she paid money for with the money that she got off of me to use. Awesome. I don't want her impeding in my life.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Can I have a brief recess to use the restroom?
Yes, that's fair. Take a few minutes. Everybody can take a restroom break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. We are back on the record. Ms. Ready for cross-examination?
Yes.
Go ahead, Miss.
Okay. Can I just grab a pen really quick?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, sorry about that. Can you hear me, Miss Jade?
Yes.
You can ask questions now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, when was the last time I had direct communication with you in Messenger?
With your alt account or with your regular account?
I do not have an alt account, so I'm talking about my account.
With your personal account, me and you last spoke in November or December of 2022 directly in Facebook Messenger from your Melissa Jade account. Does that answer your question?
That is the only account. That is my only account.
Okay,
and
I
it was
that. So when's the last time that you had a direct message from her?
That's what I just answered. Yeah, November, December of 2021, right?
November 5th, 2021.
No, November 29th, 2021 is my recollection.
Okay.
Just so you know.
I'd like...
Of 2021?
Correct. From her account that's her name.
That is my only account.
Okay, understood.
So if we could refer to Respondent Exhibit A, B, and C. As you can see, our last communication was November 12th, 2021 via Facebook Messenger. We have had no private communication since then. That is over 2 years.
Private communication?
Private communication.
From your account?
Correct.
In what app?
Facebook.
Okay. What's the question?
Are you asking her
Isn't
to
that
confirm that that was the last private communication?
From that account?
Yes.
From that account, yeah.
Objection. Speculation.
No, okay.
That I
I'll
only
hold
have
the
one
rule.
account.
At the end of the day,
I'm
you're
sorry.
asking her from that last time private communication. She's saying that from that account. Miss Oriani,
Sorry.
when's the last time you think you had private communications with her? From anything, from any social media platform, device? Answer me that.
In 2023.
And on what?
What?
In alt accounts, and on her personal YouTube channel, she would be writing. She has a Voltima account, so she has me as one of her. I'm a picture on one of her accounts within her YouTube channel that she makes money off of, and so when people say my name, she says, "Oh, you mean Baltimore?" Isn't that her?
Okay, listen.
You
The question
admitted
was,
any
when's
of
the
this?
last time she contacted you?
She contacts me through
No,
YouTube.
that's indirect contact. We're talking about direct contact.
So that's indirect?
Well, listen, I'm not saying legally. I'm not
I'm
counting
asking-
that. I think you're asking her when's the last time you've had direct contact, not the last time you've heard her speak about
Yeah, and I said November 29th, 2021.
But you were very clear that you were meaning from that
No.
account, so you were implying that maybe you had private messages through other means.
Well,
That's what I'm
100%.
asking you to clarify.
Yes, I believe that she has alt accounts, Your Honor.
Okay.
So I believe that she has contacted me through alt accounts, Your Honor. And I'm saying that on her, she asked what account. I said November 29th, she came into my chat, and she spoke directly to me on November 29th, 2021, which I presented here today.
All right, and I just want to clarify for the record, when I said indirect contact, I'm not really, I don't want you to use that for anything.
Okay.
Okay, because I misspoke. I'm not counting that
I
as
understand that.
contact just because you saw something that was about you on her YouTube page.
No.
Okay, so
I understand
want to
that.
clarify that. Okay.
Yeah, and I was trying
right.
to clarify what
Next
account.
question.
Okay, so I had actually blocked you on via Facebook Messenger, and so my last contact with you was on via Facebook Messenger, November 12th, 2021, which is going over 2 years ago. We did have communications via Facebook shortly after that. I'm not sure the exact date. I will get to that. But my next question, since then, have I ever tried to reach out or contact you?
I have no idea what you've tried to do. I'm only here to show you what I can prove. I have no idea what we've tried to do. That's speculation, objection,
To your
speculation.
knowledge,
Overruled.
have
She's just
I
asking you if you say that not to your knowledge or you don't know. You can answer that way.
All I know is that I am here because Miss Jade inserts herself in third-party harassment.
Objection.
Okay.
No.
All right. I'll sustain it. What she's asking you, and you've already kind of testified to this. You believe she has old accounts.
Correct.
Okay. But you can't say for sure. You can't say on this date this came from this account.
What I can prove is that she came directly into my YouTube live, wrote her comment in the comment live chat. I highlighted it because she was there and she wanted me to know that everything that was transpiring, she was being set up. She was still proclaiming her innocence on November 29th, 2021. So when she wants to say that we last spoke in the DMs privately, November 12th, 2021, that may be the case. I can only tell you that she publicly came to engage with me November 29th with her account named Melissa Jade, November 29th, 2021, which would be 14, 15, 17 days after she said she allegedly blocked me.
Okay.
That's all I can tell you.
Both can still be true. I blocked you privately on Messenger that day, and that was when our private communications last took place on Messenger. So
Okay,
both
next
can be
question.
true. So you're claiming that I have contacted you on alt, but have you submitted any evidence to the courts that would show that, would prove that?
So you're asking about submitted evidence?
Have you submitted any evidence to the courts?
Objection.
Of any
This is not.
contacting
This is
you?
not. This is an improper question.
No, it's not. It's a proper question.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah,
So then
she
the
can ask
evidence.
you
Yes.
that. She can
Yes.
ask you that. You submitted evidence.
Yes, I've submitted evidence to show that you guys were using alt within the 163
Okay.
pages. Yes.
Not you guys. Have you submitted evidence
Yes.
to the court
The answer is yes.
of alt
Hold
that
on.
you believe is me contacting you?
Yes.
Can you refer me to them, please? What exhibits were they?
You have to refer me to those exhibits.
They're your exhibits that you submitted. Can you
Again,
refer
I
me to
object
them?
to the line. This is improper questioning. I'm sorry, but
She's just asking.
I'm saying you want me to bring out my
Listen,
exhibits?
Hold on. Let me talk, please. Nobody interrupt me. She's asking you. You keep alluding to the fact that you believe that she's still contacting you through alt accounts. She's asking you, have you submitted proof of that today? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
And what I'm saying is that she is using alt accounts through third parties, which I submitted.
Okay, so your response is that it's other people's alt accounts and she's...
I don't know who owns them. She admitted that she has an alt account. If we roll the screen all the way back, she admits it in the beginning. I'll be happy to pay for the transcripts for the first hour. When she said that she has an alt account and why people have alt accounts. I don't know her alt account.
Did reach out to you?
Miss Jade, I don't know what alt accounts you have. I'm simply saying that I can prove that what you did to me in 2021, okay, is that if you wanted nothing to do with me, then why are you still interacting with people and yourself to try to come for me and my livelihood in 2023?
Objection. That first argumentative, and you have not answered my questions. Absolutely not. So that is not what I asked.
We're gonna beat a dead horse. Let's move on. Next question, please.
Have there been any instances that you show where I have tagged your channel through YouTube? Have you provided any instances, any exhibits to the courts of me tagging your channel, which you have stated on record earlier?
Why would that be anything to do with YouTube? So the only way that you can harass me is through YouTube?
Listen,
no. I said no.
Stop
The
it.
answer is no.
Okay, so she said no. Don't argue back and forth.
I'm just
ladies,
answering.
whenever we get through this. I'm talking to both of you, okay?
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to ask the questions.
Okay, next.
So, are you aware of how many times you have directly tagged me on your community post? And when I say directly tag, I am talking about an @ and a hashtag.
Absolutely. I've done it a million times. Absolutely. I've tagged you probably 10 times, Melissa Jade.
10?
Oh, yeah. Show me every time I've tagged you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I haven't because I needed to tell the world that you lied about me about being a sexual predator in 2021. So you're absolutely right. I made it known that you are a liar. I used my First Amendment rights to stress that you're a liar. That's exactly what I did. And I am proud of it.
Would it be fair to say
I am proud of speaking the truth on my First Amendment.
Okay, next question.
So, you have continuously tagged me, despite me blocking you and having no direct contact with you, or indirect contact with you, since November.
Objection. This is speaking of. Is she testifying?
Well, it's cross-examination.
No, but she's testifying.
She's allowed to lead.
Okay, she can lead.
You were doing a lot of that too during your questions.
Well, she didn't object.
Well,
I'm playing by the rules here. So, objection to if she has a.
She actually objected a lot. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Let her go ahead. What do you got?
So, despite me not having any form of direct or indirect contact with you since November of 2021, you have since continuously tagged me on your platform, on your public platform, over the course of these 2 years.
I have 100% did within my rights to hashtag and tag you, not to harass you, but to let my algorithm, as you tried to take over, I tried to clean my algorithm, Miss Jade, absolutely correct, which you tried to take over my name and my hashtag fight for a family.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you.
How did I try to take over your algorithm? I have never tagged you. Have you submitted anything?
Yes, Your Honor, I did. Exhibit 1, page 3.
That is not me tagging you.
Yes, you're teaching people how to affect my algorithm, Miss Jade.
No.
Okay, listen.
That was one.
I'm explaining.
All right. Next question.
That is one. Oh my God. So is your channel Truth and Transparency?
That is my true crime channel. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On this channel.
44,000 viewers. Yep. subscribers.
Do you have the following live stream titles? Melissa Jade, the Private Fart Detectives of the Year.
Absolutely.
My
That is one of my lives. That is
I
one of my
please finish?
lives. Absolutely.
My bath water temp is hot. Mock trial.
That is not one of my
MJ
titles.
It's not? Would you like me to pull it up?
My bath
That's the
water's
one-
hot on my
that's-
Truth and Transparency channel?
That's the one where you play the video and you scroll through all of our sexual messages. Would you like
Oh, you can play that for the play that for the jury.
All right. So can we play exhibit? 1 second. Oh, well, it's not labeled an exhibit. It's just the title, My Bath Water Temp is Hot.
Okay, then I object to anything being played, Your Honor. That was not
Oh,
admitted.
I submitted it.
She
It's
did
submitted.
submit
Okay,
it.
so-
It's just Marianne didn't know she was supposed to forward it to you.
Okay, perfect. Absolutely. I'm not denying that I played these things.
Okay, so she's not
No,
denying that she played it.
What's the date on it though?
ago
Can
you
you
did.
say the date?
A second ago, you did.
What's
So
the
are
date?
you now stating that?
Do you remember the date it was played?
I never denied anything like that.
1 second.
I denied the title because I don't know the title. I'm just surprised I gave you the airspace. Go ahead.
Date of that.
Miss Jade, I'm not going to deny that I had to play things.
It was January 11th, 2022.
And it said that you were the fart detective? Fart?
No,
F-A-R-T?
My bath water temp is hot is from January 11th.
Oh, my bath water is hot. And so does it say your name on that?
I never said my name.
Okay,
was in
my
that.
bath water is hot. Okay, thank you.
My bath water temp is hot.
My bath water temp is hot. And then you think that has to do with you?
That one is where you share your screen and actively scroll through our sexual messages.
Wait,
And
sexual
you
messages?
partially-
I thought those were in vanish mode.
Not all of them.
Okay.
If you'd like, we could pull it up and play
I would
it.
love for you to go ahead and pull those
you
up.
Partially play part of
I
a
have
video of me
nothing
touching
to hide.
myself on your public platform.
All right.
That
this
video
is
got
it.
taken
Hold
down.
on. I'm playing it.
Thank you. What's the date again?
I don't know.
January 11th.
something. I don't have any
I'll
sound.
give you the timestamps.
I just need the date.
January 11th.
Perfect. Right before Vanessa goes to get a protection order. Thank you.
This is like a
Has
2-hour.
nothing to do with
Yeah, 2-hour live. She wants to play 30 seconds.
I could give you timestamps if you want for when she's going through the sexual messages.
Okay, so this is the court's problem. We don't have a sophisticated system here. I'm not sure I can get the sound to work because right now I have to have the sound playing for the Zoom link, so I can't then have the sound playing for a video.
Are you able to play it like in the background of your, like from a different device?
Yeah, can you pull it up?
I'm trying to help you.
It's not so much the audio versus she starts
Well,
to play
I do
partial.
See, it is the video. I can see the video.
So I'm showing our messages, so I can't be cherry picking, right? Those are just our text messages, right? Perfect. So great, the
you're
court knows.
showing-
Lana Oriani on January 11th showed our private messages. Okay.
She starts to play partial recordings of sexual nature, and she goes through sexual messages in front of her.
After you
platform
called
of-
me a sexual
that she-
predator, absolutely, to show
that-
that I was not
that-
a sexual predator.
Objection!
And that you engaged with me.
Hold on.
that
Listen,
she-
you've already testified. She's asking questions.
I thought she was
So
asking me questions.
You're admitting that you displayed the.
Absolutely,
Okay.
100%.
She admits she did that. Next question.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Next question.
So the following live streams on your channel with the titles Melissa Jade, the Private Fart Detectives of the Year. My Bath
What was
Water
the title?
Temp is Hot. Melissa Jade, the Private Fart Detectives of the Year, My Bathwater Temp is Hot, Mock Trial, MJ Takes the Stand, MJ Luda equals,
Okay.
The Real Trial, MJ Alley Receipts,
Okay.
MJ, here is what Andrea P. did to you in May and June.
Oh, okay. So we'll show
Did it-
proof again.
Did
I'm
it
asking,
on
is
her-
she testifying, Your Honor?
She's asking you, did you?
Well, she is not letting me answer. So, yes.
Listen, she was enumerating them first. I'm going to collectively ask if you posted these videos. Could you please just let her answer? We're never going to get through
You're asking
this.
me a question, Your Honor.
I mean, let
yes,
her
I'm
finish
asking if the
question.
following.
She is asking questions.
Okay.
Did it on her without a tripod. Auction MJ's tripod. Unemployed YouTuber and dirty DMer Melissa Jade. Melissa Jade's roast most memorable moments. Melissa Jade tells Larry this. Wait, MJ dildos.
Yes.
Melissa Jade, you
Yes.
a lie. The infamous mod chat.
Yes.
Melissa judging Jade without research or facts.
Okay, hold on.
Overhead projector.
Yes, what's
Miss
going
Keller,
on
I'm
here?
gonna stop you there. Okay, so you're
Honestly, Your Honor, I don't have this in front of me, but I will tell you 100%, in the months of November and December, I was providing receipts to show that Melissa Jade set me up for a sex panel. 100%.
No.
So she's admitting she posted that. Okay.
I
don't
am
think it's
showing
fair that
facts on
he's
what
had
our
all
conversations
day.
were and
And
what
I
you
feel like
did
I'm
to
being
me.
rushed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's ask another question. Okay. She admits she posted all those videos.
The titles alone shows the significant. She is here. saying that
Objection,
she is
Your
being
Honor.
stalked and
I know.
menaced.
I'm going to interrupt you because you're intermingling a legal argument with asking questions. You don't have to explain to me the relevance, okay? Just ask her questions.
Do you know when the last time I have even publicly mentioned your name on a live?
Miss Jade, I don't watch you.
Her question is, do you know the last
That's my
time-
answer.
August.
You can't
So
give
the answer
her-
would be no?
No, the answer is that, okay, this is the answer. You have a paying subscribership that if you pay to your channel, you have the option to have all these stickers, which one of them is called Baltimore, which is
That's
me.
not true.
That
That
and
is
so
not true.
in
That's
lives,
not-
all you do is talk
But that
about
is-
me.
that is
You
not-
just
I
talked about me
disagree.
to Drunk
That's not what
Turkey
I am.
Show,
That is
who
not
I
what
just
I
talked
am.
to out there.
Stop!
She's asking me, I'm answering.
No, you both are just now arguing back and forth. The question was, do you know the last time she spoke about you?
Yes.
on her-
She speaks about me often because I cover the Idaho 4 case. I'm not going to sit here and remember every single time. I've been talking about the Idaho 4 case since November of 2022, and it's still going on to date. She tries to debunk my theories on the Idaho 4 case on a regular basis on her panel. She talks about me often, and she uses a paying membership that if you are paying membership to her, you get a little sticker to insert my name as Baltimore, and then you hit this little button,
is
and in order to
not
have that button
true.
that is Lana,
That
you
is
have to
not
pay.
true. Objection. That's not
How are you
true.
objecting to my
Okay,
answer?
So
let's
for
ask
somebody who
another
doesn't
question.
watch.
Ask another question, please.
It has been well over a year since I have even mentioned your name publicly. So unless you have submitted anything to the court that says otherwise,
Objection, Your Honor. This is she's testimony. This is testimony.
Yeah, what you can ask her is, isn't it true? It's been over a year since I've mentioned your
isn't
name
it
publicly.
true?
And I'm
Isn't
going
it
to say
true?
no 100.
Have you submitted anything to the court that proves otherwise?
Yes. When is March 23rd, 2023? That's just what you've done to me in March. Then you went on panels in August, September, October, before we came to court, speaking 100% about me, Melissa Jade.
No.
Okay,
Have you
listen,
provided
that's
that
her
to-
response. Listen to me. You both need to stop talking over each other. I can't do this much longer.
I understand that. I'm just answering.
You don't like her responses. You don't get to start just talking over her. Same with you. I get your point. Her testimony is that you were speaking about her publicly in panels in August and September. Okay, that's her testimony. Next question.
So what is the purpose of you seeking this civil stalking protection order today?
I am not here to prevent you from talking about me, Miss Jade. That is not what a protection order is for. You have your First Amendment rights, and you can exercise your First Amendment rights. What you do not have the freedom to do is impede on my mental stability and on my life with my minor child, which you have a pattern of doing through yourself and other people. You've used other platforms, you use other people, and you've recently used somebody that I currently have, and my son, who's a minor child, has a protection order against, to infiltrate my life and to humiliate and harass me. That you do not have a right. Talk about me 24/7, like I probably know you want to, but do not attack myself or my minor child.
So earlier hold on one second. Give me 1 second. I just want to get. I'm just looking for something in specific, so give me a second, please. So earlier you testified that the @ symbol and the hashtag has been deemed by the courts direct communication, right? It's direct contact.
Absolutely.
And so every single one of the exhibits that I've submitted, every single time that you have made one of these community posts where you have @ Melissa Jade,
yes,
I have gotten not only notified on my YouTube channel, but I've also gotten an email to my Gmail notifying me that I've been tagged by you, correct?
I have no idea if you've gotten a Gmail email, but I will tell you this. People
As a
want to
YouTube creator,
contact
you're familiar
people,
with it,
as long as it is
right?
not harassing and putting you in any type of way. 100%. That's the motto of YouTube, is to use a social media platform. Absolutely.
You're making direct
notifications
contact with me
will
every
change
time.
in your control of what you deem it in your settings, Miss Jade. So if you want to be notified that I contacted you, that is available. If you want to be not notified that I contacted you, then you can change that in your notifications, Miss Jade. That is your choice. So you must want to be notified.
You can control when you but didn't you testify earlier how we were ruining and sabotaging your fight for a family?
That's an algorithm.
Because we were hashtagging and tagging you?
Yes, Miss Jade, I was testifying to what you guys were trying to do to an algorithm of my name. I wasn't testifying to the fact of you contacting me. I'm testifying to the videos that you're putting out You are trying to mess with my livelihood to change an algorithm when somebody types in Lana Oriani that they see the bullshit that you put out.
And what she's asking you is then when you are hashtagging her, are you not doing the same thing to her? That's what
what I'm doing is I'm responding and showing the truth. I'm defending myself.
Responding to what?
I'm
Have you
defending myself against you calling me a sexual predator in 2021, saying that I had 17 victims.
Stop talking over each other.
It is 2023. You are referring to something in 2021. A panel that occurred in 2021. Isn't it true that the day before our initial court hearing in August, our first hearing, you went live and held a couple of hour panel, and I submitted it, and it was the Idaho case that you tagged. You tagged with the title, the Idaho case. It is.
How do you know all this about me, Miss Jade? I'm just asking.
Because I was.
You were tagged? Is that what you're trying to say? Because you weren't.
Emails.
You were not tagged in anything I do Idaho. I can promise you that because I am Idaho 4. I can promise you that you're not tagged in anything that I do Idaho 4.
I will show you.
That's why I have 44,000 and you have 9.
A day before our court hearing, our initial court hearing, you had an Idaho
objection, Your Honor.
live.
Relevance.
She's trying to lay.
What is she trying to lay? Let her answer. What is the relevance?
I understand what the relevance is.
Okay.
She's trying to say you're doing things to contact her.
I can contact people not to disrupt their lives.
I understand
and
that.
I'm trying to answer that. That's why I'm saying I'm admitting to the things that I've done. I'm over here admitting and saying, absolutely.
So you just want to talk over everybody. Let me
I'm trying
finish.
to move on.
You don't have to like her questioning. I'm not asking you to like her questioning, but that's a fair.
Then I'll just say I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I submitted, and we have, it's Idaho 4, Brian Koberger's hearing schedule, and new hearing .mp4, and you have all of the Idaho victims tagged, but you actually did not discuss the Idaho case at all. You actually discussed...
Objection, speculation, and objection. Is she testifying?
I submitted it.
No.
I submitted it.
What's the question?
What is your question about this video?
Isn't it true that you went live the day before?
And I'm saying no.
I already said Let her finish the question.
Well, then I'd like to submit this and enter it in because you are lying. You're saying no, you didn't.
Objection to that. Strike that.
All right. She says she didn't go live, but even if she did go live, how is this connected to you? That's what I want to know. What's the question?
Because I have been receiving, and I entered those in, horrible, horrific emails of the threatening nature.
And I object to those. I did not stipulate to those. Those are not from me, and those are translucent and transparency. That is not my account.
Hang on.
No.
She's denying she went live. When it's your turn to testify, you can testify to what emails you've been getting if you think she's responsible for that, okay?
Yeah, within the scope. This is not within the scope of the direct examination.
Literally, didn't we pull up the sex panel?
Okay, how is the Idaho 4 case within the direct examination of me?
This is cross-examination. She's allowed, it doesn't have to be within the scope. She's allowed to also put on anything that's part of her defense. She can do that.
So the Idaho 4 is part of her defense. Thank you.
If you just want to argue with me,
I'm asking.
I'm going to cut this off. I gave you an explanation. I don't have to. I'm letting her question you. Every time she asks a question, you just balk. You don't want to answer, and that's why we're going to be here till 10 o'clock tonight. Okay? These are relevant questions to either your case or her defense.
Thank you.
So, next. If you just want to argue with me,
I'm asking.
I'm going to cut this off. I gave you an explanation. I don't have to. I'm letting her question you. Every time she asks a question, you just balk. You don't want to answer, and that's why we're going to be here till 10 o'clock tonight. Okay? These are relevant questions to either your case or her defense.
Thank you.
So, next question, please.
Is it true that a few hours prior to me ever adding James into the chat that you had already posted on your public YouTube channel the group messages from that chat that Andrea Powers had given to you.
A few hours. I don't know when I posted stuff. All I did was I posted screenshots to show that you guys were all in cahoots to try to take me down. Absolutely. 100%. I posted that without a doubt. Again, defending my position that you guys have been after me since 2021. And that was in 2023 that I reposted that.
Okay, so yes.
100.
You did post some
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, next question.
Absolutely. Was she tagged? No, she was not.
So is it fair to say that adding could have been a direct response to you posting those group messages first on your
Absolutely not. James Angelo had nothing to do with those messages. Why you included James Angelo is a mystery to me unless you guys have some secret little rendezvous going on. Which is probably known because that's what he does on the internet.
You filed a subpoena to produce all my social media data going back 3 years with the court. What were you looking to obtain from that?
Your Honor, I would like to sidebar here. Is this improper or proper to question what I motioned to the courts?
I don't think it's in. I'm not.
No, that's why I said, like.
I think that's a fair question because you did,
Yeah,
right? You're not
then I'm ready to answer that.
So she's asking you why.
Perfect, yes. I asked the courts to submit your communication to prove that you were in direct communication with Vanessa, James, Andrea Powers, and other people. You had all these private conversations going on, so I could show why you were conspiring to take me down and still to this day try to take me down. And if I would have filed it appropriately, it would have been okayed. I did it improperly. If I would have filed it differently, I should have deposed you. And I'm glad you're smiling.
Because 3 years of my.
That's when you started talking about me, Miss Jade. You said in 2020, so I took it back 3 years.
Definitely not a fishing expedition. Okay.
I have no idea why you would send me nudes after talking to me for 24 hours either.
That's a great question. So do you have any messages where you asked me to stop? Did you provide any messages to the court where you said, hey, please stop
Why would I need to do that?
me?
Why would I need to do that? What's the relevancy in doing that? Why would I need to ask you to stop, Miss Jade? I can't recall if I asked you to stop. All I can tell you is I tried to protect your images by telling you to go in vanish mode. That you probably should not send these here, Miss Jade. You should probably not put these out there for the internet, Miss Jade. And I showed you vanish mode to protect your images because I didn't send you a damn thing and never would. I haven't sent anybody any messages of me ever nude in my whole entire life.
Is it true that you shared my nudity?
The only person I shared anything with was the person I was talking to because I could believe that you sent me something unsolicited. And if this was to ever come back at me in starting a relationship with somebody, I was being honest with that person. Miss Jade.
No, please. Is it true that you shared my nude photo without?
No, there was no nude photo, Miss Jade. I shared the fact that you sent me something unsolicited. And I have no problem saying that I shared that with my current girlfriend to say that this person sent this to me unsolicited because it was out there. Like, who sends this to somebody like that?
I just need a yes or no. Is it true you sent my nude video to Alex?
I don't know if it was a video or if it was a screenshot because I can't recall if it was a screenshot. Miss asked for it because she didn't believe me, I think, at first. So I have to look back at those messages.
Did you send?
No, I just
either-
answered the question. Asked and answered.
She answered it. She's admitting she gave something.
She
She's just not
first
being
said
specific.
no to the photo.
She didn't answer anything specific.
She's saying that she shared an image with Miss. Okay, next question.
I'm just showing motive. Is that why you lied?
So, is it true that at a previous hearing you did offer to come to an agreement to drop this order?
That is off the record. That is nothing that can be talked about. A sidebar.
I did look up the rule after our last conversation.
Okay.
It could come in for purposes of showing motive or purpose, but
Okay, then I'll
listen. Did you just not today ask her?
Yes, I am trying to be reasonable with you.
Okay, so that's the same line.
Yes.
I heard you asked her today.
Yes,
if
100.
She'd be willing to admit that other people lied to her, so that you would have.
Yeah, so that she didn't have to continue on the facade. Yes.
Okay, I'd like to be able to finish my thought first. Okay, so you were implying earlier today that if she was willing to admit that she'd been lied to about you.
We can mediate. Yes.
All right, so your point's
yes?
been made. Next question.
I'm a reasonable person, Miss Jade. Absolutely.
Can you just clarify what were the terms of that agreement? What did you tell me?
I have no idea what I said to you other than I know that you're a single mother, and I believe I said to you that I don't think that you did this on your own, and if you tell the truth, we can mediate this. I believe that was what I said. Just like when I offered your daughter a trip to Disney. Same thing. I'm a very kind person.
And it's true at our previous hearing that you did state on record that I am not an imminent threat or danger to you and that you filed this for mental distress reasons.
100%. I don't think that you're going to come and kick my ass, Miss Jade. I think that you have the capability to be a conniving bitch and attack people through your relationships that you develop through your sexual innuendos in the private DMs to come at me. 100%. You are scary. Yes. That's your MO. You're a snake.
So
you do the dirty work.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm just answering your question.
All right.
It's not answering
Let's
my
move
question.
on. Next question.
So, is it true that you are currently out on bond for a criminal case pending with charges against you, including dissemination of nude images and telecommunications harassment, with the victim being James?
Your Honor, sidebar.
Okay, listen. What you have?
Since
there's
she
no
brought
need to
this
do
in-
sidebars. There's no jury here.
Okay, well, that's
so
me.
you do a sidebar to keep a jury from hearing things, but there's no jury here. So
Okay, then
if you
you're-
have an objection, make an objection.
Yeah, I would like to object to that. As what's the relevancy in that?
Well, I'm going to overrule because
Perfect, thank you.
Listen, you brought him up plenty. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. falsely claimed these because
Listen, what I'm
she
going to
couldn't
tell
file
you,
on
though,
me.
I am going to advise you, Miss Oriani.
That's fine.
You do have the right not to incriminate yourself.
I do.
Don't know.
And I would not like to speak on anything that has to do with that.
Please talk.
Yep.
Thank you. Are you going to let me talk now? Are you going to interrupt me?
You can speak. Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Thanks for your permission.
This is your courtroom.
I don't know what question she's about to ask you. This is a civil case, not a criminal case. You do have a Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate yourself, so you may want to invoke that right. If you invoke that right, because this is a civil case, then I can draw whatever inferences, including negative inferences, that I want. Okay?
Well, then I would like to invoke my Fifth Amendment right on that.
Well,
Regardless of any question
I
has to do
don't
with.
think that was an incriminating question, but that's fine. I'll let you invoke your Fifth Amendment right. Next question.
Keep laughing. Your muscle, cleaning up your mess. Go ahead.
Your Honor, it's highly inappropriate. I am not making any of those comments towards her.
No, you're not. And I've admonished you several times, and that's partly what I take in is everybody's demeanor and how they act in the courtroom to determine whether a protection order is warranted, okay?
She thinks it's funny,
if
Anna.
people, I understand that she's upset because you're laughing, but
Well, because I've gone all day with being questioned, and then all of my questions are just, nope,
But you
can't
do
do it. Move
understand
on,
she
move
does
on.
have a constitutional right to take the Fifth, okay?
Right, but this filing came after 3 days of her being served, and it's straight retaliation
That's not true.
for
Objection
that,
to the
and
facts.
being scared that I'm going to file charges or being a witness in that case. And so
hope that she is.
this entire day revolved around James, and it's like I can't even
What are you
touch
talking
it.
about?
So,
This
yeah,
entire
I'm
you
gonna-
brought
I'm
James
gonna-
in.
Alright.
She's
Do you
just.
have any more questions?
Yes, I do.
Then
Okay.
let's ask another question.
So, is it true that Vanessa has a lifetime restraining order on you?
Absolutely. Yes, it's true.
And so the only person in this courtroom today who has a history of stalking is you, not me.
That's not true.
I do not have.
I have no idea what you have because I didn't ask you.
So you had stated that I had knew prior that you were going to be served.
I couldn't hear the.
Did
I
you
couldn't hear the
submit any-
beginning.
I apologize. That you had submitted in your bases that I had knew ahead of time that you were going to be served, which caused trauma, right?
Wait, we've never had court. I have no idea what she's talking about.
Are you talking about the Colorado protection order, service of that order, or the petition?
I object to that. That was never a question. I object to the
You
question.
said
You did.
wasn't.
I never said that she had knowledge of that. That's
it's
not part of
listed.
it.
Okay. She's denying that she said you had knowledge of it, but
That's
you
improper.
did bring it up.
That's fine. She can
Listed
ask
as
it, but she
number
needs to ask
2
anybody.
of why you filed against me.
That
Okay,
you,
so you mentioned in your petition.
that's what I want you to. She said here today, and I said no, I didn't say
Okay,
that.
all right. It was in her petition.
Okay, so in my
Last question.
yes, that you had knowledge, absolutely.
Have you provided anything or submitted anything to the court that proves that?
I asked you questions about that, and you denied it.
So you have not submitted anything.
I
to the
asked
court
you
that
questions
proves
and
that
you
I have
denied
prior
that.
knowledge. So the answer is
Asked
no.
and
you have
answered.
not submitted
Objection.
anything to the court. You said that I went on the public broadcast to humiliate you, and I said that on that public broadcast that you blackmailed me and I called you a sexual predator. You still have not played where I specifically said that you.
Oh, don't worry. I'll
blackmailed.
be redirecting from my testimony. I am a rebuttal for you. Don't worry.
Okay. You said that I worked with James and Vanessa D2S to harass you with other anonymous channels. Have you provided any direct evidence to the court, any specific exhibits that prove that?
I asked you on testimony, and you said you did not. And so, again, I'm
asked.
going to
Have
rebut.
you provided evidence?
Is this a question as a lawyer to ask me, or is
Yes.
this?
Have you
I'm sitting
provided
here saying
any
like we're going
evidence
to talk
to
about
the
the
court?
evidence. So the evidence that's submitted.
Have you provided any evidence and submitted
Yes.
any
The answer
exhibits?
is yes. Exhibits 1 and 2, all 163 pages is evidence of what you've done to me.
That exhibits which?
Asked and
which
answered.
numbers?
She's saying all the exhibits she presented today prove what you've done to her. That's her proof.
Those
okay?
do not. Okay, those do not prove that I worked with James, Vanessa.
I would ever include James document a chat. You only can provide what you provided here to this court, that you included James in to be your muscle. That's what you provided here today, to say that you included James Angelo. I have no idea what you do in your head of yours.
So just for clarification, you have one instance of me dropping James into a chat.
No,
but as far
you
as
put me in a three-way chat with Grim and you on in November, or I'm sorry, in October. You put me in a chat with Grim and you. You came to me in the private DMs. I mean, again, 163 pages is there, so you guys can go through that.
That was back when we were friends. It had nothing to do with harassing.
Okay,
so you have not provided any.
Keep asking questions, please.
You also stated that I enticed third parties with hate speech against you for the purpose to be humiliated with your sexuality.
Yes, you provided. Is that a question? Yes, you took you had James Angelo post pictures of my girlfriend online to call her fella instead of Bella, and try to post pictures of her showing facial hair when she doesn't have it. You try to have him go after her for my mods and say that they had to send me sexual images to mod for my channel on the Glare channel through Larry. Yes, you have come for my sexuality and the sexuality of the people that I'm friends with and date. That's my answer to her question.
Proof of any of that? Were you able to provide the court with proof of any?
This is my testimony.
What she's asking you though is, okay, now you're testifying to that, but
she's asking me a question. I didn't even get to that point because I had to rush through everything. Like, I can't point everything that this broad has done, but I will be happy to answer. You just asked me. Yes, you have gone for the sexuality of my girlfriend through James Angelo because you have a mod named Wolfie, aka, what's her name? Do you want me to get into stalked my girlfriend from LA all the way to where she lives in North Carolina? Because we're about to lay it all out now that you want to talk about coming for my
honor
fiance. Yeah.
Relevant.
Well, you asked the question.
No, but she's getting into other people.
Okay, people, please quit talking over me. I don't understand how I can make that any more clear. I don't understand why you think you have the right, if I say 3 words, you can just cut me off and interrupt me. I'm asking both of you to stop.
And I'm going to be better about that because you're right. I have interrupted you, so I want to apologize.
Thank you. Ms. Calderon, you asked the question about how has she incited people against her and used sexuality against her, and she's listing all the times that she believes that you did that, or that things that happened that she believes that you participated in. Okay?
I asked if she's provided any evidence into the court, not to list.
I didn't know that I had
Have you
to.
provided anything? Any proof?
Is she asking me a question?
Listen.
I'm sorry.
I know, and she said she just gave her testimony now, and she said on redirect, because she said she didn't on direct go into everything that you've done to her, but now that you've asked for more information, then on redirect, she's probably going to now bring all that up because you opened the door. That's her response.
So is respondent exhibit, this is your post, correct? Truth and Transparency, True Crime Case Update, Case Info, Oriani versus Jade True Crime, Menacing by Stalking and Telecommunications Harassment, Hearing 9 a.m., Friday, August 24th, 2023, Franklin County Courts, Ohio. Is that your post from
100%.
August 19th? So is it fair to say that you're utilizing your channel to publicly post
Absolutely,
the hearing
I'm using my
information?
channel to publicly post. Oh, I thought that was a question.
She didn't finish her
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry. I thought she
did not. She
I
was
just
still
trying
speaking.
to admit. I was trying to admit to that.
I know. I get that. But just let her please finish the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Can you finish your question?
It just throws me off. So is it fair to say that you use your platform of over 40,000 subscribers as a place to utilize to post this information, which what's the goal of posting that type of information on your public platform?
I wouldn't say it's a goal.
She said, what's the goal?
I know, I wouldn't say, I want to change the wording there. What's the goal? The reason I post on my public platform of what I'm doing is because my name of my channel is called Truth and Transparency. I'm very transparent with people that donate to my channel, people that support me, and when they support, they watch what I do, and they follow the cases, and when I'm unable to be physically in places that I need to be to cover a case, I like to explain to my paying members and subscribers why I can't be maybe like, why wasn't Lana there? Well, I am in Franklin County courts dealing with a case that actually has to do with me in a true crime that happened to me. And this is something that you guys did to me in 2021 that I've been defending myself against. It is very hard in the world to make it as a public figure when you are labeled, first of all, a lesbian, which you guys have done a phenomenal job of doing, but trying to say that I, as a lesbian, attacked straight women. And that, to me, is very, very hard to overcome. And I try to be transparent about it.
So that's the purpose? Okay.
That's the purpose, absolutely. Truth and transparency. I'm very transparent. I have nothing to hide.
So if you look at Respondents Exhibit BI, from June 25th, 2022, you did a YouTube poll. I'm not sure what is longer, Melissa's Jade's cleavage or Aunt Lala's rap sheet. I think we should do a poll, and you literally do a poll where people could vote. What is bigger, my cleavage or Lala's rap sheet? So you're testifying here today that that's about just getting justice, right? Just getting the truth out there.
What was the date on that?
June 25th, 2022.
So June 25th, 2022? Is that right?
January 25th, 2022.
Oh, wait, January. So that's very important. January 25th, 2022. Absolutely. After all the videos that you were a part of in my demonstration with the evidence to show what you were a part of with Andrea Powers beating January 19th and Aunt Lala, you guys came for me. So then I snapped back on January 25th to say, what's longer, Lala's rap sheet or your cleavage? Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor.
I answered.
Yes or no questions. I don't want the explanations. The same way you said that to me. You said it to me. Okay.
What?
Yes or no?
If you ask a yes or no question, then I'm going to expect a yes or no response. So what is the question? So she admitted she posted that.
And you're saying the objection is just to get the truth
I didn't
out
object
there, right?
to
This
it.
is about just justice.
I didn't object to it, so I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't object to the question. I answered your question.
No,
but you're saying this is just about to clear your name, that this isn't about harassment at all, right?
100% this is to clear my name.
Harass me?
This is what? If was it tagged at you, or was it me speaking to my audience that you tagged? That you taught Andrea Powers and Aunt Lala how to hashtag. I'm only clearing my name from the stuff that you've done to me, Miss Jade. And I have the right to defend myself. And then when it wasn't enough, I had to come to the courts to say, please help me.
That you have yet to provide evidence of.
Okay. Well, we'll see what the courts say. If there's evidence of it.
You could refer to, let's see. So if you look at Exhibit AE, and this is your account in a live chat, and it's saying, is MJ's ex-boyfriend in chat? I wanted to see if he would come on my panel. Do you remember making that comment?
Absolutely. What was the date?
All right, well, you remember making it, so next question.
I think it has to do with
What?
when and why.
But you're not asking her questions, she's asking you,
Okay,
and you
you're
said
right.
you
Yep,
remember
yes,
it.
I do. I remember that. But I couldn't say,
What
I don't
was the
recall, can't tell me
goal?
the date.
Well, you can say that, that's fine. Next question.
So what exactly would the goal be? Of
I was
seeking
trying
out
to have
my
him come on
ex-
panel to
Hold
explain
on.
to me if he was dating you or not, and to
Can I-
why you would
can I-
possibly ever, because he told me he was dating you during the time that you were being sexual with me, and I wanted to know, I don't do hearsay, I said, will you come on panel and will you tell me if you were not dating Melissa Jade during the sex panel, during those 10 days, so that I could get to the bottom of your motives as to why you set me up. Why would a straight woman send somebody who is a bisexual woman nudes within 24 hours because they want to talk about true crime, Miss Jade? And claiming that they don't have a boyfriend when you did. That's why I asked him to come on panel.
I'd like to be able to just finish my question before she begins to answer, please.
Let her finish the question. You've been jumping in and answering, okay? You have been.
Okay. I'm going to ask from now on, is she finished? That's the way that this is going to happen then, because I thought she was done.
She's finished when she pauses and is speaking.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Jade.
So,
I'm sorry.
do you...
I apologize for interrupting, but you did it to just me again when you said you weren't going to. Okay, so you can't act all incredulous that you're being accused of interrupting people when you just did it.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Ask your question.
So, wouldn't you consider reaching out to somebody's ex-boyfriend and trying to get them to come on your panel, going real life, and isn't it fair to say that that would be invasive?
I didn't reach out to anybody's ex-boyfriend. I went in a live chat where he was at.
She's asking you,
Your
don't you agree that would be invasive?
Absolutely not. I didn't call him on his home phone. I didn't email him. It was in a live broadcast where he was. That's not invasive. That's public. Absolutely not. I didn't private message anybody. I didn't call anybody. I didn't email anybody. It is 100% not invasive.
So you're testifying that he was in this live chat at this time?
I asked if he was.
Your testimony
Did I
here tonight?
not? I have no idea what your paper says. I'm telling you, I went into a live chat where I thought he was, and I'm even testifying blindly here, but I'm testifying because my memory is that good to know that I would ask, oh, is Echo here? Because I would like to speak with him to know if you, in fact, were dating him as everybody claims, as yourself claimed to me. I wanted it out of his mouth that you guys were dating during the time that you were taking nudes and showing it to me like I could have it all. During 10 days while you were with him. I wanted to know if that was accurate.
And it's still your testimony here that as you're seeking to reach out and find my ex-boyfriend and to get him on your panel.
That is not objection. That is not the testimony that Ms.
That
Oriani
it
just
is
gave.
me who is
Objection. There's a
harassing
objection.
and stalking you. Correct?
There's
That
a
is
standing
still...
objection.
All right, she's saying that's not her testimony.
Okay. So if you refer to exhibit CQ and CR and CS, which is part of the same post, but I'm going to focus on CQ and CR. Is this a post that you made on your channel on April 22nd, 2022?
I have no idea. I don't have it in front of me. I only have C, T through E.
Okay, those were provided to you earlier, back when she submitted in the court. I know those were emailed to you.
If it's on my channel, absolutely, I've put it up there.
Okay, I'll hold up to the camera, but I'll read it out to you.
Just read
Well,
it. It's fine. If I put it on my channel, it's fine.
Just read it.
It says, "Keep up the great job, ladies. How Melissa is able to let it roll off her back when someone, cough, cough, Andrea, was only a couple of days ago making fun of her, and much more. I guess panel hoppers stick together regardless of their true feelings about the other."
And what was the date? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
April 22nd, 2022. Hashtag proud of the fake BS out there. And then it's the first screenshot out of 3 is like a thumbnail of me and Andrea and some of our private messages, and then you have hashtag MJ, Andrea Powers thinks you're trash. Hashtag don't worry, at least she's wrong about DTOS. But it's the second photo that I want to bring the attention to, because this is a photo of myself from many years ago that has not been publicly posted on my platform. So where did you get this from?
I have no idea. I have no idea. All I know is that you're speaking of a time frame when you were actively harassing me, and I am answering those harassing posts. When she said 2022 and in the date you gave, my answer to that is I am defending myself against your harassment, Miss Jade.
I am going through active posts where you are harassing me. Have you provided any posts where I'm harassing you, Ms. Oriani?
I provided 163 pages of you conspiring with 2 individuals who had hate channels against me.
She's specifically asking you about posts, not the messages.
Yeah, they were posting. They're showing. They're posting. She's sharing every message that's happening. She says, "Give me the link so I can share it." Sorry that I didn't provide the screenshots of it. It's right there in proof. You know what? I can go snipping through her channel. They're there.
No.
You were sharing the links, Miss Jade. It's right there.
Okay.
Why do you think I was posting about... Look at the dates. That's why I believe in timelines. When you do something, you're getting me to snap back. That was the whole purpose. Okay?
Where did you get this photo of me?
And what does this have to do with,
available?
You started all of this, and I am defending myself. I have no idea where I got that photo. Probably... He liked to send out photos about women. I'd have to go back and look through my stuff. James sent photos about people. He liked to dig up information about people. It's probably from James Angelo. Is that when you were addicted to drugs? Is that the picture? Because that's when that was given to me. Somebody said that you were strung out. That's probably what that picture's about. I don't know.
And then you took it,
I took it and did what, Miss Jade?
On your channel.
For what purpose?
On your channel.
For what purpose did I do that, Miss Jade?
For what? Is it for humiliation?
To show who you are? To show who you are?
Which is
to show who you are, that you prey on people?
All right, enough. This is getting out of control. I don't understand, since both of you do true crime and you follow court, how either of you think this is proper.
I don't think it's proper.
And that I'm supposed to follow along and take this all in. Because I've already admonished both of you multiple times to quit talking over each other, to not argue. And it's like I'm talking to a brick wall. It's not productive. It's not helping either of you. Because I'm not giving you this courtroom to just argue back and forth and air your grievances. If you want to be heard and you want the court to decide this case on the merits, then you have to follow the court process. And the court process is not, let's just argue back and forth. And as soon as somebody says something you don't believe is true, then you're just going to argue and talk over them, because that's what both of you are doing.
We are. You're right. And I don't want to waste the court's time. I don't want to waste your time, Your Honor. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what we're doing. And that's exactly what's been going on since 2021, is people acting like little kids and people thinking that they can do this to other people. You're 100% right. So I'm not going to sit here and say that you're wrong, because you're right. And it's just so frustrating for me, at least I want to speak on that, is that this is my livelihood. Nobody's talking about her life. Nobody's talking about her kid. Nobody's trying to interfere in her life. She doesn't like the fact that I make a post.
This is the problem, though, Ms. Oriani, is that I'm trying to give you the opportunity to prove why you need a protection order, but again, you're letting it devolve into just, let's just argue back and forth and hash out all our grievances, and neither of you are going to be able to get the other person to admit to things that you want. That's rarely happens in court. And so as soon as you don't like somebody's answer, then you're going to just talk over them, bicker back and forth. And what I'm saying is that that's just not how the court works. That's not how I gather evidence and take testimony from listening to two people argue back and forth for hours. Because you say that it's about your life in the court case, but yet you want to engage in that back and forth too. And that's not what this is for. This is not to provide a forum to bring people in, put them on the hot seat so you can just get all your questions and answers that you want.
May I speak on that?
No. It's after 5 o'clock. It's just not, we're not getting anywhere. Because I've admonished everybody multiple times, and I know it's going to, 10 minutes later, it's going to be the same thing as soon as somebody doesn't like what they hear, or so.
I was just going to suggest that we both not ever communicate with each other, and that we're not, like, that we both give us both protection orders. You stay away from me, no third party contact, no doing anything to me, and I will do the same to you, Melissa. How about that? Can you agree to that?
I already don't contact you.
Oh my God.
So I can't.
I'm over here trying, man.
But if I already do not do any of it, what more can I do?
Then I actually object on my own comment. We'll be back here.
Okay, listen, we can't finish up today, but I'm going to let you resume cross-examination. But I'm telling both of you, I'm not going to do this the next court date. As soon as people interrupt, I'm just going to cut it off, and we're going to be done.
Again, I want to apologize, and I'm going to do everything I can, Your Honor, the next time we're here, not to interrupt you and waste your time. So I want to apologize.
Listen, so I don't want to keep this open forever. You know, the best day for me would actually be this Friday, because I have no other cases set. That's the only Friday where I would be free. It's okay if you're shaking your head, but I'm just saying any other day that I give you, then we're going to have other court cases set. But this Friday I have nothing set. So if we could reconvene Friday, then we can get this done. So that's the first date I'm throwing out there.
Miss Jade, how does the 8th sound?
Okay.
I mean,
Are you saying okay, or will that date work for you?
Yeah, I just can't go till like 5 o'clock. I can't,
Well, I'm hoping not to, okay?
Same here.
Listen, okay, so we can start Friday at 9, and I don't have any, like I said, I don't have any other cases set, so I can be available all day, but you're right, I don't want to go till 5 o'clock either, so we're going to have to tighten up questioning, okay? Especially because I'll give you a chance to redirect yourself, because that's appropriate, but I'm not going to give you 3 hours to do that, okay? Because you had plenty of time to put on your direct.
Absolutely.
Testimony. So when we resume Friday at 9, then we'll pick up with cross-examination. As soon as you're done with that, then Ms. Oriani is going to give additional testimony. Then it'll be your turn, Ms.
To give my testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then because you do get to cross-examine her, now you've already conducted extensive cross-examination of Ms. So once she gives her testimony, you are entitled to ask additional questions, but you're not going to rehash everything. You already like I said, you've cross-examined her extensively. You can ask her additional questions based on any direct she gives. You understand? I don't want to revisit issues that have already been asked. I'm talking to both of you, okay?
I'm still extending the opportunity for us to just not even have this. I don't want this for somebody that truly was put in a position that maybe they did not find themselves being told the truth to. I don't want that for anybody. So if you feel in any way, shape, or form that did not happen, please make that known so that we don't have to waste Magistrate Griffin's time, the court's time. If there's a way that we can possibly make this so that it is not an issue moving forward, I am willing to try to make that happen. Please understand that.
All right.
Don't mention me. I don't mention you. Don't contact me. I don't mention you. I don't contact you. It's simple as that.
That's what I thought too, Miss. So are we?
What do you mean by not contacting?
Not contacting third parties to be effectively
And that's the
harassing.
issue, is because
Yeah, because she's engaged in it, and I just don't want that.
All right, then let's just follow through. Because here's the thing, I don't. And so the fact that you're accusing me of doing it tells me that I'm not going to come back here at a later time and date and have you start these accusations all over again. I don't. That's the God's honest
I've already
truth.
brought the
And so
accusations.
I'd rather follow through and get a hearing now and be done with it than have to have this held over my head a year down the line.
That is fair. Okay, we'll see you.
We'll see you then.
We will send you the Zoom link again Friday at 9, and I appreciate you accommodating the court schedule so we can just get this done this week, okay? All right, you are excused, Miss. I'm going to close the record. Have a good night, everybody.
You too.
As well.
Thank you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome.